You are lucky that the Crystal City wants you. Can't we poke him a little? Lord Ethan will make you regret what you did during the auction. The cultivators in the mansion shouted toward Noah, trapped inside the sphere standing above the pagoda. His cultivation level had fallen to the liquid stage. His ambition had run out, and he was dealing with the drawbacks of the forceful enhancement now. Noah sat inside the sphere. His body hurt. His dantian struggled to keep darkness inside its walls, and his mind launched painful sensations that spread through his tissues. Pieces of magical beasts came out of his separate space as Noah ate to recover. He was using his entire stash to be ready to fight. His situation was far from ideal, but it seemed that his death wouldn't arrive just yet. Why don't you try to kill me? Noah asked the figure sitting above the sphere. You have an entire army here. I'm sure you will destroy me in no time. The cultivators standing around the pagoda fell silent when they heard those words, and their eyes went toward the figure sitting above the sphere. Miss Nine didn't want to answer, but the gazes of the experts from the Sailbird family forced her to give an explanation. You don't fool me, Miss Nine said. I've already told you that I believe in your potential. You have the talent to reach the peak of the cultivation world, so I will use the safest approach that I can think of to kill you. One of the cultivators among the crowd floated toward Miss Nine. He was an old man in the solid stage, and he performed a polite bow before giving voice to his thoughts. Miss Nine, I wish to express my honest opinion on the matter, the man said as he straightened his back and moved his long white hair away from his face. Speak freely, Ellis, Miss Nine replied. Defying Demon is trapped in a quasi-rank 8 inscribed prison, Ellis said before pointing at the crowd under him. The Sailbird family doesn't have any rank 8 cultivator in this branch, but there are 20 experts in the solid stage gathered here. 10 more are in the various training areas, and an army of weaker soldiers fills the whole structure. We can end his life now. Miss Nine glanced toward Ellis' confused face and heaved a sigh. She understood the expert. She had also lost assets because she couldn't believe in Noah's power. However, Miss Nine wouldn't let her experience and convictions trick her anymore. Noah's power defied logic. She firmly believed that he had a chance to escape as long as he was against experts in the 7th rank. Her belief was unreasonable, but she couldn't suppress how she felt. Miss Nine had seen Abe and Ebe dying under her gaze. Those 2 experts were core assets of the Crystal City, but Noah had managed to kill them. Noah wasn't even a real solid-stage expert, but he had killed 2 incredible cultivators. His battle prowess already bordered the peak of the 7th rank. Only fellow monsters could keep him under control. I know that you don't understand my actions, Miss Nine said, but I ask you to trust me. Even your wildest overestimations can't describe this hybrid. We need a rank 8 cultivator to be certain that he won't escape death. Miss Nine's words didn't manage to clear Ellis' confusion, but the expert let go of the matter and descended toward the crowd. The Sailbird family couldn't say much on the subject. The Crystal City had lost too much because of Noah. It was up to them to decide what to do with him. Notify Lord Ethan that the execution will happen inside the Crystal City, Ellis said once he returned among his companions. He will know how to contact them. Noah meditated in silence. He couldn't expand his consciousness, but he still gathered information about his surroundings. Miss Nine and Ellis' conversation didn't escape his ears. The duo had revealed what plans the Crystal City had for him. Do you fear me so much? Noah asked. Having a rank 8 cultivator take care of a mere liquid stage hybrid. What would the other organizations say about it? How many plans depend on this question? Miss Nine asked. I know you're kind. You will cling to anything to survive. Even the air that you breathe reeks of lies. I wouldn't be surprised if your current state were another piece of your tactics. I am an honest demon, Noah replied. I'm grateful for your zealous concern. You have no idea what your plan is doing to my ambition. Enjoy the feeling while you can, Miss Nine said. I can accept that the strongest monster in the Immortal lands can fill the gaps among the stages of the 7th rank. Still, that potential will be useless against a rank 8 existence. Both Noah and Miss Nine had spoken the truth. Knowing that Miss Nine feared him so much had made his potential skyrocket, but she was also right in being so worried. Noah had already recovered enough to express his peak battle prowess for some time. He could fight if the situation required it, and he had also stored enough special darkness for his shadow domain. Noah could expand the shadow domain and teleport in that personal dimension as soon as the sphere opened. No one would be able to touch him at that point. His stash of special darkness would also give him the chance to fly safely for some time. The sphere that was trapping him also offered temporary protection against attacks coming from the outside. Noah could focus on his recovery and prepare plans for now. Still, his tactics would crumble if Miss Nine brought him in front of a rank 8 cultivator. His potential had no limits, but his centers of power were in the 7th rank. They couldn't give Noah what he needed to face that threat. If only I could destroy this item, Noah thought as he glanced toward the invisible wall. I need to find a solution quickly, or I might really die. Noah had yet to lose hope about his situation. He was far away from the outer lands, his allies didn't know where he was, but he wasn't ready to give up just yet. As long as Noah breathed, he would fight to live another day. It didn't matter how harsh his situation was. He would sacrifice every fiber of his existence to keep moving forward. I can't use the cursed sword, Noah thought as the light of the divine deduction technique illuminated the insides of his mind. The blade might free me, but I will die due to its drawbacks. I might survive with a body in the upper tier, but I can't gather energy for the breakthrough here. Countless plans ran through Noah's mind. Ideas surged and crumbled as he evaluated every possible tactic that could lead to his escape. The companions are too weak, Noah thought. My ambition can't give them enough power. I don't even know how much Darkness Night needs to improve. It's pointless to consider them when my centers of power are closer to the breakthroughs. Noah could feel that his existence contained something that could help him, but he struggled to find it. Then, a realization hit him. He was relying on a technique created by a different cultivator to come up with a solution. The divine deduction technique had reached its limits, and it was time to improve it. The divine deduction technique had accompanied Noah since he was a mere rank 3 cultivator. Divine Demon's ability had allowed him to ignore some of the harshest requirements in the creation of spells and arts. It had also been a core element in the procedure that had led to his hybrid body. Still, the divine deduction technique inherited by Noah couldn't go past the 7th rank. Divine Demon had left a polished version in the lower plane before his ascension, but Noah had to modify it now. He needed something that suited his existence since his level was surpassing what the ability could accomplish. How can I improve it? Noah thought as he meditated inside the quasi-rank 8 sphere. The cultivators under him continued to give voice to loud taunts, and Miss Nine never left the spot above the sphere. Yet, Noah ignored everything and focused on the divine deduction technique. Noah had scarce knowledge of the inscription method used to create the divine deduction technique. His expertise had always covered techniques that involved intense wills. His modifications could ruin the lines on his mental sphere if he didn't pay enough attention. The lines were also inside the fabric of his mental sphere. Noah could risk hurting his mind if he failed to improve the technique. He would typically spend entire years meditating over various approaches since the procedure could cause many problems, but his current situation didn't allow him to be careful. Noah had to improve the divine deduction technique. His very life was at stake. Nothing else in his arsenal could give him a chance to escape that prison. The first issues that Noah had to face were his lack of materials and his shortage of energy. The inscribed sphere separated him from the outside world, so he didn't have access to the breath in the environment. Noah overcame that problem through his black hole. The 4th center of power could reassemble primary energy to create darkness, allowing Noah to turn his stash of magical beasts into fuel for his Danteon. That was only a temporary solution. Noah couldn't improve in that condition. He had a limited amount of energy for his experiments, but that had to be enough. Death would come for him otherwise. How can I improve it? Noah wondered as he used the divine deduction technique to search for a solution to his problem. What can I use to transform this technique into one of my powerful assets? His first idea involved the black hole, but Noah quickly rejected that thought. His fourth center of power could already improve the capabilities of his mind. His years spent benefiting from those advantages had made him understand that the two organs couldn't fuse. His second idea involved his ambition. His incredible law could automatically improve anything in its range. However, the divine deduction technique was already part of his mind. His individuality could only force its overall level to grow. That wasn't enough for Noah. He needed a transformation, not simple empowerment. He wouldn't be in that situation otherwise. Noah soon exhausted his ideas. He knew his existence and the abilities that made him defy common logic better than anyone else. Nothing in his body could give him the transformation that he needed. He couldn't even use his unstable substance since his mind lacked black vessels. Modifying his body again was also out of the question. The experiments on his lungs had made his tissues reach their limits. It must be something that doesn't originate from my body, Noah concluded in his mind before cursing loudly. Where can I even find such a material in this place? The environment inside the sphere was his greatest limit. Noah couldn't hunt and had a limited amount of energy. Miss Nine had forced him into a seemingly hopeless situation. Is this the end? Noah wondered as he opened his eyes and looked toward the white sky. Noah still recalled his first life. He had now lived far more than any other human in his first world. He had lived long enough to forget his age. Yet those millennia failed to satisfy him. He still wanted to experience many things. Noah had barely explored the divine ranks. He was only a powerful rank 7 existence, but the cultivation journey could offer him far more. I have yet to reach the sky, Noah thought as the whiteness of the immortal lands filled his vision. I have yet to see the stars. His dream had never changed throughout the millennia. Noah wanted to pierce the sky and reach the stars beyond that whiteness. Intense defiance had always accompanied those images, and ideas featuring sharp destruction inevitably surged in his mind. A strange idea formed as Noah stared at the white sky. He had realized something while his wild thoughts ran through his mind and stirred his desire to live. Noah had a force that didn't initially originate from his existence. He didn't consider it before because he couldn't control it properly. Yet he had no other choice at that point. The cursed sword could make Noah's bloodlust explode. Those violent thoughts were wild energy that he had only suppressed in the past. Still, they appeared as the only material that could force the divine deduction technique to improve. An unstoppable energy that seeks to destroy everything, Noah thought as he dived deep into his mind to search his scarlet thoughts. It always ends like this with me. I should stop striving for stability. His dark mental sea hid a scarlet core in its depths. That spot resembled a tumor that strived to take control of Noah's mind. It carried his most violent thoughts and wildest desires. That scarlet mental energy depicted bloody memories. Noah's harshest battles were there, along with desires that came from his instincts. Interacting with the cursed sword had given birth to that lump of red mental energy. The weapon had forced Noah's mind to condense his bloodlust. That scarlet mass had also fed on the blade's aura, becoming denser and ready to scatter through the rest of the mental sea. Noah's mental energy was atypical and could suppress that red lump, but ordinary cultivators would have to fight against that bloodlust often to keep it cornered in the depths of their minds. The cursed sword stayed true to its name. It was a weapon that could make anyone insane. These are nothing more than thoughts tainted by bloodlust, Noah thought as his ethereal figure cut a piece of the red mass. In theory, the divine deduction technique should accept them even in this form. Noah flew out of his mental sea and placed those red thoughts on one of the lines in the mental walls. The tainted mental energy dispersed, and the divine deduction technique activated. A sharp force ran through Noah's mind. Chaos spread through his consciousness as the divine deduction technique showed its effects. That sensation lasted for less than an instant, but Noah didn't forget to memorize the images that appeared in his vision. The divine deduction technique would usually enhance the capabilities of his mind, but its effects were different at that time. Noah's thoughts ran faster as expected from the ability, but they didn't feature his usual calmness. In the short instant under the effect of the divine deduction technique, Noah had countless ideas on how to better destroy everything around him. His focus had been on the sphere, but his thoughts didn't stop there. When the bloodlust fueled the divine deduction technique, Noah obtained intense destructive thoughts that gave him ideas on how to turn the world into ashes. When Noah thought about it, it felt almost natural that his tainted mental energy would give birth to bloodthirsty ideas. The divine deduction technique enhanced the capabilities of his mind, but its effects also depended on the type of fuel used to activate it. That brief moment of enlightenment wasn't enough to provide a solution to his problem. Noah had to find a way to destroy the sphere and escape from his awful situation, but his hope had intensified now. My bloodlust can be a source of destructive thoughts. Noah contemplated inside the silence of the quasi-rank 8 sphere. I wonder what the divine deduction technique would be able to produce if I harmonized its lines with that feeling. His short enlightenment had been the product of the original divine deduction technique. The ability had a general use and could create solutions for different tasks. However, if Noah's modifications could transform the technique into something that could only generate destructive thoughts, its efficiency would multiply. He couldn't even begin to fathom how powerful it could become. A possible solution was in his reach, but Noah hesitated. Applying those modifications to the divine deduction technique would make it lose part of its abilities. Noah had mainly created weapons throughout his life, but he had also given birth to expressions of life. His hybrid body was one of those products. Changing the divine deduction technique would forever separate it from one of the core aspects of his law. The decision wasn't easy, but Noah couldn't find another solution. He couldn't escape from the quasi-rank 8 sphere in his current condition, and reaching the rank 8 existence unprepared could only lead to his death. "It's time to move," Miss 9 said as she stood on the sphere. The cultivators around the pagoda opened a path that allowed her to drag the sphere on the ground. The experts continued to mock Noah, but his gaze was empty when it fell on their ecstatic faces. "Maybe I don't have to sacrifice anything," Noah thought as countless faces ran through his vision. "I would only lose part of my creations. I can still build creatures meant only to destroy." Noah had already made a decision, but he was trying to justify it inside his mind. There would be no turning back after his experiments began. He had to be entirely sure that his approach wouldn't create conflicts in his existence. "It can work," Noah concluded once Miss 9 dragged him outside of the mansion. "I never create defensive items anyway. It seems only proper that I force my attention to converge on destructive products." Miss Canson, a few liquid-stage cultivators, and 2 solid-stage experts joined Miss 9. Felicia was among them. Her complexion was awful, and she often shot hateful glances toward Noah. Yet she didn't speak. A faint trace of respect also appeared in her eyes whenever they fell on the insides of the sphere. Felicia was one of the few experts in the world who could understand Miss 9's decision to bring Noah in front of a rank 8 cultivator. She had tasted Noah's power, and she couldn't blame her companion for taking so many precautions. The group moved quickly. Miss 9 sat on the inscribed item that began to levitate under the effects of her consciousness. The other experts flew around her, creating a defensive formation that blocked part of Noah's vision. It was clear that they didn't want Noah to escape. Their attention never wavered even if he was inside a quasi-rank 8 item. It was as if they believed that he could pull something strange off. Noah guessed that the experts were flying toward the Crystal City. He didn't know how far that was, but he couldn't waste even a second. Death waited for him at the end of that travel. He had to create something that could make him escape before the experts reached their destination. "I can't hesitate anymore," Noah thought as he prepared for the procedure. His ethereal figure dived back into the mental sea and grabbed all the tainted mental energy he could carry. Then, he resurfaced to feed those thoughts to the divine deduction technique. Noah didn't focus on the quasi-rank 8 sphere now. His attention went on the whole divine deduction technique. He wanted his bloodlust to tell him how to modify that ability to transform it into a source of destructive creations. Countless bloodthirsty ideas filled Noah's mind, but he filtered them to memorize only the most feasible. Many random thoughts had also appeared in that stream of violent images, but he quickly discarded them. Not yet, Noah thought as he repeated the process. The bloodlust accumulated at the bottom of his mental sea wasn't enough to lead him toward a solution, but Noah could generate that feeling endlessly. He only needed to summon his cursed sword to taint his thoughts again. The quasi-rank 8 sphere isolated his influence, so Noah could make the cursed sword come out of his chest without alerting the experts around him. Yet, he still arched his back to hide his torso and cover the weapon with his robe. The process continued until Noah understood what he had to do to modify the divine deduction technique. That answer slightly surprised him, but he couldn't deny its effectiveness. Noah wouldn't use the elemental forging method nor his will-consuming runes. He lacked proper materials for the former, and he didn't know the theory behind the divine deduction technique enough to effect it with intense wills. He would use the inscription method learnt from the natives of the other world to modify the ability. Noah would expose the lines of the divine deduction technique to his bloodlust to slowly change their nature. Of course, Noah couldn't wait for too long. The original inscription method could take years to show its effects, but he needed immediate results. Modifying the divine deduction technique wouldn't be the end of his plan to escape. It was nothing more than the beginning. Noah needed the new ability to find a solution to his issue. Time to go all out. Noah thought as the spherical rune that he used to enlarge his mind came out of his forehead and dispersed the dark matter in its insides. His mind felt far lighter after Noah removed that pressure, but that feeling wouldn't last. After reabsorbing the dark matter, he filled the empty spherical rune with tainted mental energy. That spherical rune weighed far less than before since the mental energy was lighter than the dark matter. Noah could store many more of them inside his mind without reaching its structural limits. Still, as he created more spherical runes and filled them with bloodlust, his mind soon began to hurt. Noah didn't feel satisfied with a slow but constant modification. He wanted to accelerate the process, so he covered the divine deduction technique's lines with many runes. His mind grew unstable with so many runes radiating bloodlust near its walls. Snor's ethereal figure even hid inside the mental sea to avoid that dangerous influence. His mental walls suffered under that destructive force, but Noah endured the pain, using his dark matter to reinforce his mind's structure and keep it stable. As the bloodlust continued to fall on the mental walls, the lines of the divine deduction technique slowly changed. Initially, they were nothing more than marks ready to lit up. Yet, they began to transform into scarlet strings that illuminated his mind. Miss Nine and the other cultivators of the Crystal City continued to drag Noah through the regions of the Immortal lands. They flew, ignoring the fauna and avoiding any human settlement that appeared in their range. Noah also ignored the environment. He couldn't understand where he was, and that knowledge wouldn't affect his priorities. His plan didn't depend on how close he was to the Crystal City. The many spherical runes filled with his bloodlust had never stopped modifying the divine deduction technique. The ability was almost ready. It only needed a few more weeks to transform. His mind was almost at its limit, but Noah endured the internal pressure. His pain didn't matter in that situation. He was even willing to injure his mental walls if that gave him a chance to survive that situation. His black hole helped immensely during the process. The fourth center of power could understand how desperate Noah's situation was and redirected all its energy toward his mind. His ambition also helped in the matter. Noah didn't lie when he said that Miss Nine's concern had improved his potential. His law was forcing his mind to remain stable because it sensed Noah's desire to defy that hopeless situation. The travel was mostly silent. The experts didn't speak. They limited themselves to exchange glances and shoot hateful glares at Noah. Noah also remained silent. His focus was elsewhere. The various glares that landed on his figure couldn't break his concentration. His whole consciousness was inside his mind, ensuring that his mental walls didn't crumble due to the insane internal pressure. As the group continued to fly, they eventually reached a vast plain that featured a few white buildings. Those structures had the shape of small castles, and a few troops surveilled the area. Those experts were nothing special. They were a small platoon of gaseous stage cultivators that defended one of the many lands under the control of the Crystal City. The cultivators performed deep bows when they saw Miss Nine and her group. They even prepared a banquet and a series of materials to help the guests cultivate and recover after the long travel. The group remained for a few days inside those castles before setting off again. The gaseous stage cultivators flew with them and escorted the experts during their travel. Noah had ignored that event. He opened his eyes only after he completed the modifications to his divine deduction technique, and a surprised gasp almost escaped his mouth when he gazed at the army. His potential couldn't help but increase again when he saw that his warden's number had increased. Still, Noah didn't have the time to enjoy that sensation. His technique was finally complete. It was time to test its effects. The lines of the divine deduction technique had become red. They ran through Noah's mental walls and radiated a dim light that shone on his dark mental sea. Faint, violent thoughts leaked out of those lines and spread both inside and outside his mental sphere. It seemed that the forceful modification applied by his spherical runes had also changed part of the nature of his mental walls. His dark mental energy suppressed the violent thoughts that flew inside his mind and stored them at the bottom of his mental sea. However, those leaking outside of his mental walls surrounded him with a scarlet halo that carried an intense bloodlust. If the other experts could sense his aura, they would notice that Noah appeared more threatening now. He gave off the impression that he could attack anyone for no reason at all. That appearance didn't reflect his actual mindset. Noah was calm, calmer than he had ever been in his entire life. He stored the spherical runes containing his bloodlust and let his mind heal properly. Then, he began testing his new technique. Initially, Noah tried to activate the lines through his normal mental energy, but they rejected it. They didn't want those pure and calm thoughts. Only a power that suited their nature could flow through their structure. Noah's expectations increased at that sight. The steeper their requirements were, the better their effects would be once he managed to activate them. He couldn't wait to see what those lines could produce. His ethereal figure went to the bottom of his mental sea to pick a handful of bloodlust before flying toward the mental walls. The scarlet lines accepted that energy, and an intense red light filled the entirety of Noah's mind after the technique activated. A wave of bloodthirsty ideas filled Noah's mind. He could barely make out what he was seeing during that sudden enlightenment, but his consciousness managed to capture a few images. His focus had been on the quasi-rank 8 sphere. The ideas generated by the modified divine deduction technique concerned that item. They described countless approaches that could lead to the destruction of that invisible fabric. Some of those ideas saw Noah detonating part of his body to obtain enough power to destroy the inscribed item. The new divine deduction technique didn't care about his well-being. It only wanted to defeat his targets without minding what he had to sacrifice to achieve that. Noah didn't immediately discard those ideas. A few of them were interesting, but they would force him to forever sacrifice part of his physical strength. They wanted him to turn some limbs and organs into disposable weapons meant only to destroy the sphere. Noah was desperate, but he didn't want to sacrifice his power. He put away those ideas for now and activated the scarlet lines again. He would consider those options only if the technique didn't find anything better. That process continued for a while. Noah even relied on the cursed sword to produce more bloodlust. His mind began to suffer again due to the stressful activity, but Noah could only endure for now. A decent idea arrived at some point. It still involved a sacrifice, but Noah was willing to make the trade. The outcome wouldn't even make him lose the spell forever. It would only turn it into something that he couldn't hope to control. Divine experts fought through domains. Their influence would affect an area and transform it into their world. Techniques like the Dark World usually worked on cultivators that didn't surpass Noah's level, so he rarely relied on them anymore. One of those techniques was the demonic form spell. That ability had accompanied Noah since his first steps into the cultivation journey, but it had slowly lost power as the quality of his opponents improved. Every powerhouse in the lower plane had developed countermeasures to his corrosive smoke. The divine experts could deploy suitable defenses even if they weren't aware of the properties of the demonic form. Noah had to stop relying on that spell since it was too hard to touch his opponents with his corrosive smoke. The technique wasn't as effective as his slashes, even after he fused it with the Black Mark spell. Noah couldn't apply its corrosive effects even with the help of the Dark World. He mostly used it to obtain a slight improvement in his physical strength or as a layer of armor. That was its limit in the Immortal lands. Still, the new divine deduction technique had shown him a path. Noah could modify the demonic form and transform it into a weapon meant only to destroy. He could turn it into something that could break the hard structure of the inscribed sphere. A cold smile appeared on Noah's face, but his metallic hair prevented the experts around him from seeing his expression. The new divine deduction technique was perfect for his existence. It gave him exactly what he needed. It allowed him to identify the destructive potential of his abilities. This name doesn't suit the ability anymore, Noah thought as he focused on the scarlet lines. Divine Demon will forgive me if I rename his technique. I will call it demonic deduction, to honor its first creation. At first, Noah's demonic deductions were nothing more than basic ideas. Bloodthirsty thoughts accumulated in his mind and took the shape of outlines or approaches. Proper ideas slowly began to form as the small army continued to fly through the Immortal lands. Noah had an advantage in that project. He had already modified the demonic form spell. That diagram couldn't hide much from him anymore. The demonic deduction technique soon put Noah on an unexpected path. The most feasible approach saw him transforming the spell into a peculiar living being. His experience in the creation of blood companions and his knowledge of the magical beasts field made Noah the perfect expert for the task. The demonic form also had high destructive capabilities. It turned out to be relatively easy to create a general outline for his new weapon. Noah had already treated the demonic form spell as a living being. Still, his previous project had only modified its nature. Now, he needed to transform those black roots into something far more powerful. Since it was a spell, the demonic form fed on his darkness and mental energy. Its diagram was even unique since its power depended on the Xianxia runes. Noah didn't have the time to remove that requirement from the spell. He wished to separate the ability from those rare materials completely, but his situation didn't allow him to spend entire years rebuilding the diagram. To think that this turned out to be useful, Noah thought when his focus moved on the insides of the separate space. The piece of fur depicting the 7th Xianxia rune was there. Noah lacked valuable materials, but it seemed that his decision to keep that item had granted him a chance to survive. As his deductions continued, a plan also took form. His situation didn't allow him to gather energy, but he had a quasi-rank 8 inscribed item around him. Its invisible walls had to contain an immense amount of power. That could become the fuel required for his breakthroughs. The experts around Noah could guess that he was planning something, but they couldn't even imagine how incredible his ideas were. Noah managed to keep most of the tests inside his mind and separate space, so his wardens never understood what he was up to. Once Noah made sure that his approach could work, he began experimenting on the black roots entangled on the Xianxia runes. He desired to transform that diagram into something more interactive. He wanted to give it a destructive will. Noah slowly separated the various roots from the Xianxia runes. He had to create the dark world inside his mind to make sure that the spell didn't suffer any damage in the process. The workshop also helped in perfecting that procedure. Noah felt like a surgeon operating on a diagram. The dark world allowed him to create fake Xianxia runes that could keep the spell temporarily alive. Meanwhile, the workshop modified its structure, condensing it and improving its innate abilities. Once Noah felt satisfied with the modifications, he approached the most challenging part of the procedure. He could still put back the spell on the Xianxia runes now, but the following steps could lead to irreversible damages. It was time to give the diagram a will. Noah had reached the point when he had to transform the spell into a living being. Noah had no wills available. He couldn't replicate what he had done with Snore, and he couldn't even make a copy of his personality since that could lead to many problems. Still, his ambition could improve anything in the world. Stones would become metal under his influence, and something similar could happen to the demonic form. Noah could even force his ambition to focus on his spell. He severed pieces of his ethereal figure, filled them with his law, and turned them into a shining dark powder. The process didn't stop there. Noah had to maximize his creation's destructiveness, so he relied on his bloodlust to gather all the violent memories connected to the demonic form. The number of those memories was immense. Noah had relied on the demonic form since his escape from the Bulvin mansion. Almost all his battles featured that ability. After Noah condensed those violent thoughts, he fused them with the dark ethereal dust. A strange substance came out of that process, but he didn't waste time analyzing it. The destructive force that it radiated was enough to tell him that it would suit the spell. Through the workshop, Noah fused the dark roots with that dark red substance. The spell condensed even more, and it soon transformed into a minute stem covered in spikes. The stem slowly grew. That improvement didn't only involve its size. The spell had transformed into a unique plant that was slowly giving birth to a strange flower. An intense pressure filled Noah's mind when the flower came out of the minute stem. The plant had black petals and a black pistil. It was so dark that even his mental waves couldn't wholly grasp its form. Moreover, his mental energy struggled to come near the plant. They would crumble whenever they gathered around its structure. A destructive aura surrounded the whole spell. The destructive aura wasn't only a natural consequence of the new structure. The plant seemed to desire those effects. It wanted to corrode anything in its range. That intense desire eventually started to affect the dark world. Noah saw his dark matter crumbling under the destructive properties of the spell's aura. It even reached the point when he couldn't contain it in that safe environment anymore. Noah didn't care about the damage that his mind could suffer if that spell went wild. His main concern was the well-being of the plant. In its current form, the plant lacked any foundation. It didn't have the Xianxia runes. "Can't Knight do this?" the demonic sword asked when Noah gave the order. The living blade didn't like what Noah had asked it to do, but he didn't have time to discuss. His hand shot inside the separate space and grabbed the demonic sword, which condensed its body until it became nothing more than a minute knife. Blood for the mental link, Noah thought as he pierced his palm. A suitable terrain where the plan can grow, Noah thought as his mental energy flowed inside the separate space and covered the seventh Xianxia rune. The modified spell which has yet to take its first breath. Noah thought as his dark matter transported the plant from his mind to his separate space. Noah used the demonic sword to gather his blood and cut away a piece of his skin. He then covered the Xianxia rune with those materials before placing the dark world around it. The workshop activated and prepared the fusion between the piece of fur and the plant. The spell instinctively attached itself to the rune, and roots began to grow from its base. The destructive aura surrounding the plant intensified, and a shrill noise spread through the separate space after the fusion ended. The spell had spoken for the first time, and Noah could hear its voice inside his head. "Welcome to the world, my creature of pure destruction," Noah said in his mind. But a voice coming from the outside world suddenly made him focus on his surroundings. "We have arrived," Miss Nine said as an immense palace appeared in the distance. Noah didn't initially feel that because he had been too focused on his project, but he couldn't miss it once his attention went on the outside world. A purple forest appeared in his view. Tall trees filled the land, and a few white rivers ran through that azure terrain. Noah couldn't see any magical beast from his position, but he felt that he couldn't find any of them even if the sphere didn't limit his senses. The environment appeared too perfect. The trees lacked claw marks, the ground didn't have any crack, and the rivers lacked ripples. It seemed that the entire region stood still. Nothing moved. The only trace of life in the region was the oppressive aura that filled the whole area. Noah could feel it from inside the inscribed sphere. He could even understand the level of the beings that radiated it. 2 rank 8 cultivators, Noah thought as he moved his attention back on the separate space. "I'm too late." Noah was exhausted. He had tested non-stop during the travel, and he didn't even take breaks during the actual procedure. His mind was in deep need of rest. He was in no condition to make a grand escape. The plant wasn't ready either. Noah had just planted the demonic form into its new environment. The roots had to spread, and the destructive aura had to stabilize before he could use his new asset to break the sphere. "It seems that I have to face rank 8 cultivators," Noah concluded as he closed his eyes to maximize his recovery speed. The destructive aura radiated by the plant continued to intensify. Noah didn't completely know its effects, but he didn't affect its growth. Noah didn't care if the plant grew out of his control. His first opponent was a quasi-rank 8 inscribed item. He needed all the power he could get. The army performed polite bows toward the immense palace in the distance before resuming the travel. The experts soon landed in front of a tall gate that opened to reveal the majestic insides of the structure. Noah didn't see any of that. His consciousness couldn't expand, and his eyes were closed. His entire focus was on his condition. He was about to face the harshest battle of his life. "Are you still planning something?" Miss Nine mocked him when she saw his state. "You are in Madame Canson's range now. You can put away your hopes." Noah didn't even hear her. His concentration was unbreakable. Her voice was nothing more than a buzzing noise in his ears. Still, the insides of the palace hid someone that could force Noah to open his eyes. As the group moved through the various large halls and spacious gardens, he heard a voice that made him unable to concentrate. "I'm sorry," an old-looking man with long white hair said. "I didn't think my actions would lead to this." Noah opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze when he saw Shandal standing near one of the corridor's tall doors. Shame filled his expression. He barely seemed the same god that Noah had met in the lower plane. Noah didn't immediately speak. His eyes remained fixed on the expert as countless thoughts filled his mind. Then, he opened his mouth to give voice to a simple but meaningful question. "Who?" Noah asked. "Who ascended?" Shandal couldn't reach the immortal lands on his own. He had to cross the passages opened by other divine cultivators during their ascension. Noah had seen Shandal leave the main world during the invasion of the eternal snakes. He knew which powerhouses were in the other mortal plane. There was a high chance that the answer would feature familiar names. "I am truly sorry," Shandal repeated without giving a proper answer. A familiar man crossed the door behind Shandal at that point. Noah recognized him. He was Ethan Sailbird, the expert that he had offended during the secret auction. "You have no idea what we have prepared for you," Ethan said. "I must admit that you have been difficult to capture. Yet we will make an example out of you." Noah's mind grew cold when he heard those words. His black hole spun faster as the bloodlust radiated from his mental walls intensified. He knew how influential large organizations were, and a few guesses inevitably appeared in his mind. Shandal had connections in the immortal lands. He had allies who had taught him about the complex political environment of the higher plane. It wasn't hard to guess that some forces were already aware of him. Noah had arrived in the same landing zone that Shandal had used for millennia. That area was under the control of the Crystal City. It made sense that those fanatics could understand whether Noah and Shandal knew each other. Most of his friends had migrated to the other world after the invasion of the Eternal Snakes, but those mortal lands were relatively close. Noah wouldn't be surprised if they shared the same landing zone or if those areas were close. With the influence generated by two large organizations working together, it wasn't hard to target Noah's allies. Shandal was even on their side. Those realizations could only fill Noah's mind with worry. "Who has ascended?" Noah asked again, and Ethan exploded into a loud laugh. Shandal lowered his head even more. He didn't want to look at Noah's cold gaze, and he also wished to avoid those questions. However, his shame forced him to say something. "You don't know what it feels to have a second chance after millennia spent wandering between two planes," Shandal said. "I can finally cultivate again. My journey isn't over." "Who have you sacrificed for that?" Noah asked as roars mixed with his voice. The group reached an immense hall at that point. Two thrones stood at the center of that room. White and purple crystals made the first one, while the second resembled a simple metallic seat. A beautiful woman sat on the crystal throne. Her features resembled Miss Canson's, but she wore a cold expression that the weak expert lacked. The other throne was empty, but a man supported his back on its side. The expert had long black hair and a pair of dark eyes. He was slender, and his expression radiated a slyness rarely seen on the natives of the immortal lands. Those 2 experts were rank 8 cultivators. They were the source of the oppressive auras that filled the whole land. Their influence could spread as far as the region's edges, and they carried enough power to suppress every existence in their range. The quasi-rank 8 sphere tried to shield Noah from their influence, but the item failed to block their dense auras. If the experts wanted to, they could crush Noah while he was inside that prison. "This is the creature who has caused so many problems?" Madame Canson asked without moving her gaze. "Yes," Miss Nine shouted as she kneeled on the floor. The other experts around her did the same. They all kneeled toward one of the pillars of the Crystal City. "Don't worry, young one," Madame Canson said as she kept looking straight in front of her. "Your execution won't start yet. You have to understand the gravity of your actions first." The wall in front of her moved after her line, and a vast garden appeared in Noah's view. The hall also went upward, lifting all the experts above that new environment. Noah inspected the garden, and his eyes inevitably widened when he saw 5 familiar figures hidden behind a few trees in the distance. June, Flying Demon, Dreaming Demon, Faith, and Daniel were using the vegetation as a cover. Noah's old companions were there in the Crystal City. They were all rank 7 cultivators in the gaseous stage, but their condition appeared relatively poor. Injuries filled their bodies. Their complexion was pale, and even their auras didn't manage to spread far. They didn't show signs of torture. It seemed that they had just gone through a long and harsh battle. "They are your friends, right?" Miss Canson said as she straightened her position and neared her mother's throne. "The Crystal City despises magical beasts and hybrids, but they are useful for certain entertainments." Noah ignored her. His whole attention remained on his 5 friends, and his emotions couldn't help but burst out of his figure as memories filled his mind. He had shared most of his life in the lower plane with those 5 cultivators. 2 of them were good friends that Noah had saved from certain death. Faith and Daniel had followed him since forever, and June was his longed lover. Noah couldn't express how he felt. The Crystal City had managed to surprise him. That force had his companions, and it was now using them to punish him. "Shandal," Noah said as low growls escaped his mouth. "Is this what you have worked for 50,000 years? I thought you wanted to defy heaven and earth." "I can't defy heaven and earth at my level," Shandal replied as the shame in his expression intensified. "My cultivation level had the priority. Also, I didn't expect the secret organization to help the Crystal City." "The secret organization?" Noah asked. Noah had initially thought that Shandal worked for the Crystal City, but it seemed that his allies were part of the secret organization. His eyes went on the 2nd-rank 8 cultivator at that point. That expert was the only figure that Noah couldn't identify. "Don't act so surprised," the rank 8 expert said as a slight smirk appeared on his face. "Did you really think that you could place a spy among us? We might not be as united as the other organizations, but we know how to find traitors better than anyone else." The man glanced toward Madame Canson, and she nodded toward her daughter. Miss Canson then pointed at one of the doors in the hall, and 2 cultivators came out of it. One of the cultivators was God's right hand. Pride filled his expression, and his liquid stage aura spread through the hall. The expert was dragging a poor-looking liquid stage expert who had clearly been through many tortures. Noah recognized the other cultivator. He didn't have any hair left. He had lost one of his eyes, and part of the skin on his face had disappeared. No aura came out of him, and his hands lacked a few fingers. Fergie was almost unrecognizable, but Noah managed to see past his injuries. The expert's face lacked any expression. He barely appeared to be alive at all. "The technique you used to control him is quite peculiar," the rank 8 expert continued. "But he continued to keep you a secret even after it ran out. How did you even obtain such loyalty? We have tortured him for years, but he never mentioned your name. Luckily, connecting the dots has been easy after we talked with Madame Canson." "Luke," Madame Canson said, "do not say my name so casually. You are only the leader of a cell in an organization that doesn't dare to work in the open. Remember who allows you all to exist." "Right," Luke replied. "I forgot about your temper. Please, accept my apologies." The two rank 8 auras suddenly intensified. A clash between influences happened in the hall and flung away all the experts gathered around the thrones. Only Noah could avoid facing those auras since the quasi-rank 8 item absorbed part of their power. Still, that influence managed to make him slam on the invisible walls of his prison. The two experts eventually withdrew their auras and began to ignore each other. The other cultivators went back to their position, and some of them descended in the garden to activate hidden mechanisms. "You wanted to know the secret behind my power," Miss Nine suddenly said as she neared the sphere and opened her robe. Noah glanced at her bare chest and saw that a purple crystal had fused with her skin. Rank 8 power flowed out of that material and spread through her body, improving her overall prowess. "Madame Canson can empower all of us," Miss Nine continued. "She has done the same to that failure of a god. You couldn't beat me. You will have no chance with her." Madame Canson didn't seem concerned that her underling was revealing the nature of her power. The other experts in the hall even nodded at those lines. Noah understood what was happening. His punishment had already begun. Those fanatics wanted to make him lose hope before the show started. "I can let your woman survive if you beg me," Ethan said as he also neared the sphere. "She would have to satisfy my guards every day. But I give you my word that I won't kill her." Noah glanced toward Chandel. His face showed no emotions, and the sphere blocked his influence. Still, the expert could almost sense the pure anger radiated by his reptilian pupils. "Don't blame him," Miss Canson said as she stepped forward. "Blame yourself. You have offended too many organizations without having enough power to defend your friends. This isn't the lower plane. You are nothing more than a promising asset here." The landing zones were Noah's miscalculation. He didn't expect Chandel's betrayal, so he didn't think that they would be a problem for June and the others. He believed that they could swear the oath and fly away. Roars began to echo through the area at that point. Massive shapes appeared in the garden. They were magical beasts in the lower and middle tier. That was the treatment that the Crystal City had given to June and the others during their imprisonment. "Your law forces anything around you to improve," Luke said as he scratched his head. "You and Madame Canson are actually similar. That Fergie has improved faster than ever while he was under your control. It's a pity that he didn't improve quickly enough." The experts in the hall sat on the floor and began to watch the magical beasts advancing through the garden. The creatures could sense June's group, so they quickly ran in their direction. Noah moved his attention to his separate space. The new demonic form was almost ready, and his mind had long since stopped hurting. He had returned to his peak, and the spell only needed a few minutes to stabilize. He was almost ready to fight, but his current situation made him hesitate. Noah had a slim chance to escape on his own, but he couldn't save his companions. It was simply impossible to do that with two rank 8 cultivators controlling the area. Noah had to leave his companions there. He had no other option but to attempt a miraculous escape and abandon his lifelong friends. The Crystal City had prepared a trap that he couldn't completely overcome. Noah had survived through countless harsh situations, and he had also made many difficult decisions throughout his life. However, the Crystal City had put him in front of a challenge that he didn't know how to overcome. June, Daniel, Faith, Flying Demon, and Dreaming Demon were hiding from the magical beasts. Two rank 8 cultivators were in the hall with Noah, and an army of divine experts also encircled the area. Noah was even inside one of the headquarters of the Crystal City. It was safe to say that he had never felt so hopeless and angry throughout his entire life. Noah glanced behind him. Fergie's figure reminded him of William during his final meeting with Thomas Bulvin. Noah felt as if heaven and earth were mocking him. He had never expected his situation to become so awful after a single battle. A single defeat has led to this, Noah thought as he closed his eyes. That scene was too much to bear, but Noah soon reopened his eyes to fix them on his companions. He hated his powerlessness, but a stronger feeling eventually took over his mind. A stronger wave of hatred suppressed his anger and every other emotion that the situation had caused. Noah was the target of that feeling. He hated himself because his instincts had autonomously started to wait for an opportunity. Noah knew that his chance to escape would arrive once the show in the garden reached its end. Everyone would be slightly distracted when the magical beasts slaughtered his companions. That was the perfect opportunity to deploy his plan, but Noah couldn't completely accept that. His body almost moved on its own. Noah's rational side knew that he couldn't do anything in that situation. Saving his companions was impossible, and attempting in that hopeless feat would only lead to his death. Instead, if Noah used their sacrifice to create an opening, he would have a chance to survive. It was pointless to throw away his life. Noah knew that far too well. Still, his emotional side wanted to lay waste to that place and save his friends. Even his vast experience couldn't manage to suppress that feeling. Noah wouldn't attempt any pointless heroic gesture. His very ambition forced him to do everything in his power to survive. He would use his companion's death to escape, but he couldn't avoid feeling that intense hatred toward himself. "You know," Noah said as his growls almost suppressed his human voice, "I had to sacrifice someone dear to me once. The force who put me in that situation doesn't exist anymore." "Did I hear a hint of desperation behind those words?" Miss Nine said as a cold smile appeared on her face. "Definitely. I am desperate," Noah replied. "Still, I can promise you something. It doesn't matter what will happen today. It doesn't matter if my friends survive or not. If I ever live through this situation, you can be sure that the Crystal City won't exist anymore." "Empty threats won't lead you anywhere," Ethan said before exploding into a loud laugh. "Look around you. This outcome was inevitable. You can consider yourself lucky to have lasted for so long." "Don't worry," Noah replied. "I have looked enough, and I didn't forget you. The Sailbird family will also fall. The human domain will have to beg me to leave a few cultivators alive." Ethan laughed, and some cultivators in the hall imitated him. Noah's threats were too unreal, even if they didn't consider his current situation. "I didn't forget about you either," Noah said as he glanced toward Luke. "The secret organization will also pay." "You speak as if you have a chance to survive today," Luke replied in an annoyed tone. "It's always the same with rank 7 existences. You wouldn't be the first to escape similar situations, but your state would remain the same. You are alone against overlords. Your power alone will never amount to anything." "Let me live," Noah replied. "I will prove you wrong." Luke revealed a sly smile before turning toward the garden. The magical beasts had almost reached the 5 experts. The show was about to reach its apex. "I should also give them a chance," Noah thought as he suppressed his survival instincts. "This is a gamble anyway. I might as well make them join it." Noah wouldn't try to save his companions, but they would get a chance to escape if he started his escape a few seconds before the beginning of the battle. Some of them might be able to survive during the chaos. As soon as the magical beasts and the 5 experts began to fight, Noah summoned the demonic form and activated his law. His cultivation level rose, and sharp pain spread from his right palm. Holes appeared on his palm. Noah initially felt surprised by that event, but he accepted that pain when he realized what was happening. The new demonic form didn't seep through his tissues. Its roots had to pierce his skin to appear in the outside world. Roots spread under Noah's skin and came out of his palm. The flower didn't leave the separate space, but its structure absorbed mental energy, darkness, primary energy, and dark matter from Noah's body. Noah's energies weren't fueling the spell. The demonic form was a living being now, so it didn't need external inputs to work. However, it absorbed Noah's power anyway, as if it was a parasite. Noah placed his palm between his crossed legs. The quasi-rank 8 sphere prevented the cultivators from sensing the changes in his cultivation level, and even the rank 8 experts ignored his actions. Madame Canson and Luke could sense that Noah's cultivation level was increasing, but they didn't do anything about it. He was still inside a quasi-rank 8 item in the end, and they expected his struggles anyway. As the battle inside the garden continued, the roots accumulated under Noah. The corrosive aura surrounding them intensified as his ambition fueled the plant, and toxic smoke slowly began to gather in the sphere. The smoke didn't damage Noah, but it acted like his black flames. The roots and the gas were slowly eroding the invisible wall, and the energy they absorbed flowed back inside his body. The plant wanted to take all the energy, but the black hole stopped it. The fourth center of power seized that power before it could reach the core of the demonic form and filled Noah's tissues with it. An intense surge of power filled Noah's body. As expected, the quasi-rank 8 sphere contained an immense amount of energy, and his tissues used it to improve. Noah couldn't face the breakthrough since his ambition had already forced his body to reach the upper tier. However, his tissues stored the absorbed energy and let it fill their fabric. Cracks appeared under Noah. The demonic form was succeeding in shattering the invisible walls, but he couldn't feel any happiness. His eyes never left his companions as he saw the injuries accumulating on their bodies. "Break already!" Noah shouted in his mind, and the demonic form sensed the intensity of his feelings. The flower grew after absorbing more energy from Noah's existence. Its roots also thickened, and the corrosive aura that they carried intensified. Noah grew paler, but the energy coming from the invisible wall restored any damage that the demonic form inflicted. The process was excruciating, but Noah couldn't feel anything while his eyes remained on the garden. The sphere was about to break, but his friends were also about to die. Even if he had decided to begin his escape sooner, he had ended up coordinating his moves with the battle in the garden. His ambition had played him again. "I can't choose who I am," Noah said in his mind in a desperate attempt to focus on his situation, but a flash of golden light suddenly filled the sky above the crystal city. When the light dimmed, a tall pagoda appeared in the sky, together with a familiar army. "My heir!" Divine Demon's voice echoed through the entire region. "I have come to rescue you." Noah couldn't believe in his eyes. Divine Demon stood in front of the pagoda in the sky. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his cultivation level spread in every corner of the region. Nothing could stop his aura. Even the quasi-rank 8 sphere failed to stop Divine Demon's influence. His cultivation level had reached the 8th rank. How did they even find me? Noah wondered without losing his focus on the demonic form. The answer to his doubts quickly arrived. A pale King Elbaz crawled out of one of the roofs of the pagoda. His crown was about to fall. His hair was dirty, and sweat rained from his forehead. King Elbaz was exhausted, and annoyance filled his face. However, an arrogance that Noah didn't fail to recognize brimmed in his eyes. A second-rank 8 aura spread from the army in the sky. Wilfred suddenly became visible on the last roof of the pagoda. He wore a broad smile that radiated an intense bloodlust as he looked toward Madame Canson. "We have finally found you," Wilfred said, and his voice carried shockwaves that destroyed most of the crystals in the hall. The rank 7 experts began to cough blood, but Madame Canson's aura soon covered the hall and protected them from Wilfred's influence. The cultivator also turned her head to look at the hybrid. Her expression remained cold, but a trace of surprise appeared on her face. "Do not worry, my heir," Divine Demon continued. "Your enemies are my enemies. Now, which one of you wants to challenge me?" The white sky turned azure as Divine Demon's influence intensified. The world began to transform and provide energy to the expert. He was ready to go all out. "You can't do anything to us," Luke calmly said. "We have hostages. They will die if you try to touch us." Divine Demon was initially surprised at those words. He had convinced King Elbaz to tamper with the pagoda to find Noah, but he didn't expect the Crystal City to have more hostages. His eyes went toward the garden, where he saw the 5 experts staring at the army. The magical beasts had run away when Divine Demon's aura spread through the environment, so they could focus on their surroundings now. Tears inevitably fell from Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon's eyes. The duo couldn't contain their emotions when they saw that their master had come to rescue them. However, they also understood that something was off. They knew who Divine Demon's heir was. Their eyes suddenly went on the floating hall, but they couldn't see its insides. Still, they could guess who that structure contained. "Oh, you are also here," Divine Demon said when he recognized his disciples. "Remain where you are. We will talk about your punishment later." Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon's expressions froze, but they didn't dare to complain. They focused on the fact that their torture was over and decided to follow their master's orders. "Humans siding with the hybrids," Madame Canson said. "You lot are beyond saving. I will kill your heir in front of your eyes and enjoy seeing your hopes vanish." "I wouldn't suggest it," Divine Demon said before giving voice to a loud snort. "I might have taught my heir's subordinate how to divine this place. But the Legion's priority is to destroy you fanatics. You shouldn't be so arrogant." "I'm no one's subordinate," King Elbaz weakly shouted. "And you didn't teach me anything. You just provided your miraculous energy. How could a rank 7 existence like you even understand?" Divine Demon replied before waving his hand. "Don't be shy. I might teach you something else later on." King Elbaz wanted to complain, but he didn't have any strength left. He laid on the roof and lost consciousness before a hybrid grabbed his body and dragged him away from the battlefield. "You have nothing but words," Luke said. But his eyes suddenly widened when he saw Wilfred kicking the pagoda toward the floating hall. The attack surprised even Divine Demon, who had to deploy an evasive maneuver to dodge the building. Wilfred had thrown the pagoda without even bothering to control his strength. "My heir is there," Divine Demon complained, but Wilfred gave voice to a loud snort. "He is a hybrid," Wilfred said. "He will be fine." Smoke began to come out of the pagoda. Its surfaces started to burn due to the incredible acceleration caused by Wilfred's kick. Even the hybrid showed a worried expression when he saw the speed reached by the structure. "He should be fine," Wilfred corrected himself before shooting after the pagoda. Divine Demon's mental waves grabbed the 5 experts in the garden and threw them in the sky where the other hybrids supported them. Then he also shot after the pagoda. Noah's mind reached an unfathomable level of clarity when he saw June and the others disappearing from the garden. His hatred also vanished and left nothing but anger toward those who had put him in that situation. The demonic form began to drain his body even more. The roots covered the whole item and devoured the energy inside the invisible fabric. Noah felt stronger than ever, but he didn't have the time to bathe in that feeling. When Luke and Madame Canson stepped forward to block the falling pagoda, the quasi-rank 8 sphere shattered, and a cloud of corrosive smoke tried to expand through the entire hall. Noah's aura also surged and revealed his solid-stage cultivation level. Miss 9 waved a hand toward him. An invisible wall was about to slam on Noah's head, but a series of roots covered his figure and allowed him to pierce the attack. The demonic form had devoured the spell before it could touch him. "What is this?" Miss 9 asked before all the other cultivators in the hall shot toward Noah. Snore appeared behind Noah, and Night shot out of his chest. The demonic sword also appeared on his left hand as he pointed his free palm toward Miss 9. The roots coming out of his palm shot forward and pierced every invisible protection deployed by the expert. Still, they bought some time, enough for Miss 9 to deploy a powerful spell. A massive black figure appeared above Noah's head. A metallic wall had formed in the sky and began to fall toward the hall. Miss 9 didn't mind her companions in her offensive. She didn't even care that Ethan was with them. Noah's roots retracted. He swiped the edge of the demonic sword with his right palm before slashing upward. A massive attack came out of his blade, and a large gap appeared on the black wall falling from the sky. The entire hall passed through that gap, and an intense explosion followed that event. The 2 rank 8 cultivators had destroyed the pagoda, but they were now facing Divine Demon and Wilfred. Noah slashed toward Shandal, but a thick black wall appeared on his trajectory. Miss 9 successfully protected the expert, and Noah used that moment of distraction to wield an attack with the white blade. The roots came out of Noah's palm before he completed the attack. The curved slash that flew out of his blade carried a corrosive smoke that tried to spread everywhere in the hall. The auras of the rank 8 experts were suppressing Noah's corrosive smoke, but it still managed to touch some of the cultivators around him. Cries of pain echoed through the sky as the smoke corroded and infected the cultivators. Miss 9 promptly joined her hands and pointed them toward Noah, but a shockwave suddenly ran through the area. Everyone spat blood. Noah wasn't an exception. The 4 rank 8 experts had begun their battle, so the entire area had become a danger zone where rank 7 existences couldn't remain. The shockwaves released by the rank 8 existences were too intense for the experts in the 7th rank. Even Noah couldn't withstand them. His insides shook and shattered every time those tremors spread through the area. The palace crumbled under the intense pressure released by the rank 8 experts. Divine Demon and Madame Canson tried to hold back to preserve their underlings, but Wilfred and Luke didn't care. They launched attacks that carried their full power, creating a moving calamity in a place filled with rank 7 existences. Noah and Miss 9 couldn't continue their battle in those conditions. They could barely keep their bodies together, but they didn't dare to make the first move. The other experts ran away as fast as they could, but Noah and Miss 9 remained still. The expert from the Crystal City preferred to die rather than let him go, and Noah needed more time to deploy the shadow domain around him. "Why don't you leave?" Noah asked as blood flowed out of his mouth. "Why don't you die?" Miss 9 asked as her arm shattered. In a matter of seconds, only Miss 9, Noah, and Fergie remained in the hall. The structure was even falling apart due to the shockwaves that spread through the sky. Everything was about to crumble, and their bodies weren't an exception. "I know that you want to use that strange dimensional technique," Miss 9 said. "I'll make sure that you die before meeting the requirements for its activation." Noah could only reveal a cold smile. The fact that Miss 9 had already guessed his plan shocked him, but it was better to remain silent in that situation. The less she knew, the longer Noah could use the shadow domain as his trump card. "I won't spend the last seconds of my life staring at an enemy," Noah said as growls fused with his human voice. His bloodlust surged even if the cursed sword remained inside the separate space. That feeling was part of Noah's consciousness now. His destruction intensified, and roots came out of his palm again. Noah stored the white sword before pointing his palm toward Miss 9. A shockwave suddenly arrived and destroyed the roots shooting toward the expert, but a faint black gas remained between him and the expert. Flames came out of Noah's mouth at that point. They burned anything in their range before crumbling when another shockwave fell on the hall. A purple radiance came out of Miss 9's chest and protected her already broken body. The faint trace of a rank 8 aura came out of the expert and allowed her to endure the shockwaves. Noah had an incredible body, but Miss 9 had the purple crystal. The two were almost on par when it came to their resilience. Miss 9 could resist as long as him. Damned fanatic! Noah cursed in his mind as he stored the demonic sword. Snore and Night had also returned inside his body. Noah's companions couldn't endure the shockwaves as well as him. He couldn't rely on them in that situation. Noah took a step forward, and a torrent of blood flowed out of his mouth when another shockwave arrived. That didn't manage to stop his advance. It only slowed him down. Noah took a few more steps before another shockwave ran past him. His consciousness began to waver, but he never stopped providing special darkness to the shadow domain. Miss 9 could resist as long as Noah, but she couldn't move. She could only see her opponent drawing close and throwing a punch directed at her face. Noah's fist slammed on an invisible wall, and his right hand opened when he saw that his physical strength wasn't enough to take down that defense. The roots came out of his palm and pierced the invisible wall, allowing him to stretch his hand toward Miss 9. Still, another shockwave arrived, and Noah found himself grabbing Miss 9's robe instead of her head. Noah didn't let that setback stop him. Roots came out of his palm and spread corrosive smoke, but a shockwave turned them into ashes before they could reach Miss 9. A snort came out of Noah's bleeding mouth. Spells and companions were too unreliable in that condition. He had to use his physical strength to be consistent in his offensive. Noah ripped Miss 9's robe open and stabbed his fingers in her chest. Her skin opposed no resistance at all, but a shockwave forced him to stop moving. "I will take this," Noah said as his fingers grabbed the purple crystal and pulled. The crystal didn't want to leave Miss 9's chest no matter how much strength Noah applied. It felt like a core part of her existence, something that Noah couldn't rip out with his sheer power. "Madame Canson has personally awarded me this," Miss 9 said as she exploded into a loud laugh. "What makes you think that you can steal it?" When Miss Nine used the word steal, something unlocked inside Noah's mind. His curiosity intensified, and a deep desire to seize the crystal filled him. The demonic deduction technique activated on its own and fed on the bloodlust accumulated in the mental sea. The black hole also spun faster, and Noah's eyes became as bright as stars. Something strange happened in Noah's vision. A series of strands became visible. They connected every matter in the world, and most of them led far away. Noah didn't know what was happening, but the crystal slowly began to slide away from Miss Nine's chest. The cultivator's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Noah was actually managing to seize that item. Once the crystal was entirely out of Miss Nine's chest, Noah stored it inside the separate space and dived his hand deeper into her body. He soon reached her heart, which exploded when his fingers touched it. Noah didn't stop there. He raised his hand until it reached the base of Miss Nine's neck. The expert didn't move nor try to defend. The loss of the crystal had made her incredibly weak. Noah could kill her on the spot. Still, a series of shockwaves fell on the hall at that point. The force carried by those vibrations shattered the floor and flung Miss Nine away. Noah and Fergie fell toward the garden, and the duo found themselves unable to stop their descent. Creating platforms of breath in that chaotic environment was almost impossible. Fergie was also unconscious, so he couldn't even try to save his life. Snore! Noah shouted inside his mind, and the blood companion began to form under his feet. A shockwave quickly destroyed Snore, but Noah used the creature's dark matter to jump through the sky. He had to return to the area where the shadow domain had expanded to escape, but he had to make a stop first. Noah shot toward Fergie, and the expert disappeared when Noah touched him. The separate space could contain living beings, so he wasn't a problem. Snore reappeared under Noah and allowed him to leap upward. He had enlarged the shadow domain enough to contain him before the fall, but the shockwave had stopped him from entering it. Noah used his blood companion to continue his climb, and he stopped once he reached his last spot. "He is escaping," Miss Nine shouted, and Madame Canson turned to look at Noah's jumping figure. Madame Canson's aura shot toward him, and Noah didn't hesitate to activate the shadow domain. His figure disappeared, but part of the expert's aura had touched him and had forced its way through that dimension. Noah felt a massive force pushing him away. His shoulder broke, but he didn't have time to mind his condition. The attack had made the shadow domain unstable, making Noah fly in a peculiar dimension that bordered the technique. Noah didn't know what was happening, but he couldn't stop. He didn't have any strength left, and his mind could never expand since he continued to cross dimensions during his flight. The attack had thrown him deep into the magical beast's domain. It had made Noah almost teleport in an area that he had never explored. The foreign energy belonging to Madame Canson had made the shadow domain go wild. Noah was inside the layer between the dimensions, but that force had flung him outside the edges of the area created with Miss Void's spell. Once Noah flew out of the shadow domain, the space around him twisted. He began to shift between the void and multiple dimensions that bordered the technique. He flew for thousands of kilometers in the span of a few seconds. The barriers between the dimensions resembled thin watery layers during the process. Noah couldn't help but feel a similarity with King Elba's dimensional tunnel. A slight movement made him cross entire regions, and that process continued until Madame Canson's pushing force ran out. When the force was about to run out, Noah used his remaining strength to push himself into the most stable dimension, which turned out to be the Immortal lands. His head slammed on an azure ground, and his consciousness went dark due to his exhaustion. A chaotic sleep followed those events. Noah's consciousness wanted him awake, but he had accumulated too much stress during the past months. He had gone from an experiment to another without ever taking meaningful breaks. Now that Noah was outside of the quasi-rank 8 sphere, his centers of power could finally feed on the world's energy again. His black hole handled the distribution of that power, and his condition slowly improved during his sleep. The stress that afflicted his mind vanished, and the bloodlust that had tainted his mental walls harmonized with his mind, giving it a faint scarlet shade. His dantian couldn't enlarge on its own, but the black hole made sure that its walls received enough nutrients and that its insides were full of darkness. Noah's body had suffered countless injuries due to the exposition to the battle among rank 8 existences. Madame Cansen's attack had also touched him, and the demonic form had only worsened his condition. Still, Noah had corroded the quasi-rank 8 sphere, and his separate space contained the purple crystal seized by Miss Nine's chest. When his black hole saw that the outside world couldn't provide enough energy for his recovery, it destroyed the item and used its power to nourish his tissues. Noah's body was already near the peak of the middle tier, but the crystal contained Madame Cansen's energy. That wave of power allowed him to meet the requirements for his breakthrough and advance. The black hole handled everything while Noah slept. It even improved his innate absorption of breath to make sure that the breakthrough went smoothly. Needless to say, the demonic sword, Night, and Snore took care of protecting him. They came out of his body on their own and never stopped patrolling the area. Years passed. The black hole only accepted perfection, so it slowly reinforced Noah's tissues until they met its requirements. The organ also had to harmonize the various changes that had involved his mindset, so the process took longer than expected. When Noah opened his eyes, an immense sensation of power filled his mind. The images of the battle in the Crystal City quickly ran through his vision, and his hands instinctively went on his body to check his condition. Surprise appeared on his expression when Noah noticed that his body had reached the upper tier. The breakthrough had gone smoothly, and his black hole had even stored images of the process to keep him updated. That was close, Noah thought as his expression turned cold. Too close. Surviving those types of challenges made cultivators improve quickly, but Noah couldn't accept being completely powerless. His friends would be dead if Divine Demon didn't show up. It was clear that his power had yet to reach the point when he could act as he wished in the Immortal Lands. Noah tried to send a mental message through his inscribed notebook, but no one replied. It seemed that he was too far away from the Legion and his friend to communicate through that item. Where am I? Noah wondered as he straightened his position. Noah recalled what had happened inside the Shadow Domain. He had managed to remain in the Immortal Lands during the teleportation, but he didn't know how far he had gone. His notebook was a rank 7 inscribed item in the lower tier. Noah had seized it from Fergie's group, and he had never dared to waste money to buy a better one. Its range wasn't great, but it was still quite large when he considered the width of the Immortal Lands. How far did I exactly fly? Noah wondered as he inspected his surroundings. His companions were cheering around him, but his eyes focused on the environment. Tall yellow trees filled his vision, and a few mountains stood in the distance. The area appeared empty of magical beasts, but the plants radiated a dangerous aura. I must be deep into the magical beast's domain, Noah concluded in his mind. How long has it been since humans have seen these lands? The Immortal Lands never stopped expanding, but the human domain didn't enlarge. Only the magical beasts benefited from that process, which made their territory basically immense. Noah wouldn't be surprised if even the older organizations ignored how vast it actually was. Noah had created a deep hole in the ground during his landing. He could vaguely guess where the human domain was, so finding the way back home wasn't an issue. However, Noah hesitated. If he went back now, he could very well incur in the same unbeatable enemies. The Crystal City, the Sailbird family, and the secret organization were too powerful for him. Even his recent breakthrough didn't manage to fill the gap that separated him from those forces. If Noah managed to reach the Outer Lands, he could sneak past the human domain and return to the Legion. Still, that wouldn't change his situation. He would be nothing more than a promising hybrid hiding behind a powerful force. June and the others are probably safe, Noah thought as his lover's face appeared in his vision. Noah had seen June only for a brief moment, but that had been enough to sweep away the millennia spent in different planes. She was alive and in the Immortal Lands. They would meet again as long as they remained alive. A warm smile appeared on his face before his cold expression returned. His mind had already decided that he wouldn't try to return to his friends. Noah had done the same during the invasion of the Eternal Snakes. A possible safe situation was behind him, but he wanted to maximize his growth, since his enemies had turned out to be far more fearsome than expected. Going back would force him to hide in the outer lands and use the Legion as a shield. Some experts would be happy to have that backing, but Noah could only see the drawbacks of that situation. I can't take the safe path anymore, Noah thought as he took the bracelets that allowed him to ignore the pressure radiated by the sky. Noah closed his hand into a fist, and the bracelets broke under his physical might. The white light suddenly became a blinding force that pressed on his mind, but he ignored the pressure before stepping toward the forest. The sky was a natural training area. It was an annoying constant pressure, but Noah's mind could benefit from it. Even if being without bracelets made his journey harsher, Noah couldn't give up on the possibility of improving faster anymore. His opponents were rank 8 existences. Noah had to exploit anything he could find to fill the gaps that separated him from those experts. Noah hid his presence with his inscribed robe and dived deep into the forest until he found a decent spot where to dig a cave. The magical plants around him seemed to keep track of his movements, but they didn't react even when he started breaking the terrain. Noah had decided to venture through the magical beast's domain, but he had a few matters to settle first. He didn't cultivate properly for a while, so a long training session had the priority. While Noah cultivated, his mind inspected the changes that happened during his sleep and the separate spaces' insides. His mind appeared sharper than before, but Noah couldn't find any trace of Supreme Thief's energy. The expert's gift had allowed him to seize the purple crystal, but Noah didn't know where that power had come from. What an unreliable power, Noah thought as a helpless sigh left his mouth. Noah could understand why he couldn't find that power. His level was too low. Supreme Thieves had been a rank 9 cultivator, so it was only normal that Noah's mind couldn't identify his influence. I guess I will know something more once my mind reaches the 8th rank, Noah concluded before moving his attention elsewhere. The demonic form had moved out of the separate space during his sleep. The plant was now on the insides of his chest, and its flower grew on top of the black hole. The spell acted as a proper parasite that fed on Noah's energy. In that form, the plant didn't manage to weaken him since his natural absorption made up for that consumption. Still, he could understand that its requirements would increase once it reached higher levels. The demonic form was a rank 7 living being in the upper tier that fed on Noah's 4 energies. It lived to destroy, but it needed a host to survive. Noah could only accept that he had gained another creature to feed before moving his attention elsewhere. His body was perfect. The black hole had done an incredible job during the breakthrough. Noah couldn't find any flaw in his tissues. His mental walls reeked of bloodlust, but that feeling didn't affect his other centers of power. His Dantian was also about to reach the peak of the liquid stage. His potential had increased again after Noah had managed to destroy the quasi-rank 8 sphere and survive that hopeless situation. The process toward the next stage would be smooth as long as he continued to cultivate. The separate space was almost empty. Noah had depleted his stash of magical beasts during his imprisonment, leaving him with only a few valuable materials and a pile of soul stones. The raids on the guilds had been quite profitable. Noah had more than 100,000 soul stones now. Still, they were nothing more than disposable energy in the magical beast's domain, so he didn't hesitate to use a few of them to quicken his growth. This is the perfect chance to use these crystals, Noah thought when his attention went on the red minerals found in the evolution pit. His separate space also contained the dark blue boulders seized in Supreme Thief's inheritance. But that was it. Noah had a few useless potions, pills, and items, but they didn't count. Only his pile of metals and rocks mattered. The separate space had stored something else. Noah had recovered Fergie while the rank 8 existences were fighting, but his condition had been too poor at the time. The Crystal City and the secret organization had tortured the expert and crippled his centers of power. Fergie was on the verge of death after he endured the shockwaves released by the rank 8 experts. The black hole had deployed the dark world to create an environment where he could survive, but he couldn't live anywhere else. Fergie would die if he left the dark world. The expert was nothing more than a corpse kept alive by Noah's technique. Doubts filled Noah's mind when he inspected Fergie. He didn't know why the expert didn't sell him out. Luke had even confirmed that Fergie didn't reveal anything about Noah during the torture. Noah didn't know how to react to such loyalty. He had done nothing for Fergie. He had only given voice to a vague and unrealistic promise once. That wasn't enough to build such loyalty, especially in an expert who had to join the secret organization. Fergie could become a spy and a mercenary if his force ordered that, but he had kept Noah's information a secret even after reaching that condition. Noah deployed the dark world around him and took out Fergie. The expert was unconscious, and the dark matter made him float in front of Noah's confused figure. Noah had decided to save Fergie after learning about his loyalty. Yet, he now wanted to know the reason behind that behavior. The dark world became denser, and Noah's ambition spread through the currents of dark matter. The environment transformed to force Fergie to wake up, and the expert slowly opened his eyes after those changes. "Am I stuck in the afterlife with you?" Fergie said through his mental waves. He couldn't talk. The secret organization had broken his throat. "You are alive, kind of," Noah replied. "I managed to drag you out. I guess I should be grateful," Fergie replied as a weak smile appeared on his face. "You sure are full of surprises. No rank 7 existence could survive that, but here you are. Regrettably, I won't see what you will become." Noah didn't answer. His eyes inspected his body, and his mental waves seeped inside his tissues. Fergie was too far gone to survive. Even the dark world couldn't preserve his condition forever. "Don't look at me like this," Fergie said as a laugh echoed through his thoughts. "I followed my instincts. I bet on the most promising guy in the entire higher plane. I'm sure you will do great stuff in the future." "Why didn't you talk?" Noah finally asked. "Why did you protect me after I kept you as my slave for years?" "You should know," Fergie said. "You are so sharp when it comes to what you desire, but you refuse to see this quality of your law. Do you know what your individuality does to those who follow you?" Noah knew the answer. He had often ignored how his ambition could influence others, but he wasn't blind. His law could make his companions overcome bottlenecks and improve faster. That feature was part of heaven and earth's mistake. His individuality represented the flaw in their system. It allowed Noah to influence the journeys of those who interacted with him. Noah had confirmed that in the mortal lands, and the effects of his law had only become stronger in the immortal lands. He even suspected that King Elba's rapid improvements were partially his fault. "We are alone in our journeys," Noah replied. "We must walk our paths on our own. I can use this ability to control magical beasts, but I have never liked being a leader. It might be pointless in the grand scheme," Fergie said, "but I know that I reached the liquid stage thanks to your influence. I didn't even have hopes for my journey anymore, but everything changed after meeting you. To answer your question, how could I let my chance to reach the higher ranks die?" Noah didn't know what to answer. Fergie's eyes reeked of death, but a faint ambition shone from them. Noah couldn't fail to recognize that feeling. It was the same emotion that had driven him through his entire cultivation journey. "This power can be a curse," Noah thought while continuing to inspect the expert. His ambition had put Fergie in that situation. That feeling was so intense that the expert had endured countless tortures to preserve his chance to improve. Luke's words resounded in Noah's mind. The rank 8 cultivator had claimed something that Noah knew far too well. His power alone wasn't enough to match the large organizations. He was nothing more than a promising expert in a world filled with overlords. "I have overcome this challenge already," Noah thought in an attempt to reply to those words. "King Elbaz did the same when we went against him." There was a flaw in Noah's reasoning. Both he and King Elbaz had relied on organizations to survive through part of their cultivation journey. The Elbaz family had always been powerful enough to stand near the peak of the mortal lands, and the hive had also reached the same state after a series of wars. Those large forces were valuable tools, especially in an environment filled with large organizations. Noah had initially believed that he would eventually join the Legion due to his species, but Fergie had made him aware of a second option. Noah had never liked to be a member of an organization. He liked being in charge of a force even less. Yet, there was a middle ground between being among strangers and remaining alone. I have my pride, Noah thought. My ambition naturally attracts cultivators, and my hybrid status makes me a privileged existence in the world. I have everything I need to build my force. I only lack the desire to do it. Countless thoughts surged in Noah's mind. He wanted to find a reason to avoid that solution, but even his demonic deduction technique couldn't find anything. Damn it! Noah shouted inside the dark world. Fuck it! Why do I even have to do it? Why am I surrounded by weaklings who prefer to build teams rather than focus on their paths? Fergie didn't know what was happening, but Noah's influence expanded as his loud curses echoed through the dark world. His aura seemed to cheer at his new mindset. It was as if his decision had unlocked a power that Noah had always suppressed. Fine, Noah shouted again. I will do it. I will create my damned force and take this whole plane. Still, I will leave as soon as I find a way out of this annoying sky. What are you even saying? Fergie asked, and his eyes widened when he saw Noah's crazed expression. We will not stop until we destroy heaven and earth, Noah shouted as roars mixed with his voice. We will have but one enemy. I will create a force meant to destroy the world. Oh, Fergie exclaimed. I guess it's time for me to go then. A faint smile appeared on Fergie's face. He seemed at peace. He had accepted death during the tortures, and nothing else could disrupt his mood. Where do you think you are going? Noah asked as he opened Fergie's robe and undressed him to bathe his naked body in the dark matter. I'm about to die, Fergie complained. Yes, you will die soon, but not before I understand how to revive you, Noah replied as he scratched his head while thinking of a way to turn the expert into a destructive creation. Wait, Fergie exclaimed. I didn't agree with any of this. You have no choice on the matter, Noah replied as he turned Fergie upside down to inspect him from a different angle. Rejoice. You are now part of my organization. I will decide the name when I feel like it. What organization? Fergie continued to complain. How many members does it even has? Noah thought about it for a second before taking out his companions. Snore, Night, and the demonic sword came out of his body and gave voice to loud cries that echoed through the dark world. There is also an annoying plant, Noah said. The other sword isn't exactly alive, but you can count it if you want. Roots pierced his palm after Noah mentioned the plant. It seemed that the demonic form wanted to show its power, but its absorption of Noah's energies increased to fuel that growth. Go back into my body, Noah ordered. We need to have a talk about your nutrients. A shrill noise came out of the roots that continued to grow, uncaring of Noah's orders. Yet, he promptly slashed with his fingers at the roots and closed his hand into a fist. The plant couldn't come out anymore with his palm in that position. Another shrill noise echoed from Noah's body, but a vague sense of helplessness filled it. It seemed that the plant had given up on coming out for now. What exactly is that? Fergie asked as fear filled his face. Fergie had sensed the dangerous aura radiated by the roots. His instincts had reacted on their own, and he could only feel fear in front of such a threatening creature. It's a parasite that feeds on my energies, Noah replied. Don't worry, we have an agreement, kind of. What kind of agreement did you do with that thing? Fergie asked. Well, Noah scratched his head as he replied. It needs a host, so it can't kill me. That's not an agreement, Fergie shouted through his mental waves. Do you even have it under control? Shut up and let me focus on a blueprint, Noah replied while avoiding giving a proper answer. Blueprint for what? Fergie continued to ask. Noah's behavior was bringing Fergie on the verge of insanity. The expert had always known that Noah was eccentric, but he had understood the depths of his strangeness only during that conversation. For your new centers of power, of course, Noah replied. These are awful. It's better to throw them away. You were talking about my body and Danteon, Fergie said as his thoughts became louder. Yes. See, you understood it, Noah replied as the bloodlust radiated by his figure intensified. The demonic deduction technique consumed his tainted mental energy to generate countless ideas on how to turn Fergie into a living being meant to destroy the world. Noah's experience in humanoid creatures wasn't great, but he planned to reward him for his loyalty. I didn't mean it like this. Fergie continued to complain. Shut up, Noah eventually shouted. I am trying to save your life here. Well, technically, you might have to die a few times during the procedure, but those are necessary reboots. Tell me, how much do you care about your human appearance? I like my face, Fergie replied. Don't you like any magical beast? Noah asked as a bright red light shone from behind his icy blue eyes. No, I like how I am, Fergie said. Noah gave voice to a snort, but he accepted the expert's desires. Noah would build a new body for Fergie and allow him to continue his cultivation journey as a specimen who stood above humans. It hurts, Fergie shouted through his mental waves. You will be fine, Noah said as he reviewed the outline in his mind. You can't die in there anyway. Fergie was still inside the dark world. His condition had yet to improve, but Noah had devised a proper approach to fix his situation. The process had just begun, and its initial phases were excruciating for Fergie. Why can't you let me die? Fergie asked as dark matter flowed into his broken tissues and replaced part of their fabric. You will thank me once the procedure is complete, Noah replied without bothering to open his eyes. Endure for now. You will enjoy the benefits later. Fergie continued to scream in pain and curse Noah as the process continued. Noah didn't lie to him. The expert was inside the dark world, which would preserve his consciousness even if his centers of power were to fall apart. That was an environment made specifically for the procedure. Fergie couldn't see its incredible features in his condition, but Noah had made many efforts to create that space. The demonic deduction technique had given Noah a solution to an issue that he thought to be unsolvable. In theory, cultivators in the heroic ranks and above couldn't survive thorough changes in their existence. Even if they did, they would find their path blocked due to the lack of harmony in their centers of power. That issue had stopped Noah from giving hybrid bodies to others. The differences between magical beasts and cultivators who had already unlocked their individuality were too great. However, the dark world could work in Noah's favor now that he wielded divine power. Humans didn't need to become hybrids to reach stronger states of existence. There could be more types of existence. Noah didn't belong to that species anymore either. It was only normal that other cultivators could reach a similar state or something slightly inferior. The main issue in the procedure was the harmony between the specimen and the other materials. Cultivators could already improve their tissues through specific inscription methods, but their bodies couldn't go past certain limits because their existences would reject the improvements otherwise. Still, Noah had access to a material that could take any shape in the world. Could also imitate elements. The dark matter that filled the dark world was the key to solve that problem. Noah kept track of Fergie's condition. The expert's consciousness went dark multiple times, but the dark world didn't let it leave its edges. Fergie soon went past the verge of insanity, and Noah couldn't help him in that matter. The procedure was a product of the demonic deduction technique. Making it less destructive would go against Noah's very existence. The dark matter replaced Fergie's tissues. It destroyed and replicated every inch of his body without ignoring his dantian and mind. The pain that the expert was suffering was immense, but the procedure was about to end since it had reached those phases. Fergie lost his body, dantian, and mind. He became nothing more than a mass of dark matter that replicated his original appearance. He still had his consciousness, but everything else had crumbled under the waves of higher energy that had seeped inside him. It's almost over, Noah said as he dragged Fergie's new body outside of his cave. The dark world began to disperse, and the white light of the sky soon shone on Fergie's figure. Lumps of dense gas escaped his new body as he kneeled on the ground and tried to understand what had happened to him. What have you done? Fergie asked in a low tone. I replaced every cell of your body with a powerful material, Noah replied. I have preserved all the features of your existence, but you have a better foundation now. Fergie didn't seem to accept that outcome. His body felt unstable. It was a mass of dense gas belonging to someone else. He couldn't even say that it was part of his existence. Did you turn me into one of your slaves? Fergie eventually asked. I can feel the connection to your mind. This energy doesn't belong to me. It would be pointless to take away the freedom of my followers, Noah replied. I don't need slaves. My organization requires existences capable of improving past the limits of heaven and earth system. This is a war against the whole world. I can't win it with empty puppets. Fergie couldn't understand what Noah meant, but his words went against that new body. Fergie could see that he would never be free as long as he depended on the dark matter to remain alive. What can I even do in this condition? Fergie asked. How can you ask me to fight for you when I'm nothing more than a humanoid cloud? Well, Noah replied as he scratched his head. The procedure isn't over. Noah's ambition surged. His aura began to influence the world and resonated with Fergie's new body. The dark matter amplified that feeling and forced the expert to express his desire to reach the peak of the cultivation world. I can only create destruction now, Noah explained. You can thank the Crystal City for that. This material has your features and replicates your existence, but it can't create a body for you. Only your law knows how to build something that fits you. Fergie's aura expanded under the effects of Noah's ambition. It seeped in the matter around his figure, destroying it in the process. A suction forge then came out of the dark matter that made its tissues, making him absorb the energy released in the environment. Breath and primary energy flowed toward Fergie as his aura expanded. The ground broke, and small magical plants turned into dust to provide him with the power needed for the transformation. The dark matter that made his body slowly transformed as energy flowed inside it. The higher energy adapted to the features carried by Fergie's aura and began to build a body that reflected his existence. Noah had understood that he couldn't wholly replicate a law. He couldn't avoid flaws and differences in his copies due to his lack of understanding in that unique field. Yet, Noah could let Fergie take care of that part of the procedure. The ambition would force the expert to unfold his aura, which led to the creation of something that suited him perfectly. The world had to pay the price for that process. Noah's creations had to destroy, so Fergie had to sacrifice part of the environment to obtain the energy required to build a new body. That amount of energy would be immense due to the high standards set by Noah's outline. Fergie would aim to reach his most perfect form, which could require the breath contained in an entire region. Of course, Noah didn't care that he had to sacrifice part of the world to give Fergie new centers of power, but the magical plants living in the area didn't feel happy when they saw the ground shattering around them. Their sharp roots came out of the ground and shot toward Fergie's figure, but Noah promptly stepped between them and the expert. Fergie needed time to complete the transformation, and Noah would gladly protect him during the process. Fergie needed time to complete the transformation. The amount of energy required to turn the dark matter into a fabric that belonged to him depended on his existence. Still, Noah would protect him until the process ended. I have yet to test my new body, Noah thought as a cold smile appeared on his face. The magical plants in the region had different levels. They went from the bottom of the lower tier to the peak of the upper tier, but no rank 8 specimen occupied the area chosen by Noah. Regular hybrids couldn't handle that many creatures. It would be different if they were existences near the borders of the 8th rank, but Noah was still in the liquid stage. He had to rely on his body to handle the strongest plants. Countless roots filled Noah's vision. All the magical plants in the area had attacked at the same time when they sensed that a foreign force was threatening their environment. The attacks came from every direction, and all of them targeted Fergie. The plants could sense that he was the cause behind that destruction, and they didn't hesitate to launch their offensive. Noah gave voice to a roar before spitting flames toward the incoming roots. He even rose in the sky to burn anything attempting to take Fergie's life. Deafening shrill noises filled the area as the ground crumbled to reveal the complex array of roots that ran through the whole region. Those plants were the overlords there, and they started a joint offensive toward the creatures that were threatening their domain. I should avoid using my ambition, Noah thought before spitting more flames on the other roots that had come out of the ground. Noah could sense the presence of multiple rank 8 plants in the distance. Going all out might attract their attention, so he preferred to express an inferior battle prowess for the time being. His flames kept the plants away. They also managed to destroy the roots belonging to upper-tier specimens, even if those needed multiple attacks to burn completely. The bloodlust radiated by Noah's figure intensified as he generated more destruction. Countless small flames even converged toward his body to give him the energy absorbed from the plants. The battle was going smoothly, but Noah's actions were slowing down Fergie's transformation. Since Noah took part of the area's energy, the expert needed to destroy larger pieces of land to obtain the power that he needed. Noah didn't mind that. It was a win-win situation as long as the plants didn't manage to reach Fergie. Both of them could improve during that destruction. Still, the magical plants didn't let the battle continue like that. They had some primitive form of intelligence, so they could understand when an approach didn't work. The offensive suddenly stopped, but Noah's eyes never left the roots underground. His instincts were telling him that the battle was far from over. The plants were only reorganizing. They can communicate, Noah thought as the demonic sword and the white blade came out of the separate space. Noah glanced at the demonic sword as he wielded both blades. The weapon was still in the middle tier, so it couldn't endure his new physical strength for long. However, Noah couldn't continue relying only on his flames in that situation. The plants were planning something, and Noah had to be ready for them. The demonic sword also sensed that and shrunk to condense its fabric. A layer of dark matter even came out of its figure and surrounded the weapon to reinforce its structure. The ground began to tremble. An earthquake spread through the entire region as a tide of roots surged from the terrain and tried to engulf the whole area occupied by Noah and Fergie. The roots spanned for entire kilometers, and their sharp tips converged toward Fergie, who was still absorbing energy on the ground. Noah knew that a simple attack couldn't stop that offensive. He closed his eyes as his blades touched his forehead and performed a cross-shaped slash targeting any foreign presence in his range. Countless cuts covered the area and created expanding singularities that turned that offensive into ashes. The ground shattered under the pressure released by Noah's physical strength, and his sharpness even filled the area. A tornado of slashes encircled Noah and Fergie. Only a few roots belonging to upper-tier plants managed to pierce that defense, but Noah didn't hesitate to spit flames to take care of them. The storm continued to ravage the area and further slowed down Fergie's transformation. A large hole eventually formed under his figure when the ground lost too much energy. That cavity enlarged as the procedure continued, revealing another layer of roots ready to shoot toward the expert. Noah dived toward the ground and clashed directly with the surging roots. His blades released loud noises when they touched those plants, but his physical strength eventually made him overwhelm that offensive. That process continued until all the roots under the duo had turned into ashes. The plant's offensive stopped at that point. It seemed that those creatures had given up on protecting the area. The storm of sharpness stopped their offensive, and Noah had also depleted their reserve of roots in the ground. Those plants left the area, but Noah's instincts didn't stop screaming. They will bring reinforcements, Noah thought as waves of energy filled his body. Noah had destroyed multiple roots belonging to upper-tier specimens, but his body barely felt anything. His requirements had increased again, bringing him to the point when he had no idea how long it would take him to reach the next breakthrough. I need to obtain a rank 8 battle prowess if I want my body to reach the 8th rank, Noah concluded in his mind. That conclusion came from simple reasoning. Noah's body had fed on the quasi-rank 8 sphere and the purple crystal to advance. They contained immense energy, but Noah had used it to reach the upper tier. The requirements for the breakthrough to the 8th rank would be stepper. Only rank 8 materials could meet them, and only existences with rank 8 battle prowess could consistently seize resources at that level. Noah had to surpass every record again if he wanted his body to advance. But that wasn't an immediate problem. He could take his time developing and honing his prowess while he brought his body to the peak of the 7th rank. The dangerous sensation felt by his instincts intensified, and Noah instinctively looked toward the sky. Orange lightning bolts had begun to accumulate among the whiteness, and a violent wind had started to blow in the land. Noah glanced toward Fergie. The dark matter that made his body had begun to change nature. Its gas had started to take the shape of tiny flames. The scene reminded him of King Elba's, but the procedure aimed to create something far different. The dark matter began to change color, but the danger sensed by Noah's instincts also intensified. Something massive was about to come. I wonder what the tribulation in the immortal lands will throw at me, Noah thought as his smile widened. The fact that heaven had reacted to that procedure was a good sign. The process was going well. Fergie would soon obtain superior centers of power that reflected his existence. A massive lightning bolt eventually fell at some distance from Noah and Fergie. Sparks ran through the ground and clashed with the sharpness accumulated on the area, but they were nothing more than the aftereffects of heaven's actual attack. A humanoid figure made of lightning bolts had appeared on the ground. The creature pierced right through the storm of sharpness and stopped above Fergie, where it began to accumulate sparks. Noah transformed into a black blade that released dark matter to shoot toward heaven. He flew past Fergie to clash directly with the figure made of lightning bolts. Heaven didn't seem to care about Noah. Its figure exploded into a storm of lightning bolts when his blades pierced its body. The creature then reformed next to Fergie, where it resumed its accumulation of sparks. Noah performed a cross-shaped slash, launching an invisible attack toward heaven. A straight singularity shot out of his blades and pierced the crackling figure, destroying even the ground under it. Fergie was partially oblivious of his surroundings. His consciousness could only focus on his existence since he was still under the effects of Noah's ambition. The clash that had happened next to him only provided more energy to his transformation. Noah kept track of the lightning bolts. He shot where they converged, and his blade stabbed heaven before it could fully reform. The creature turned toward him at that point. It had finally noticed that foreign presence. A second lightning bolt fell from the sky and created another crackling figure that pierced the storm of sharpness and threw a series of sparks toward Fergie. Noah drew his swords, destroying the first heaven in the process. A thick slash also came out of his blades and intercepted the attacks flying toward Fergie. A third lightning bolt then fell on the ground, and another crackling figure joined that offensive. Heaven was sending an army of puppets in the upper tier, which forced Noah to rely on his ambition. Noah's aura exploded, radiating the intense bloodlust contained in his mental walls. Waves of destruction flew out of his figure and obtained sharp features under the influence of his law. The three puppets crumbled as Noah's cultivation level reached the solid stage. Shockwaves spread through the area as he placed his blades on his forehead and covered most of the safe zone with his sharpness. The three heaven reformed on different spots of the sky, but Noah's sharpness destroyed their bodies before they could even begin to prepare their attacks. Their lightning bolts then flew higher in the sky, and Noah didn't hesitate to follow them. Those sparks fused and condensed to create a bigger version of the crackling figures, and a massive attack suddenly rained on Noah. A thick, orange lightning bolt shot out of the giant heaven. Noah could dodge it, but Fergie was right under him. Noah had to block that attack to preserve his companion's life. Roots pierced the skin on Noah's right palm and expanded upward. The sky grew dark as the demonic form's influence filled the area, but the orange light carried by the lightning bolt soon clashed with that blackness. The impact almost flung Noah away, but he endured the blow and continued to provide energy for the parasite. The roots expanded, and their destructive aura intensified as more power flowed into the demonic sword. The massive lightning bolt slowly crumbled under the corrosive properties of the demonic form. Even the sky bent due to its influence. A tinge of surprise appeared on heaven's emotionless expression. It seemed that even that creature didn't expect Noah to stop its attack. A deafening sound came out of the crackling figure. Heaven had opened its mouth to give voice to a scream that forced Noah to cover his ears. The noise spread through the area and reached Fergie, who spat blood but continued to destroy everything around him. Noah didn't overlook that event. Fergie had to be almost done since he had blood again. Let's take it out in one attack, Noah thought, and his companions understood his intentions. Night flew out of the separate space, and Snore condensed next to Noah. Black flames also accumulated in his mouth as he shot toward the giant crackling figure. Snore launched a dark beam to cover his advance. Heaven wanted to launch another cry, but the violent dark matter reached its figure and forced it to throw lightning bolts to fend off that destructive power. Knight was usually faster than Noah, but he reached the opponent first at that time. He crossed his arms, making his blades touch his torso before launching a cross-shaped lunge that opened a hole in heaven's figure. His flames then covered the sky, burning all the sparks that surrounded heaven. A wave of energy flowed back in Noah's body as roots spread from his palm. The demonic form wrapped itself around heaven and began to consume its lightning bolts. Night arrived at that point and fused with its fabric to sever its connection with the world. Noah slashed again and dug 2 vertical lines on the figure's body. Its structure became unstable, and its sparks crumbled once Night reappeared on the outside world. The plant finished consuming the lightning bolts, and the flames burned anything that had tried to fall on the ground. No sparks accumulated in the sky either. It seemed that Noah had managed to overcome that tribulation. Noah descended toward the ground without withdrawing his sharpness. His cultivation level fell, but his centers of power endured the arrival of the drawbacks. He felt tired, but he didn't accumulate enough stress to force himself to rest. A large area in the region crumbled. The hole created by Fergie's absorption destroyed entire environments filled with different species of magical plants. His influence stopped enlarging only when his body had obtained enough energy to transform. Fergie had lost most of his inhuman features. His skin had obtained a fair color, and his fabric had almost completely solidified. His eyes and hair had also returned to how they were before the torture. Only a few small flames still lingered on his figure. Once the last flame vanished, the pulling force stopped affecting the environment. Fergie didn't destroy anything else with his influence. The procedure was over, so he didn't need more energy. "How is it?" Noah asked as he landed in front of the expert. Fergie breathed heavily and threw a punch toward Noah when he entered his range. Noah easily blocked that attack, but the ground under the duo broke due to the shockwave generated in the impact. Noah analyzed Fergie's physical strength. It was on par with average hybrids in the middle tier, but the expert didn't fuse with any magical beast during the procedure. Fergie had transformed without losing his human status. He was similar to Noah, but his power couldn't compare to him since he lacked the 4th center of power. Fergie slowly began to understand how powerful he had actually become. His cultivation level was still in the liquid stage, but he couldn't hide his happiness in seeing his centers of power working perfectly. The procedure had even fixed his eye. His existence had brought his previous appearance back, but the fabric that now made his tissues was far superior to those belonging to humans and simple magical beasts. "I will follow you," Fergie said before kneeling politely. "Damn it," Noah cursed loudly. "Why did you even kneel? Don't let the others see you, or they might also kneel." Noah massaged his temples as he gestured to the expert to stand up. Annoyance filled his face, but Fergie couldn't understand what had triggered that feeling. "Imagine if I had an entire army kneeling in front of me," Noah continued to complain. "What am I even supposed to do while you are all on your knees? I have decided. I will forbid kneeling. This is the first rule of my organization." "I don't care," Fergie replied as a broad smile appeared on his face. "I will still kneel whenever I want, even more now that I know how much you hate it. I can still improve your body if you want," Noah replied as coldness filled his expression. Fergie quickly stood up and bowed before taking a few steps back and bowing again. A tinge of fear had appeared in his eyes. The expert didn't want to experience Noah's procedures ever again. "We should leave quickly," Noah said as he shot high in the sky. Fergie didn't immediately understand the reason behind his words, but everything became clear once he reached Noah in the sky. From that spot, he could see that the entire region was trembling due to the actions of the few rank 8 plants that inhabited it. "What should we do now?" Fergie asked. The rank 8 magical plants couldn't fly, and their roots had a limited range. They couldn't reach Noah and Fergie as long as they remained in the sky, but their sole presence made the region uninhabitable. "As I said before," Noah replied, "you are free to do whatever you want. The human domain is in that direction, and I believe that the Legion would welcome you if you manage to reach the outer lands." Fergie considered that option. His whole world had changed after the events in the Crystal City. He had powerful enemies in the human domain now, and he wasn't even sure that the cultivators would accept him after his recent transformation. Truth be told, Fergie had yet to understand what he had become. His body brimmed with power, and his dantian begged him to devour the energy of the world. His mind also felt sharper than ever. It seemed that his whole existence had reached a superior state without actually improving. Fergie was still in the liquid stage, but his whole existence had gone through a complete transformation. The short exchange with Noah couldn't make him aware of his new potential. NovelsToday.com, as I said before. Fergie replied after showing a slight smile to Noah. I will follow you. I usually create a mess wherever I go, Noah said as a cold smile appeared on his face. I plan to explore the magical beast's domain and gather more followers, while I become strong enough to destroy the Crystal City. This journey will surely get bumpy. I can't improve if I don't overcome challenges, Fergie replied. I can use you as a portable source of problems. I might even surpass you. You should definitely aim to do that, Noah said as his gaze moved in the opposite direction of the human domain. Let's go. I need to catch some magical beasts. Noah began to fly deeper into the magical beast's domain, and Fergie didn't hesitate to follow him. The duo crossed the region inhabited by those magical plants and moved toward the mountains in the distance. Fergie didn't fail to notice that Noah showed signs of annoyance as the flight continued. Confusion appeared on his face, but Noah quickly explained the reason behind his situation. I don't have items that counter the white sky, Noah explained without adding any extra detail. Fergie quickly folded his sleeve and revealed a black bracelet. He wanted to offer his item to Noah, but the latter promptly shook his head. I destroyed mine on purpose, Noah explained. Heaven and earth have created this oppressing environment to force us to improve. I might as well exploit their kindness. Noah's words left Fergie speechless. He had already acknowledged Noah's greatness many times, but that last interaction made him gain insights into his actual mindset. Fergie could finally see Noah's dedication. His commitment to the cultivation journey went past common sense. After all, living under the pressure of the sky would be constant torture, but Noah was willing to endure it to improve faster. You are a maniac, Fergie eventually said. I'm the leader of the maniacs, Noah replied after giving voice to a loud snort. Fergie's eyes didn't leave Noah. Marvelous lands that the humans didn't explore in eras filled the world under him. But he couldn't stop looking at his leader. Noah was a complicated existence, but Fergie felt able to see the simple desire that drove his actions. His ambition was pure, and he accepted no compromises. Once Noah saw a path that would lead him to power, he had to take it. Fergie glanced at his wrist before mustering his determination. He took off the bracelet and crushed it in his grasp. The pressure radiated by the sky immediately crashed on his mind, but he endured it without slowing down his flight. I guess I have a bad influence, Noah commented, but a slight hint of pride appeared on his face. Definitely, Fergie replied. A terrible influence. The duo flew for months, taking breaks whenever their minds needed to disperse the stress accumulated during the travel. Fergie used that time to test his new body, and Noah inspected him when he wasn't busy hunting. Noah wanted to test the red crystals, but the lands he explored didn't offer him suitable specimens. He could only focus on refilling his stash of magical beasts for the time being. Most of those regions featured rank 8 creatures. Noah felt surprised by their sheer number. If all those beasts were to attack the human domain, the cultivators wouldn't have any chance to survive. The benefits of a constant expansion, Noah thought as he inspected the lands under him. The magical beasts had an easy time improving in that environment. Most of those packs had been at the peak of the food chain for millennia. They didn't have worthy opponents, so they could grow freely and create immense groups. Each of those lands had certain overlords. Actually, it was better to say that the borders of those regions depended on how vast the various leaders' influence was. The magical beasts could affect the environment with their aura, so each area represented the perfect lair for the packs that inhabited them. This isn't something that the cultivators can handle, Fergie said at some point during the travel. There are too many magical beasts. The immortal lands belong to them already. How can any organization hope to defend their homes against this army? They are far from united, Noah replied. You don't see battles because each pack remains inside the borders of their leader's influence. Still, these creatures would fight over the smallest piece of land if they happened to meet. What are you looking for then? Fergie asked. Fergie could understand that Noah wanted to improve, but that environment didn't suit cultivators. There was a limit to how much laws could grow among magical beasts. I want a mess, Noah replied before he noticed something in the distance. A large battle was happening in the distance. Two immense packs of magical beasts were fighting around a tree that resembled a short mountain. There seemed to be something special about that tree, and Noah couldn't wait to check it out. But a massive figure suddenly appeared in his view and forced him to counterattack. Noah threw a punch and flung away the creature. However, no blood spread in the sky. It seemed that his attack wasn't strong enough to make the creature bleed. Fergie immediately prepared for battle. Scarlet flames gathered on his palms as his consciousness expanded. Then, a few figures suddenly appeared behind his back and forced him to release his attacks. A sea of flames expanded behind him, and a series of screams echoed through the sky. Those creatures were incredibly fast, but they couldn't escape Noah's sharp vision. A squeal then resounded through the sky, and multiple black figures set off from the ground to shoot toward the duo. Fergie couldn't understand the meaning behind that cry, but Noah promptly replied with a roar. The many figures suddenly stopped. An army of flying pig-type magical beasts became visible around the duo. Those creatures stared coldly at Noah and Fergie without making any sound. Any flying species was a big problem, especially for a team made by rank 7 existences. Since all the packs in those regions featured rank 8 creatures, Noah preferred to avoid fighting beings that could soar through the sky. Moreover, the pig's squeal carried specific orders. It told the army of beasts to kill the invading humans, but both Noah and Fergie didn't belong to that species. That was what Noah had told through his roar. He had announced his belonging to a different species, hoping that the pigs wouldn't mind him and Fergie. If even that failed, the duo would have to fight through the army and escape. We aren't invaders, Noah said through a growl. We aren't humans either, but I don't mind giving birth to a bloodbath if you want to take us down. His bloodlust expanded as his consciousness covered the area. More than 50 creatures between the middle and upper tier had encircled Noah and Fergie. Those pigs weren't as organized as the rats, but they weren't completely wild either. I don't recognize this species, Noah thought as he inspected those creatures. The pigs had a large round body and short legs. They had tough dark pink skin and a pair of tiny feathered white wings on their back. The wings appeared too small to make them fly, but Noah couldn't deny the fact that they were in the sky with him. The smallest of those creatures was 30 meters tall. The fat under their skin gave them an immense figure, but their tiny wings made them appear quite funny. Their proportions were entirely off. Even their mouth was too small for their giant body. Novelwell.com, one of the upper-tier specimens, stepped forward without moving its dark eyes from the duo. A series of guttural noises came out of its mouth before a shrill human voice resounded in the area. Can you prove that you aren't humans? The pig asked. One of Noah's eyebrows arched before he lifted his head to spit a wave of black flames. The pigs watched the fire in awe and took a step back, but the creature that left the formation didn't budge. The pig continued to stare at Noah for a while before giving voice to a happy squeal. All the other creatures relaxed when that noise reached their ears, and they didn't hesitate to echo that cry. Countless black figures shot in the sky at that point. Noah's expression became cold when he saw that immense army gathering around them, but he gestured to Fergie to lower his hands. What did they say? Fergie asked through his consciousness. They are celebrating the fact that we aren't humans, Noah replied through his consciousness. Why would they celebrate that? Fergie replied. We are more dangerous than humans. Noah didn't reply. He didn't understand the situation either, but he decided to play along with those creatures. Since they seemed willing to talk, he could ask for information about the area. A rank 8 aura suddenly filled the sky. Noah and Fergie instinctively shot higher in the sky, but a human voice reached their ears before they could go too far away. "Do not fret," the voice said. "Your appearance has scared us, but we do not seek a conflict. Hunting the two of you would be pointless." "What do you want from us then?" Noah asked. "We want news from the human world," the voice replied. "We haven't met a cultivator in eras. My youngest children didn't even know what they looked like before meeting you. Please join our banquet." Noah had always tried to avoid ending up in situations that featured existences far stronger than him, but his instincts were telling him that he had nothing to fear from those creatures. They actually felt harmless after he solved that misunderstanding. His curiosity eventually had the better of him. Noah had never faced magical beasts that didn't trigger his survival instincts, so he wanted to understand the reason behind that odd event. "We are flying away, right?" Fergie asked, but fear appeared in his eyes when he noticed Noah's curious expression. "I have warned you already," Noah replied before diving toward the ground. Fergie cursed in his mind when he saw his leader going back into an army of magical beasts, but he eventually followed him. The expert wouldn't leave Noah's side, even if that meant entering a region inhabited by creatures that they couldn't hope to defeat. "Why are my instincts to calm?" Noah wondered as he dived past the army floating in the sky and landed on the azure prairie. His eyes quickly widened when he recognized the various plants that grew in the area. They were the same short bushes that grew in the azure plain of the piece of immortal lands. "These are all divine magical plants," Noah exclaimed in his mind. Each of those plants contained an immense amount of energy. They had an awful taste, but they could provide far more nutrients than average materials. Noah now understood why those pigs didn't care about hunting other creatures. Their lair contained so many nutrients that they didn't need prey. Fergie landed next to him, and confusion appeared on his expression when he inspected those plants. He had noticed Noah's excited gaze, but he couldn't understand the reason behind that reaction. A massive figure slowly walked from a series of trees in the distance. The ground trembled due to its weight. The creature resembled a small mountain that moved among fragile plants. A rank 8 aura accompanied the arrival of the creature. The duo could soon see a giant pig covered in scars slowly walking toward them while the rest of its army landed on the region. The rank 8 pig was slow, incredibly slow. Fergie almost grew tired of waiting, but Noah's eyes lit up at that feature. He had seen how fast they were in the sky, so he couldn't explain why they even bothered to walk. Once the pig reached the duo, it sat on the ground and bit one of the blue plants near it. Noah and Fergie had to wait for the creature to finish munching before they could talk. "You sure look like the humans I remember," the pig eventually said, revealing the owner of the human voice from before. "We are hybrids," Noah replied. "Humans don't like us. I guess it's the same for your species." Fergie wasn't exactly a hybrid, but those pigs couldn't tell the difference. The rank 8 specimen accepted that statement without bothering to ask for more details. "It's the opposite," the rank 8 pig replied. "Humans like us very much. We have been slaves for a long time. It's hard to find creatures as amazing as us." Noah's curiosity intensified, and he relied on his vast knowledge of the magical beasts field to inspect those creatures. They didn't use any innate ability during their sudden attack, but Noah wanted to understand how they worked. "Don't tell me," Noah said. "You are the reason behind these plants, right? I see that you can appreciate part of our greatness," the pig said as it lifted its head toward the sky in an attempt to wear a proud expression. "We can indeed increase the value of any land. Our poop turns wastelands into paradises." Fergie began to feel uncomfortable. The rank 8 pig had basically revealed that its species had pooped into the entire region. He couldn't help but see excrements whenever he noticed a blue bush. On the other hand, Noah didn't care about that information. The capabilities of that species interested him. If the pigs really had that ability, they were far more valuable than his companion believed. "Our story is sad and filled with bloodshed," the rank 8 pig explained as a tear came out of its eyes. The other pigs slowly walked toward the creature and gathered around the duo as their leader told the story of their species. "We don't like fighting," the leader continued, "but our innate talent makes us too valuable to other creatures. Our lairs were always under attack even before the humans came. The other pigs started to cry. Some of them even gave voice to sad squeals that their companions didn't hesitate to echo. Noah and Fergie had no idea how to react to those events, so they remained silent and listened to the story. Our lives turned for the worse when the humans found us, the rank 8 pig continued. Our skin is tough, and our bodies can rival dragons. We discovered to be perfect mounts during our slavery. My species has fought countless wars with the cultivators. Noah didn't feel surprised about that. His body was in the upper tier, but a simple specimen at his same level had been able to endure his punch without bleeding. That feat alone spoke for the sturdiness of their bodies. I must admit, the leader said, the humans gave us a lot of food, but they threatened the very existence of my species. We had to rebel. No number of meals can compare to the taste of freedom. The leader lifted its head to the sky again. It wanted to wear a noble expression at that point, but even Noah struggled to recognize that. Still, the other pigs imitated the rank 8 specimen. Are they stupid or intelligent? Fergie asked through his mental waves. Noah didn't know what to answer, but he understood the reason behind his companion's question. It wasn't rare for divine magical beasts to learn the human language, but the pigs were fluent in that field. However, their behavior gave off the opposite impression. Noah didn't get why they kept looking at the sky. It was as if they wanted to point out how important their words were. We fought a difficult war to regain our freedom, the rank 8 pig continued. The humans had studied us for centuries, so they knew our flaws. We are slow on the ground, and we are always hungry. They always caught up or baited us into traps. Couldn't you fly away? Fergie asked, and Noah glared at him. The duo was in front of a rank 8 creature, but Fergie had interrupted its speech. Noah's instincts didn't feel any danger, but he wanted to avoid ruining the leader's mood anyway. I see that you are a smart fella, the rank 8 pig replied. If only someone told us that earlier. You would have saved many lives during our escape. The other pigs began to nod toward Fergie. They sobbed and shot admiring gazes at the expert. Some of them even stood up to walk closer to the duo. Why didn't you fight back? Noah asked. You must also be smart, the leader exclaimed. We understood that too late. My species was nothing more than a small pack at that point. I still recall the rivers of blood flowing through the regions. They are idiots, Noah said through his mental waves, and Fergie suppressed a nod. The pigs were strange creatures. They appeared intelligent in some fields but completely idiotic in others. Even their survival instincts seemed off if they didn't tell them to escape through the sky during their rebellion. How is this lair? Noah asked. Do other packs attack? The tall tree attracts invaders better than our plants, the leader explained. We receive rare attacks, but we know how to fight back now, most of us at least. Our memory isn't great, so we have to repeat what we have learned through our lives every day to make sure that we don't forget. Would you forget that you can escape in the sky? Noah asked as helplessness filled his face. Of course, the leader replied. That's a lot to remember with so much food around us. Noah's curiosity suddenly vanished. He had heard enough. It was clear that they had paid a severe price for their incredible abilities. Their intelligence had probably suffered a lot from heaven and earth's fairness. Tell me about the tree, Noah eventually said. Our story is sad and filled with bloodshed, the rank 8 pig said as it began to explain the tale of its species again. You have already told us that, Fergie promptly interrupted the creature. The rank 8 pig showed a surprised expression which became excited once its eyes fell on the plants. A faint squeal came out of its mouth before it dived on the nutrient bushes. The other pigs imitated the leader and began to eat. Those creatures didn't even look where their teeth landed. They bit large chunks of the ground while trying to hit the plants. Strange noises came out of their belly as they continued to eat. Fergie began to panic, but Noah ordered him to remain in his position. He knew what his companion feared, but he had to continue that conversation before the pig forgot what it said again. What makes that tree so special? Noah asked. The humans called us heavenly pigs, the leader replied when it stopped munching. We saw that as the mark of our slavery. So we changed the name of our species. The pig had begun to speak about the rebellion of its species again. Noah didn't know how to converse with that creature properly, but it seemed to maintain some continuity in that topic. "What's your new name?" Noah asked, hoping that the leader wouldn't shift the topic again. "We are Dash." The leader interrupted itself and glanced toward one of its companions. That specimen looked at another pig, and that process continued until the pack found someone who recalled that detail. That creature then said the name through a squeal, and the leader repeated it in human words. "We are called Foolery," the leader exclaimed as it lifted its head to the sky. The other pigs stopped eating and looked at the sky while wearing noble expressions. That name seemed to carry a profound meaning for those creatures. But Noah and Fergie found the whole situation quite awkward. "Did you choose it for its meaning?" Fergie couldn't help but ask. Fergie's curiosity had surpassed Noah's at that point. He wanted to understand how foolish those creatures were. "No," the leader replied. "It's just cool." The pigs lifted their heads higher at that point, and pride flowed out of their figures. Noah could only remain speechless in front of such idiocy. He had no words to describe what was happening in front of his eyes. The situation became even worse. The pigs suddenly released smelly excrements that filled the whole area and forced Noah and Fergie to escape into the sky. "Please, tell me that we can leave," Fergie begged through his consciousness. "They are our only source of information about the magical beast's domain," Noah replied. "Don't worry, I hate this more than you." Noah had to struggle to get the information that he wanted. Talking with the Foolery was hard. They often forgot the topic of their conversations, and they stopped speaking every 10 minutes to eat some of the blue bushes in the region. Excrements always followed their meals. Those magical beasts didn't even try to control themselves, and Noah and Fergie ended up retreating into the sky many times to avoid that awful substance. An unbearable smell soon covered the entire region. Noah could even hear cries coming from the nearby lands due to that scent. It seemed that even the magical beasts outside of the pig's pack couldn't stand their excrements. Fergie soon learnt that Noah didn't fear that smell. The latter dived back into the region every time the Foolery were ready to talk again, and Fergie had to follow him to honor his leadership. Still, even Noah stopped touching the terrain. He had no reason to dive into that filth. He spoke to the magical beasts while remaining mid-air. Noah eventually managed to get a surprisingly detailed understanding of the magical beast's domain. The leader of the Foolery had traveled a lot in its life, which gave the creature a vast knowledge of those lands. The description of that domain reflected what Noah had guessed during his past inspection. The environment of the various lands depended on the magical beasts that inhabited them. The number of rank 8 creatures also spoke for the valuable resources hidden in those areas. The pack of pigs only featured one rank 8 specimen, even with that abundance of resources. Noah soon realized that the blue plants had limited effects on those creatures due to their tight connection to their innate ability. The energy in those magical plants matched those creatures, so their bodies flushed most of it out. Noah had to reconsider his initial position when he uncovered that feature. The Foolery's greatest weakness wasn't their intelligence. They could not grow properly through their innate ability. Heaven and earth are tricky, Noah thought when he learned about that, but the surprises weren't over. The human domain rarely mentioned the rank 9 existences. No cultivator knew where they were or if any of them still lived in the higher plane. Noah had only heard about them in Supreme Thief's inheritance. He had confirmed their existence in the secret area, but he had remained unclear about their behavior. Instead, the leader of the Foolery knew far more about that, even if its knowledge mostly involved other magical beasts at that level. "You won't find them here," the rank 8 pig explained. "These lands are too poor for them. Most strong beasts leave for the windy regions. The air there is dense with power. Legends say that the storms hide lands full of food and delicacies." The leader began to drool, and the other pigs imitated the creature. Still, Noah had learnt when to ignore those beasts by then. It makes sense, Noah thought when that information entered his mind. Storms made of chaotic laws filled the areas past the outer lands. Noah had initially thought that those regions only featured pure creation due to the constant expansion of the higher plane, but he started to wonder about their actual size. What if the storms hide an environment far vaster than the higher plane? Noah thought. The human domain vastly underestimated the magical beasts because it was unaware of how vast their territory was. The same could happen for the stormy regions. They could hide wonders that the immortal lands would only discover once those regions left the chaotic winds. Supreme Thief's inheritance has been inside the stormy regions for eras, Noah thought as the small pieces of information gathered throughout his life in the higher plane connected. Maybe he didn't leave it there to hide it. Maybe those lands were his home, the only home worthy of a rank 9 existence. Everything fitted what Noah had learnt about the divine ranks. Cultivators had to become worlds to reach the 9th rank, but a mere law wasn't enough to cover the complexity of that feat. However, the stormy regions featured an abundance of chaotic laws. They were the perfect place where cultivators could expand their true meanings and aim to become something more than simple gods. The same went for magical beasts. The chaotic laws carried far more energy than the azure lands. The stormy regions appeared as the only areas suitable for existences that aimed to become worlds. Noah's greed started to burst out of his figure. The stormy regions weren't hard to reach. He only had to fly past the outer lands. They were within his reach, but he couldn't survive there at his current level. Suppressing his greed turned out to be hard. Noah had found the final training ground, but he couldn't go there. He was too weak to explore the vastness that surrounded the known higher plane. His focus had to return on more achievable resources. Noah now knew that any land featuring more than a rank 8 magical beast contained something valuable. Dangers that he couldn't face also surrounded those resources, but they were far easier to overcome than the storms. The tall tree had 2 packs of magical beasts fighting for its ownership, Noah thought. That must count for something. Those packs have a rank 8 specimen each, but they leave their homes to fight for that resource. It has to be something good. When Noah reached that conclusion, his conversation with the foolery met some setbacks. Those creatures liked to have such a valuable resource nearby because it ensured the safety of their region. It was the best bait for any pack willing to raid other lands. The foolery didn't want Noah to join the fight for the tree. They were afraid that he could destroy that resource due to the greed that he had shown before. That would lead to catastrophic consequences for their livelihood. Noah took a while to understand what was in those creatures' minds. Initially, he thought that they were too tired due to the long conversation, but he soon realized that they would pretend to forget at times. Once Noah uncovered that detail, understanding the reason behind their behavior became easy. Yet, that knowledge didn't make him abandon his plans. Even if the foolery were harmless, Noah had to pursue his goals. He had to obtain a rank 8 battle prowess in that journey, and it would take him centuries to achieve that if he only relied on normal training. Fighting and seizing resources was the faster method, and Noah had just found something valuable. He would fight to get that resource whether the foolery liked the idea or not. "Why don't you take it for yourself?" Noah asked at some point during the conversation. "You aren't weak. So why do you limit your potential instead of fighting like every other magical beast? The struggle for power can only lead to bloodshed," the rank 8 pig replied. "There is no end to our hunger, so it's better to control it. We would only make countless enemies if we started eating anything in our reach." "Just eat the enemies then," Noah replied. "That's the whole point of improving. You get strong enough to take anything you want. Suppressing your instincts can't be the answer." "It is for us," the leader continued. "We did not forget our place in the food chain. We are strong, but not strong enough." "You will never become strong if you keep limiting your growth," Noah replied, but he soon shook his head. "It's fine. I will go there anyway. Can I take some plants and cultivate nearby before the mission?" The foolery almost cried when they saw that Noah appreciated their innate ability. They didn't want to give up on their food, but they couldn't refuse either. Also, feeding Noah would delay his journey toward the tall tree, so they allowed him to take a few blue plants. Noah wanted to travel to the tree straight away, but he had to complete some preparations before. He wasn't in a hurry, and entering a battlefield that featured 2 rank 8 magical beasts at his current level wasn't ideal. Luckily for him, He had been near the peak of the liquid stage for quite some time already. His potential had also skyrocketed after his feat in the Crystal City, so his Dantian would soon approach the breakthrough. His preparations didn't stop there. Noah's power depended on many factors. His companions had to improve to obtain the superior battle prowess needed on the battlefield. Snore and the demonic sword depended on his Dantian. They could only improve after Noah reached the solid stage. Still, Night required a different fuel. After his experiments with the special darkness, Noah had learnt how to turn the workshop into a factory that could mass-produce the energy he needed. Night didn't need to train and transform the environment for countless years to improve anymore. The pterodactyl could directly rely on Noah and his ability to craft most forms of energy through the dark world. Noah couldn't use the demonic deduction technique to invent a procedure that could create that darkness. His mental ability could only generate destructive thoughts now, which didn't cover the energy required by Night. It took some time, but Noah eventually created a blueprint that allowed the workshop to make that darkness. Night alternated training outside the cave and inside the dark world at that point. With the workshop in place, Noah could focus on his cultivation level. Fergie did the same, and the two experts trained in one of the safest regions next to the Foolery's domain. The Foolery had given the duo part of their blue bushes, and Noah had gladly traded more of them for part of his stash. His approach was part of two different plans. The first saw him obtaining a better source of energy, and the second attempted to awaken the pig's innate hunger. Fergie soon understood the value of the blue bushes during his seclusion. He hesitated to use those plants at first due to their connection with the Foolery's excrements, but everything vanished once he realized how much energy they contained. The expert couldn't absorb energy like Noah. Fergie wasn't a hybrid. He had a unique training method for his body which he had improved after his transformation. The arrival of the blue plants forced him to modify that technique further, leading him toward a complete set of abilities. Fergie had understood how strong he had become throughout the years spent traveling with Noah, but he had yet to polish his training methods. All his ideas appeared unworthy of his new status. That was a natural outcome of his sudden transformation. Noah had spent years polishing his techniques and improving his status. His growth wasn't abrupt. He had only needed to improve his methods whenever he reached a superior level. The situation was different for Fergie. He had gone from being a cultivator to a completely different existence that even Noah struggled to define. He wasn't even an inscribed human. His centers of power had gone through a complete rebirth, embodying the true power that his law could express. Fergie would need to spend the next centuries adapting his techniques to his new existence, but the task didn't scare him. He wouldn't throw his new status away to obtain an easier cultivation journey. The ambition inherited by Noah didn't allow him to accept a lower form of power. They taste as awful as I remember, Noah thought while munching a few blue leaves. The dark world covered his large cave, and the workshop occupied most of those areas filled with dark matter. Night was outside at that time, and his demonic sword stood on his waist as he absorbed the energy in the environment. His Dantian enlarged smoothly. It didn't even try to slow down its growth. Noah's existence was ready to advance, and his influence intensified whenever his organ grew. It was only a matter of months before his Dantian reached the breakthrough. Noah didn't need to prepare anything for the event, but he still ordered Fergie to build his cave far away. The only thing that bothered Noah about his breakthrough was the black hole. He vaguely guessed that the dark matter wouldn't do anything crazy at that stage, but he couldn't wholly predict its behavior. However, his worries turned out to be pointless. The darkness inside his Dantian transformed into sword-shaped black crystals that radiated a complex aura, and his black hole barely reacted to that event. The dark matter became denser after his darkness improved. The higher energy almost lost its gaseous properties to transform into a thick liquid that carried an immense power. Yet, the black hole didn't change shape. It remained the same even after the amount of energy contained in its inside skyrocketed. It began to spin faster, but that was all. The improved dark matter quickly started to transform Snore. The blood companion gave voice to a loud hiss before appearing in the dark world and undergoing those modifications. Every cell of its body carried the old higher energy, and the black hole couldn't allow that. Noah continued to cultivate until his dantian reached a decent state. When he interrupted his training, he noticed that the entire cave had grown darker, and its azure materials had transformed into a sturdy black metal. The workshop had also benefited from that influence. Its output of darkness had increased, allowing night to close the distance with Snore and Noah faster. I wonder what will advance next, Noah thought as he inspected the power carried by his new aura. His mind, body, and dantian were almost at the same level now, but the 8th rank was a goal that could hide many surprises. Noah had gone through many changes during his life in the Immortal lands. His tissues had reached new levels of perfections after the events in the evolution pit, and his mind had also transformed with the bloodlust. Some thorough transformations had to accompany the breakthrough to the 8th rank, which often forced Noah to accumulate more power. He didn't know how much energy his body would need, and the same went for his mind. His dantian was the only stable center of power, but his absorption of chaotic laws had also slowed down its improvements. The vaster a law was, the harder it was to make it grow. Noah was almost sure that even his darkness would give him a rough time. There is a first time to everything, Noah happily thought. His influence was a dense wave that seeped into the world's matter and forced it to evolve. Wherever his gaze fell, materials would transform and grow dark. His sole attention could give birth to proper empowerments that lasted for entire hours. Noah smiled at those improvements, but he didn't feel delighted. He was still far away from obtaining a rank 8 battle prowess. That breakthrough had made him stronger, but he couldn't enjoy it since his enemies had entire armies ready for him. Most cultivators would kill to reach this level, Noah thought, but I can't even appreciate it. Even this power feels like nothing since I tasted something superior. Noah couldn't forget the feeling of being in the middle of a battle between rank 8 existences. The power that they could release was so immense that even his body couldn't survive in that environment. That's real power, Noah concluded in his mind after the images from the battle in the Crystal City vanished. To obtain it, I need to seize anything I can from these lands. After reaffirming his determination, Noah sat back on the ground and resumed his training. He had to wait for the demonic sword and knight to evolve anyway, so he didn't mind continuing cultivating for the time being. Do you really want to remain here? Noah asked the rank 8 foolery as he floated in the sky. We don't want to engage in battles with other packs, the pig replied. We are at peace here. Noah inspected the region. The blue plants seized before his seclusion had already regrown. The pigs had also eaten them while he was in the cave, but the environment appeared as rich in resources as ever. The innate ability of those creatures was simply incredible. One of those bushes carried far more energy than any magical beast at the same level. They were the perfect resource for hybrids and magical beasts, and the foolery could force them to grow endlessly. The other pigs had gathered around their leader to say goodbye to the duo. Noah and Fergie had completed their training and were about to fly toward the tall tree, but Noah had insisted on having one last conversation with those creatures. Noah didn't want to let them go. The foolery were too valuable. Yet they were also stubborn. He couldn't convince them to join his attack. Noah could see some hesitation in those creatures. He had given them some of the magical beast's corpses stored inside his separate space, so they had tasted what it felt to eat a proper meal. The corpses didn't satisfy their hunger like the blue plants, but their bodies could absorb all their nutrients freely. Their innate ability didn't hinder that process, and their instincts learnt that hunting other creatures would provide more benefits. Only the rank 8 leader and a few other upper-tier specimens didn't show that hesitation. They were already aware of that feature, so they didn't let Noah's bribe trick them. Goodbye then, Noah said as he shot in the distance. Do we just leave them there? Fergie asked after catching up with Noah. Do we have the power to capture an entire pack led by a rank 8 specimen? Noah asked. No, Fergie replied. But we could have continued to tempt them. I'm sure they would have fallen for your tricks at some point. That's the issue, Noah replied. I don't want them to follow us through lies and tricks. They have to make their choice so they won't blame us if some of them die during the travel. I don't want an army of those smelly pigs hunting me through the whole higher plane. Do you think that they'll come? Fergie asked. Instincts are powerful forces, Noah replied. We have reminded them of how tasty is the outside world. It's only a matter of time before they return to their true form. What do you mean? Fergie asked. The drawback of their innate ability is too harsh, Noah explained. I think that their forgetfulness is a consequence of the regular meals based on blue plants. Their bodies compensate for the lack of nutrients by making them dumber than they actually are. I only hope that they don't get more eccentric. Do you think the humans from the past knew about it? Fergie asked. It would explain why they have been in chains for so long, Noah replied. Also, it is very probable that they have only eaten blue plants during their imprisonment. They literally grow wherever they are. Fergie reviewed the scenes from the previous conversation with the foolery and realized that they had forgotten about the topics only twice. That number was still high, but it didn't match their first interaction with those creatures. Noah had noticed that feature during the conversation. His hypothesis had formed right after the duo left. His reasoning made sense, but he couldn't prove it unless the pigs began to eat something outside the blue plants. That was one of the reasons why Noah didn't insist. He also wouldn't leave the area anytime soon, so he wasn't in a hurry to convince those creatures. The tall tree became closer in the duo's view as their flight continued. The battlefield under it appeared quieter now, but many magical beasts were still nearby. Countless corpses filled the base of the immense tree. Its thin yellow leaves couldn't hide the aftermath of the many battles in the area. Noah and Fergie could soon inspect everything from their safe position in the sky. The two packs featured monkey-like and wolf-like creatures. Those forces were now away, but Noah didn't hesitate to inspect the corpses accumulated under the tree. The wolves were relatively small. They were 7 meters tall and had silver fur. On the other hand, the monkeys were 20 meters tall and had brown hair. Traces of innate abilities covered the area. Noah could guess that the monkeys could generate something similar to sound waves. As for the wolves, they appeared fast, but the battlefield couldn't give Noah more information. Noah's attention moved on the tree at that point. The pale brown trunk partially blocked his mental waves, so he didn't manage to understand its value. The leaves were easy to analyze, but they didn't have anything special either. Why are they killing each other for this tree? Noah wondered. The situation confused him, but something suddenly moved among the leaves near the bottom of the tree. An immense energy spread in the environment. A fruit slowly grew among the leaves. An intense scent also accompanied the discharge of energy that had marked the beginning of the event. The area began to tremble at that point. The two packs that had left the tree moved at full speed toward the plant in a desperate attempt to seize the fruit before their opponents. The two rank 8 specimens were in the lead of their packs. They ran through the land and clashed right under the tree without worrying about the destruction that their actions unleashed. The energy released by the fruit intensified as it continued to grow. Noah began to feel hungry as that scent filled his nostrils and invaded his mind. Do we jump in? Fergie asked without moving his eyes away from the two rank 8 beings. No, Noah replied. Let's see how one battle goes. We will join the next. The monkey's chest enlarged before shrinking to release dense sound waves that pierced the air and covered the entire area with shockwaves. The wolves were extremely fast, and their fangs and claws seemed able to pierce anything. They could often dodge the sound waves and tear open severe injuries on their opponents' bodies. The wolves had the upper hand, but the battle among the leaders featured the opposite situation. The shockwaves radiated by the rank 8 monkey's attacks were intense enough to injure its opponent. The fruit continued to grow and release more energy as the battle raged. It was hard to understand who would win, but a third participant suddenly joined the battlefield. Cracks spread through the ground and revealed an intricate underground world. Large dark figures came out of those fissures and shot toward the surface, killing any unprepared beast. Those new beasts had the aspect of fat moles with long claws that could sever both monkeys and wolves into many pieces. Still, they weren't as fast as their opponents, so the other creatures soon reacted to their arrival. When the moles died, their bodies disappeared without leaving any trace. They transformed into shadows that seeped into the terrain. They didn't even release blood when fangs stabbed their skin. Fergie suddenly turned toward Noah. He had sensed that something had changed in his leader, and a helpless expression appeared on his face when he noticed the greed that Noah radiated. Something told Fergie that they wouldn't wait for the battle to end anymore. A third-rank 8 aura spread through the aura. That power flowed past the ground and filled the battlefield, attracting the two leaders' attention fighting under the tree. The moles continued to invade the battlefield, killing any beast in sight. The two packs fought back and defeated many of those creatures, but they transformed into shadows and seeped back into the terrain when they died. Such a strange ability, Noah thought while inspecting the battlefield. Do they even die? The moles were quite peculiar. Noah had never seen anything like that. Night was a strange magical beast, but those creatures seemed to surpass the pterodactyl in that field. The battle intensified after the arrival of the moles. The wolves and the monkeys silently sealed an alliance to fend off those invaders. They didn't want other packs to contend the fruit. The ground continued to break. Pieces of terrain grew to create small hills as the largest specimens in the moles pack reached the surface and began to fight the other magical beasts. The whole area fell into chaos. Countless creatures died as sound waves and shadows ran through the surface. It was unclear who would win that battle, but Noah had no intention to remain on the sidelines. The rank 8 mole eventually resurfaced. It appeared among the two leaders and swung its long claws at its opponents before understanding what was happening. The ground also shattered due to the presence of so many powerful beings on the same spot. The wolf and the monkey fell in the mole's natural environment and lost the upper hand in the battle. Debris accumulated above them. The three leaders soon vanished from Noah's sight and began to fight underground. Smart. Noah couldn't help but comment in his mind. The rank 8 mole would lose on the surface, but it had gained a chance now that it was underground. That was a proper tactic deployed through the sacrifice of its underlings. Noah instantly learnt that the creature was far smarter than average. I have an upper-tier body and solid-stage darkness, Noah thought as he closed his eyes. My companions have improved, and my law still has potential. I might have what I need to survive this. His ambition began to spread through the sky. Black lines appeared on the fabric of the world and forced its matter to evolve. The air condensed to take a fluid shape, and the light dimmed under the influence of that dark influence. Seize the fruit, Noah said without moving his gaze away from the battlefield. I'm going underground. Are you crazy? Fergie replied. Why should we even bother to attack now? We can study this event and create a plan for the next time. You can have a piece of the fruit, Noah replied before diving toward one of the cracks. The demonic sword and the white blade appeared in his hands, and Night shot out of his chest to dive into the underground world before him. Snore was also ready to come out of the separate space whenever the situation required it. A few creatures stood in Noah's path. 2 wolves, a monkey, and a mole in the upper tier turned their heads toward the sky when they felt that oppressing ambition reaching the surface. The magical beasts of different packs rarely agreed on anything, but their instincts made them see human beings as natural enemies. Noah had a human form, so that group instantly stopped fighting to focus on him. Noah crossed his blades above his head before releasing a powerful slash. Nothing came out of his swords, but a deep cross-shaped mark appeared on the ground right after his attack. The mark reflected the cross-shaped singularity that Noah had launched. That attack had destroyed anything on its path, turning into nothingness the body parts of the creatures that it crossed. Part of the cross went over one of the wolves, which found itself severed into 2 halves. The mole was at the center of the attack, which left only one arm and part of its fat when it reached the ground. The monkey lost its head in the attack, and the other wolf ended up dodging it due to its favorable position. Still, the creature couldn't help but run away in fear when it realized how powerful that human-looking existence was. Noah had no interest in the other creatures. His attention remained on the maimed mole. The fat and the arm transformed into shadows that seeped back into the ground, and Noah didn't hesitate to follow them. His speed increased. Noah transformed into a black blade that released dark matter and pierced the ground, reaching the shadows in less than an instant. His movement technique depended on his centers of power, so it had reached a superior level after the breakthroughs. Noah's speed was incredible. Nothing in the upper tier seemed able to match it. His speed also increased as his ambition empowered his centers of power. Noah's cultivation level rose and slowly neared the peak of the 7th rank. Noah had to slow down to keep up with the shadow. He risked crossing it if he continued to dive at full speed. "Where are you going?" Noah wondered. It was hard to keep track of the shadow during his movement technique, but Noah did his best not to lose it. He had finally found a species with a darkness aptitude. He would do anything in his power to get his hands on a suitable corpse. The journey through the underground world led Noah to a large hall. Countless shadows seeped through the area's walls and converged at its center, where a large dark cloud floated. Mole-like shadows slowly crawled out of the cloud before obtaining their normal features. It seemed that the dark mass could give birth to those creatures, but Noah couldn't understand its functioning. "What is this?" Noah wondered. The cloud resembled a breeding ground made of dense gas. It didn't have a proper aura, but it could give birth to creatures at various levels. Those beasts didn't even act as newborns. They directly shot toward the cracks in the walls to join the battle on the surface. Some of the newborn moles noticed Noah and converged toward his position, but he didn't even turn toward them. There was only one upper-tier creature among that group, and his hand shot forward before it could stab its claws in his torso. Noah unleashed his pride as he shot forward to grab the upper-tier mole's neck. The other beasts in that group didn't dare to attack him after they sensed his aura. He appeared as the most fearful existence in the world in their eyes. "It feels real," Noah thought as he squeezed the mole's neck. A popping sound eventually resounded in the area, and the mole went limp. Its body transformed into a shadow that tried to return toward the cloud, but Noah trapped it into a layer of dark matter. The shadow slammed on the dark matter while releasing loud cries. It hated that prison. Some cracks even appeared on its fabric due to the many clashes with that tough substance. Snore promptly came out of Noah's chest and ate the prison. The shadow ended up in an environment full of dark matter that didn't allow it to move. Couldn't hurt itself anymore there. Suddenly, a loud shrill noise came out of the cloud. Noah sensed countless gazes converging on his figure. The newborn moles had turned toward him, and many other creatures on the surface had dived back into the ground to help their companions. Noah even felt an oppressing pressure landing on his mind. The rank 8 mole wasn't in that underground area, but it had moved its focus on him. Noah didn't hesitate to spit his flames. His fire spread through the underground area and covered its walls. Painful screams followed his attack, but his eyes didn't leave the cloud. His flames burned part of that dense breeding ground, but that didn't help his situation. More shadowy moles came out of the cloud and transformed into actual magical beasts before shooting toward him. Noah limited himself to spit more flames. Those creatures couldn't cross past his innate ability while his ambition empowered his centers of power. They could only die inside that destructive, fiery sea. However, the moles never stopped trying to leap past the flames. They even suppressed their transformation into actual beasts to continue flying. Even that turned out to be pointless against Noah's innate ability. Rank 7 magical beasts couldn't do anything against the flames fueled by his ambition. The upper-tier specimens could survive for a few seconds, but they eventually transformed back into shadows. The flames also burned the shadows and prevented them from rejoining the cloud. The breeding ground began to shrink while that process continued. It seemed that Noah's actions were slowly destroying it. The focus of the rank 8 mole was still on Noah, but the creature didn't show up in that underground area. The beast was fighting the other leaders, so it couldn't crawl toward Noah to defend its home. Noah had the chance to leave the area, but his curiosity didn't let him move. He had every intention to turn the mole into a blood companion, so he wanted to learn more about that species. The breeding ground started to condense at that point. Couldn't fight Noah's flames, so it resorted to a different approach. Its gas took the shape of a large mole, and its shadow slowly crawled out of the cloud. The new shadow soon radiated a rank 8 aura. Its power spread through the underground aura and triggered Noah's survival instincts. The cloud had decided to give birth to a new leader to fend off that threat. Noah quickly retreated. Part of him wanted to test his new power against a rank 8 magical beasts, but his instincts suppressed those thoughts. Noah felt that even his new prowess wouldn't be enough to defeat creatures at that level. Noah transformed into a black blade that released dark matter as he pierced the walls to fly toward the surface. His little experiment was over. Noah's innate awareness suddenly warned him that something big was about to crash on his position. He had yet to come out of the underground world, so he deployed the unstable substance to face that new threat. The rocky walls around Noah crumbled when that threat reached him. 3 large figures appeared in his view. The 3 leaders had moved their battle next to him, but the rank 8 mole didn't seem interested in that fight. The creature had eyes only for Noah. It even suffered injuries since its attention wasn't on its 2 opponents. Noah did his best to leave the area, but the rank 8 monkey launched an attack before he could fly away. Its chest inflated before a dense sound wave shot out of its mouth. The attack targeted the rank 8 mole, but the shockwaves that it released reached Noah and flung him away. That force interrupted his movement technique and slammed him into a wall, making him spit a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Noah cursed in his mind as snore covered his figure. Noah didn't want to attack the 3 leaders. The creatures could decide to take care of him first if he made them aware of his existence. Snore launched a dark beam in the opposite direction of the 3 leaders, and the rocks on his path shattered. A tunnel formed in less than an instant and Noah quickly flew inside it. The rank 8 mole continued to lead the battle toward Noah, and the newborn leader did the same. Yet, the rank 8 wolf and monkey didn't let the 2 creatures do as they wished, so Noah eventually managed to resurface. When Noah pierced the surface, he noticed that the environment had transformed. A sea of flames covered the ground, and the painful cries of the 3 packs filled the sky. A fireball suddenly flew toward Noah, but he destroyed it with a simple punch. That attack carried a familiar power. It was part of Fergie's spell. "What are you even doing?" Noah shouted as he shot upward. The entirety of the battlefield appeared in his eyes at that point. Noah could finally notice that 3 sun-like structures floated above the surface and launched fireballs toward anything that could move among the sea of flames. A second fireball shot toward Noah, but a figure appeared on its path and endured the might of the blow. Fergie had intercepted the attack as soon as he noticed his leader. An annoyed expression appeared on his fuming face after he turned to look at Noah. "I have yet to learn how to control it fully," Fergie said. "It's powerful, but it doesn't like when I try to suppress it." "We have to run," Noah said, cutting short Fergie's excuses. Noah could sense the 4 rank 8 magical beasts quickly nearing his position. The 2 moles didn't stop focusing on him even after he resurfaced. They could even control their battle better now that there were 2 of them. Fergie eventually sensed the 4 rank 8 magical beasts and shot toward the sky. Noah transformed into a black blade and followed him, but 2 large figures imitated him. The 2 rank 8 moles had managed to reach the spot under Noah after he set off. They instantly jumped and spread their claws toward his figure, and one of them touched him. The impact with the claw interrupted the movement technique and flung Noah away. He crashed on the ground and noticed that a long cut had appeared on his torso. That short clash with a rank 8 creature had caused injuries that an entire pack of moles didn't manage to inflict. The 2 moles leaped toward Noah once they touched the ground. A frenzy filled their expression, and anger seeped out of their eyes. They even trampled some of the moles that had survived Fergie's flames to reach Noah faster. Noah glanced at the long cut on his torso before moving his eyes back on the 2 rank 8 moles. Determination appeared on his face, and bloodlust filled his surroundings. The white blade also returned inside the separate space before a black handle came out of his chest. Noah drew the cursed sword and crossed his arms. The blades cut his robe as they slid over his sides to launch a piercing attack. The blades drew a cross in the air, and an invisible beam shot out of them. The 2 rank 8 moles didn't let the power released by Noah's figure scare them, but they couldn't ignore the force that slammed on their heads. The attack forced the 2 moles to stop. It even tried to push them back, but those creatures stabbed their claws on the ground to endure the blow. Noah didn't remain there to watch the outcome of his attack. His chest had exploded when the singularity landed on the moles. His rib cage was in the open, and a river of blood flowed out of it. Once Noah reached Fergie, he turned to inspect the 2 rank 8 moles. A white mark had appeared on their heads, but their skin was fine. The attack didn't manage to pierce their bodies. Noah had absorbed many nutrients when his flames ravaged the insides of the underground area. He had enough energy to fix his chest and improve, but he needed time to regrow those parts. His flames made his recovery quicker. Noah burned part of the environment in the regions near the tall tree to heal faster. Luckily for him, the 2 rank 8 moles had stopped following him after he disappeared in the sky. "Does your ambition multiply magical beasts now?" Fergie asked once Noah met him in his cave near the Foolery's domain. "Not yet," Noah replied, revealing a cold smile toward his underling. Fergie heaved a helpless sigh before taking something out of his space ring. The tall tree's yellowish fruit appeared in his grasp, and the energy it contained filled the whole cave. Its scent also seeped into the outside world and attracted the magical beasts in the area. Those creatures madly charged toward the cave, but black flames soon engulfed them. Noah took care of the threat before it could even reach them. "I had to take it before it was fully ripe," Fergie explained once Noah returned to the cave. "I waited as much as possible, but everything fell into chaos when the 2nd rank 8 mole appeared." "You did good," Noah replied before seizing the fruit. The fruit was as large as a man's chest. It had a spherical shape, but lines divided it into 8 parts. Noah took out his white blade and cut it, giving a quarter of the resource to his underling. "I have such a greedy leader," Fergie commented. "I had to face rank 8 creatures," Noah replied. "Consider yourself lucky. Your loyal follower doesn't dare to complain any further," Fergie added in a mocking tone before retreating toward a corner of the cave. Noah left the area to return to his cave. The recent battle had brought decent benefits, and he couldn't wait to experiment on them. Once Noah reached his temporary habitation, he deployed the Dark World and resumed the creation of darkness for night. The pterodactyl had already reached the upper tier, but he wanted to push its power even further. After spending some time training, Noah took out the fruit from his separate space and bit it. An intense wave of energy flowed inside him and forced the black hole to work at full power to purify it. That small bite already contained more energy than all the magical beasts burned during the battle. "Don't tell me that this can become a rank 8 resource once it's fully ripe," Noah thought as he inspected the fruit. It was impossible to let the fruit grow unless Noah could fend off the various rank 8 threats. The tall tree may produce far more valuable resources, but the other creatures would stop it due to their greed. A few plans formed in Noah's mind as he consumed the fruit, but they quickly crumbled. He had already seen how powerful rank 8 creatures could be. His current battle prowess didn't allow him to deploy any feasible strategy. It would be easier with the foolery, Noah thought before moving his focus toward a different project. His body was full of energy that the black hole continued to purify before allowing his tissues to absorb it. Any magical beast or normal hybrid would see their power increase after that wave of power, but Noah only experienced a slight growth. That event didn't surprise Noah, especially after witnessing how powerful existences in the 8th rank were. The next breakthrough would elevate his whole being in ways that he had yet to comprehend fully. Snore, Noah called his blood companion, and the giant reptilian head soon appeared at his side. Snore opened its mouth, and a prison made of dark matter landed on the cave's floor. The shadow of the upper-tier mole was inside it, but it didn't struggle as it did during the battle. Did it accept its situation? Noah wondered before performing a series of inspections on the shadow. He quickly confirmed that the creature was still alive, but he couldn't understand why it didn't react to his inspections. It remained still even when Noah pierced its strange body with his swords. Quite peculiar indeed, Noah thought before considering a few hypotheses. Noah had an idea that could explain that odd behavior. The moles seemed to have a tight connection with the breeding ground. In theory, their survival instincts could even depend on that dark cloud. Well, it's alive, Noah thought before taking out a red crystal. Noah would have to study those creatures in their natural habitat to learn more about their innate abilities. Still, that project was impossible at his current level. The mole in its shadow form was hard to analyze. Its fabric contained laws that allowed it to transform into an actual magical beast. But Noah couldn't trigger that event. Even his pride didn't manage to force the creature. It was clear that the beast had lost something when Noah separated it from the breeding ground, but he didn't mind it. He had finally obtained a creature with a darkness aptitude. It was time to test the crystals found in the evolution pit. The demonic deduction technique could help in that process only at times. Noah wanted to create something meant for destruction, but his experiment forced him to think about a fusion first. Since Noah had yet to understand how the mole worked, he couldn't make full use of the demonic deduction technique. He didn't even know which innate ability the creature had. He was almost approaching the experiment blindly. From what Noah had seen on the battlefield, he could guess that the mole wouldn't turn into a blood companion that suited his logic-defying battle prowess. Still, he had put that off for too long, so he didn't care about the actual value of the beast anymore. Noah only wanted to see how the red crystal worked. That material could become the key to improve his companions, so he wanted to test its power and decide whether he had to pursue that experiment. The mole seized during the battle was in the upper tier, while Noah had only red crystals in the middle tier. Still, his ambition could force any material in the world to evolve. Noah held the red crystal in his grasp as he closed his eyes. His ambition seeped out of his figure, but he forced it to focus on the mineral. His influence had only temporary effects, but Noah believed that he could force them to become permanent. He only had to expose the red crystal for enough time to reach that result. Noah spent weeks focusing his ambition on the red crystal. He often had to restart the process since the material began to lose power at some point. However, it eventually reached the point when its level didn't fall anymore. The middle-tier red crystal transformed into a material in the upper tier after weeks of nourishment under Noah's influence. His law had forced that material to evolve. Noah had replicated the same event that had happened during his battle with Lady Lena. Noah didn't hesitate to fuse the crystal with the mole at that point. He didn't know which inscription method suited that procedure, so he relied on the workshop and the elemental forging method to be safe. The red crystal melted and fused with the shadow through a simple meaning and a dense wave of dark matter, giving it a scarlet shade that often vanished in its blackness. Initially, the mole didn't show any change, but a transformation eventually occurred. The shadow convulsed as smoke came out of its fabric and gave birth to a small version of the breeding ground that Noah had seen in the underground area. This thing again, Noah thought while inspecting the breeding ground. The red crystal didn't contain much. It was nothing more than a mineral filled with peculiar auras. It carried Noah's ambition and the same law of the evolution pit. This should be its best form, Noah thought. The best form that its current energy can allow it to reach. The mole had evolved into the breeding ground after the fusion. Noah could understand the reasoning behind the transformation because his law carried similar properties. Yet, he was still unclear about its exact functioning. That general understanding wasn't enough. Noah wanted to fuse the red crystals with his companions, so he wanted to know everything about those minerals. Only complete knowledge would satisfy him. Noah's curiosity took control of his mind during his time inside the cave. Only countless tests could give him the answers that he needed. The demonic deduction technique couldn't help in the process, but Noah wasn't in a hurry. The first experiment saw a thorough study of the breeding ground's behavior in the outside world. Noah dispersed the cage of higher energy and let the dark cloud interact freely with the matter around it. The cloud didn't absorb energy, but the shadow of an upper-tier mole soon came out of its surface. The breeding ground almost vanished, but the process allowed Noah to learn more about that species. The mole that came out of the cloud was stronger than the creature captured in the underground area. The minute breeding ground left after the process was unable to give birth to more beasts, but it didn't disappear. Noah linked that empowerment to the fusion. The mole didn't only evolve. It had also improved during the procedure, and that had given the breeding ground the ability to produce stronger creatures. The new mole behaved as a proper magical beast. Noah could submit it easily, but he didn't manage to learn anything from the creature even after multiple interrogations. The breeding ground carries the collective intellect of the pack, Noah concluded after those experiments. Killing the mole replicated the process witnessed in the underground area. Noah broke the creature's neck countless times, but it always transformed into a shadow that flowed back into the breeding ground. The cloud would then give birth to the mole again, in a cycle that didn't seem to have an end. Still, the mole wasn't completely immortal. The cloud lost minute parts of its fabric every time the creature died and reformed. The breeding ground couldn't keep going forever. Feeding the mole restored the cloud. The width of the breeding ground depended on how much energy its creations managed to retrieve. The more Noah learnt about that species, the less he felt that the mole could become a suitable blood companion. That creature could only work as a meat shield. It had sharp claws, but its innate ability heavily affected its physical prowess. Only the ability of the breeding ground was interesting. That cloud could revive the members of its pack, and Noah wondered whether he could harness that power to transform it into a technique. It's similar to the second life formation, Noah thought as memories surged in his mind. It works so well with the moles because they are quite weak and need less energy to be born again. It will take far more to revive one of my companions or me. Theoretically, Noah had the power and the expertise to replicate that breeding ground and adapt it to his needs. However, the power carried by his existence was immense. He would have to store an unfathomable amount of energy to make that technique work. He also had to consider the various flaws that his replica would have. Noah wasn't as simple as the moles. His existence carried too many features, and a single breeding ground might not suit him. Noah could compensate those flaws with more energy, but that would mean adding requirements to an already unrealistic technique. Creating it was possible, but he wouldn't know if it worked until he died. It doesn't seem a project that I can approach now, Noah concluded. I desperately need nutrients to improve. Wasting them in this project will slow down my growth. Noah would have to amass enough energy to replicate his body, dantian, mind, and black hole. No rank 7 cultivator would gather so many resources and decide to store them for a miraculous technique. His growth would also force him to adjust the energy stored in the technique constantly. That ability would end up consuming most of his gains, ultimately crippling his cultivation level. This goes beyond the fairness of heaven and earth, Noah thought. Part of Noah knew that the technique was feasible, but it was too expensive. It also went against his existence. Delaying his growth had never been in his plans. The idea of fusing that innate ability with the workshop crossed his mind, but Noah eventually rejected it. His endless army of beasts and the breeding ground shared similar features, but Great Builder's technique was better when used with the Dark World. Noah could use the nigh-endless energy contained in the black hole to fuel the workshop. The breeding ground lost less power to revive its creations, but it was slower, and it required the beasts to return inside the cloud. What a pity! Noah concluded before discarding any idea of transforming the mole into something useful. The red crystals seem reliable at least. His new understanding of the red crystals was the true reward of the experiments. Noah even tried to fuse more minerals into the mole, but they didn't manage to apply transformations anymore. They only made the creature more inclined to evolve further. With that knowledge, Noah could finally move to experiments that would improve his battle prowess. He only had to decide from which companion he had to start. I might lose them if something goes wrong, Noah thought before heaving a helpless sigh. Noah had performed the fusion only once and on a simple magical beast. The process with Snore, the demonic sword, Night, and the demonic form would be harsher since the companions were complicated existences. Noah had to make a difficult decision. His first choice had more chances to suffer from his inexperience. He was basically deciding which companion was expendable. Are you willing to be the first? Noah asked as a large reptilian head materialized in the cave. Snore's power had surpassed Noah's at times, and it was versatile. However, Noah had created it from scratch. He could rebuild an identical body any time. He only needed to find a suitable will to replace the albino snake. Night's innate abilities were too peculiar, and Noah didn't know if he could recreate the demonic sword. The parasite was also unique. Snore was the obvious choice, but he wanted to make sure that the snake understood his intentions. Snore sensed Noah's feelings and released a loud hiss that spread through the area. Its body materialized and destroyed the cave, transforming it into a large hole in the middle of the region. Noah found himself in front of the massive snake, but Snore soon lowered its head to perform a bow. The blood companion was offering its life to Noah. It even radiated some excitement at the thought of becoming stronger. Noah had always claimed that June knew him better than anyone else, but the truth was that his companions surpassed her in that field. The demonic sword, Snore, and Night shared a mental connection with Noah, and they were with him even during his solitary moments. They had accompanied him through all his training sessions and long journeys. The companions had seen how hard Noah had struggled during the past events. They had been almost useless for many battles. Only the demonic sword had continued to help him due to its connection with his martial arts. The three companions hated that situation. They despised their weakness. Snore didn't hesitate to accept Noah's offer, but Night and the demonic sword would have done the same. "I will transform the red crystal into something that suits you before starting the procedure," Noah said to Snore through their mental connection. "I don't know what you'll become if everything works well, but it should give you a chance to evolve without depending on my cultivation level." Snore transformed into dark matter and flowed back inside Noah's body. The creature didn't fear that procedure, and it would do anything to become stronger. Night and the demonic sword went silent while Noah transformed one of the red crystals. The three companions didn't bicker as much as before anymore, but they still conversed in Noah's mind from time to time. Yet they didn't say anything at that time. The companions let Snore prepare for the procedure. Even the demonic sword had become mature enough to know when it had to leave some space to its friends. Snore embodied the destructive power of the dark world. It was a channel where the copies of the elements fused and transformed into energy capable of piercing any material. Noah couldn't limit himself to bring the red crystal to the upper tier. He had to turn it into a material that would suit Snore. The fusion had to be perfect. The dark world recreated the black version of the elements. Noah surrounded the crystal with those energies and used his ambition to improve its fabric. The mineral and the black elements slowly fused as they remained immersed in Noah's law. Every material could absorb energy with the right push, and his ambition was perfect for the task. The crystal slowly changed color and shape. It lost its solid form and turned black after absorbing the elements and reaching the upper tier. It was already something different from what Noah had used with the mole, but that didn't make him hesitate. He would use the dark matter and the elemental forging method. He had spent entire millennia honing his expertise in those fields. Noah didn't use a generic meaning. He focused on his memories of Snore and condensed them to create a pure expression of its existence. Then, he added a piece of his tainted mental waves to share his bloodlust with Snore. The blood companion was perfect for that emotion. That feeling would naturally bring its destructive properties to a new level. Snore's fabric initially rejected that foreign material. It didn't matter that Noah had tried to make it match the snake's structure. The blood companion's body was already almost perfect, so it didn't want anything else. Noah had learnt how the crystal behaved from his previous experiment, and he had even expected that rejection. His influence forced the mineral to evaporate and transform into a gas that slowly fused with Snore's fabric. Noah had created Snore. He knew exactly where that material had to go to influence the whole creature. An entire day had to pass before the crystal fused with the snake and activated. The fusion didn't go as well as the previous. Snore's fabric instinctively rejected that new material and tried to expel it. Yet, Noah forced it to stay in its place and continue spreading its influence through the snake's body. Snore suffered and struggled. It crashed its massive head on the ground in a desperate attempt to force that substance out of its body. Noah soon felt forced to restrain the creature with his bare hands, and he even ended up summoning the workshop to get some harmless help. Noah couldn't let the blood companion destroy its body and trigger its automatic reconstruction. Snore had to endure that pain and let the crystal alter its fabric. Snore's pain also reached Noah's mind. The snake was a proper blood companion. The two of them shared their senses. Noah felt as if his body was on fire. His tissues screamed in pain and died as the crystal rebuilt their structure. He knew that those events weren't happening to him, but he didn't dare to suppress those sensations. He wouldn't let Snore suffer alone. His determination would stir the blood companion to endure that pain and preserve its body. Snore eventually collapsed on the ground. Its fabric grew unstable and threatened to detonate. Its body also expanded to create something similar to the dark world. Still, the innate properties of the dark matter eventually kicked in. Noah's higher energy could replicate anything in the world, so it could adapt to any material. The clouds slowly shrunk. Noah could feel Snore's consciousness growing stronger in his mind, and the creature's ethereal image transformed as that process continued. A reptilian head eventually became visible among that chaotic dark matter. The rest of Snore's body also started to condense, and Noah quickly noticed some changes. Noah had cut away Snore's feathered wings and replaced them with 3 pairs of scaled wings in the past. He had made that decision to optimize the blood companion's power, but the red crystal had a different opinion on the matter. When Snore completely condensed, Noah could see that its 3 pairs of wings had disappeared. 2 immense feathered wings had replaced them. His body had also grown. The creature had become far longer than a kilometer by then. Its head had also changed, but Noah's attention was on the wings. Their feathers resembled sharp chunks of metal that radiated a black light. Each of them carried immense energy and featured the same destructive properties as the dark beam. The 6 horns had vanished. Snore only had 2 long horns now, and they also radiated the same destructive energy as the dark beam. Even its teeth featured that power. It seemed that its whole existence had attuned with its strongest attack. Snore quickly recovered and straightened its position. The creature lifted its head to the sky and spat a cloud of violent dark matter. Initially, that gas flowed slowly, but it soon started to pick up speed until it transformed into the familiar dark beam. "I see," Noah thought. "The red crystal has forced your existence to evolve past the black elements. You have become one with the violent dark matter. You don't need anything else to generate it." Noah's curiosity didn't allow him to move his eyes away from the wings. He couldn't believe that the red crystal had made them reappear, but he didn't want to reject them before understanding what they did. "Show me an attack with those feathers," Noah asked. Snore gave voice to a happy hiss and turned toward the center of the region while unfolding his massive wings. One of the metallic feathers shot out of its figure and reached that spot in an instant. An earthquake followed the attack, and a dark area suddenly appeared on the landing spot. A wave of violent dark matter also spread from there and threatened to expand through the whole region. Both Noah and Snore remained speechless in front of that destructive power, but they didn't hesitate to shot toward Fergie's cave. They had to leave the region to dodge that attack. "I guess we can only test your real power in battle," Noah said through his mental connection. Snore nodded without moving its gaze from the center of the region. Noah and Fergie were in the same situation. They were inspecting the damage caused by the black feather. The region had featured a small azure river and bushlands at its center. A mountain had also stood near that area. Still, nothing had remained after the feather landed on the ground. The wave of violent dark matter had spread through most of that land, but it had lost its destructive effects after flying for less than a minute. It had destroyed a quarter of the region before losing its power. "Do I need to build my cave even farther away?" Fergie asked without moving his eyes from the crater. "It shouldn't be so bad with the others," Noah replied. "I bet you hope otherwise," Fergie added. "Of course," Noah said. "Rank 8 beings can affect entire regions with their attacks. I'm slowly approaching that level." "I can see that," Fergie replied. "Your cultivation level is still far away from that rank, but you have many unreasonable powers at your side. You might be able to reach that level if you amass enough beings that break heaven and earth's fairness." Noah nodded. That was precisely his plan. Filling the gaps between the ranks with his centers of power was impossible. He had to rely on his companions, black hole, and innate advantages to reach a battle prowess at that level. "When will you start your next experiment?" Fergie asked. "Right away," Noah replied. I can't hold back after seeing this. I will build my cave farther away, Fergie said before flying toward the next region. Noah didn't bother to follow him with his gaze. Snor's current power had proven that the red crystals could bring his companions to a new level. He couldn't stop thinking about the experiments now that he knew how strong those creatures could become. Snor quickly dug another cave, and Noah spent some time analyzing the snake. The creature had transformed. It had become a being that stood between blood companions and beasts connected to his existence now. Its power still depended on Noah's cultivation level, but it had started to absorb energy on its own. It seemed that Snor could now improve even if Noah's power didn't grow. More mouths to feed, Noah thought before moving to his next project. The demonic form didn't want to come out of his chest, and Noah didn't feel comfortable evolving it yet. The plant was powerful, but it fed of Noah's energies. Its improvements might cripple him. The second choice for the fusion with the red crystals had to be Night. The pterodactyl had also expressed its willingness to face the procedure after seeing how Snor had improved. Noah didn't even need to make up his mind at that point. Adapting the red crystal to Night turned out to be complicated. Snor only had energies that came from Noah, but the pterodactyl was a different type of beast. Noah had built Night's current body, but he had added materials that he couldn't replicate with his dark matter. The royal metal was a miraculous mineral that his dark world couldn't produce. Still, Noah could create something similar to the royal metal, and he didn't forget its power. It took him longer to transform the crystal, but he eventually managed to create something that met his expectations. Don't hesitate, Night said through the mental connection once Noah began to create the meaning for the elemental forging method. You know my pride, and I know your blade. I will have no regret even if the procedure fails. I almost missed the bossy pterodactyl that I met in the dark gorge, Noah replied. I was but a beast scared of the sunlight, Night said while raising its strange head to the sky. You have shown me a better way. You have given me the power to fight the light. I only ask you to give me more of that. Noah didn't let Night wait too much. The creature's power was a mixture of adaptability, speed, and sharpness, so Noah used a meaning that could cover those three requirements. He infused the red crystal with pure destruction before forcing it to reach the upper tier. Night was the perfect carrier of that part of Noah's individuality. Its whole existence depended on severing laws. Night went through the same pain as Snor once Noah fused the red crystal with its strange fabric. Its black lines thinned, and its body grew, threatening the overall stability of its structure. Noah feared that the pterodactyl would crumble, but Night performed better than Snor. The creature remained conscient during the procedure and used its innate ability to quicken the absorption of the crystal. It even threw away some scarlet shards that its body didn't accept. Night didn't change much after the process ended. Its body had rejected part of the red crystal, but the evolution had succeeded. Still, Noah couldn't understand how strong it had become from its appearance. Shall we test you out? Noah asked. I will destroy far more than the snake, Night replied before shooting toward the center of the region. Noah flew in the sky to inspect the scene and used the mental connection to keep track of Night's movements. The pterodactyl had already fused with the world. His eyes and mental energy were useless in that task. The long figure of the pterodactyl eventually reappeared in the sky and reached Noah. The ground remained the same for less than a second before a massive cut opened. The fissure covered a third of the region, and Night gave voice to a happy snort before flying back into the separate space. The creature felt satisfied that its attack had surpassed Snor's demonstration. A general improvement then, Noah thought while analyzing the fissure. Night is already the best expression of itself. I made sure of it. It doesn't surprise me that the red crystal can't give it anything else. Noah closed his eyes at that point. He had one last companion to evolve. It was time to see if his demonic sword could survive the procedure. The demonic sword came out of the separate space on its own, but it remained silent. It could feel Noah's hesitation, but it was ready to complain if he didn't want to pursue that approach anymore. The blade wanted more power. It was an expression of Noah's existence, so it shared his desire to improve. Not even Noah could stop it at that point. Noah knew what the demonic sword was thinking. He could sense the desire seeping out of its fabric. It was a mature desire that had nothing to do with its past childish expressions. "You sure have grown," Noah said through his mental connection. The demonic sword continued to remain silent, but its shape froze when it saw Noah taking out his entire ethereal figure from his mental sphere. "The procedure with you will be a bit different," Noah explained. "The others only required meanings, but you reflect my law. Only my entire existence can express what you are." Night and Snore came out in the open as the dark world unfolded. Noah was about to lose any will to live, but that process was necessary. His grasp firmly closed on his ethereal figure, shattering it into dark dust that floated through the waves of dark matter. The will-consuming runes were the only method capable of suppressing Noah's ambition. They could destroy his emotions and turn him into nothing more than a breathing corpse. The procedure was hazardous for Noah. He wasn't a heroic cultivator anymore. His ambition was his very existence, so depleting it could lead to his death. Still, the black hole managed to prevent any unfavorable outcome. The organ forced Noah's centers of power to function even when his law lost strength. Kept him alive until his ambition returned. Noah couldn't transform the red crystal while he was in that state. His only option was to amass the dark powder generated by destroying his ethereal figure in the dark world. Once he had enough of that substance, he could approach the second phase of the procedure. The demonic sword and the other companions protected Noah during the process, but no creature dared to approach his cave. The dark world was a natural shield against external threats, and most of the fauna in the region had escaped after his previous show of power. Only one pack remained on the other edge of the region. Its leader was a rank 8 creature, but its power was below average. It feared the foolery too much to reach Noah's position. "It's finally over," Noah thought once his ambition revived his existence and allowed him to focus on the procedure. The dark world had autonomously gathered the dark powder dispersed inside it. Noah only had to force the red crystal to grow and fuse that substance with the mineral to approach the fusion. That phase didn't take him much. Noah could quicken the effects of his influence after gaining experience in the previous procedures. That training also helped his potential since he improved in using his ambition. "Ready?" Noah asked as he lifted the now dark crystal toward the floating demonic sword. The blade didn't show any hesitation. It stabbed the ground and waited for Noah to begin the procedure. It was even ready to face the pain that usually accompanied that experiment. Noah forced the crystal to melt by infusing it with a meaning that carried his ambition and fused it with the blade. Scarlet lines immediately appeared on the weapon, and a wave of pain reached Noah's mind due to the connection with the demonic sword. The fabric of the blade transformed. The demonic blade already had primary energy, darkness, mental energy, and dark matter, so its body took longer to accept that foreign material. The blade slowly melted and formed a pool that floated among the dark world. Noah couldn't sense his weapon anymore at that point, but a roar soon resounded inside his mind. The connection with the sword intensified as a sharp tip came out of the pool. A long edge followed, revealing a sphere between the blade and the handle. The demonic sword had retaken a solid form, but its shape had gone through a few changes. The blade had 2 sharp edges and lacked a guard, but scarlet lines now ran through its structure, and a black sphere rotated right above the handle. The sphere resembled a strange guard, but that wasn't its purpose. Noah noticed something spectacular when he inspected it. Dense dark matter rotated inside that structure. Did it gain a black hole? Noah thought as his consciousness unfolded to gain a better view of the demonic sword. Noah couldn't fail to recognize the similarity of the sphere with the dark world. It contained less power, and its walls weren't as sturdy as his organ, but he couldn't deny its authenticity. The demonic sword had gained Noah's most incredible feature. It now had a black hole as a center of power. That organ couldn't fuse with its fabric, so it took the shape of a rotating sphere carved inside its structure. The blade gave voice to a roar, and dark matter came out of its sphere. The higher energy covered the sword and transformed its figure, giving it the shape of a familiar tall dragon. Noah had transformed into that dragon when the last perfect hybrid of the other world triggered the worldwide tribulation. He would have maintained that shape if it weren't for the creation of the demonic sword. "I feel whole, Father," the demonic sword said as roars mixed with its human voice. "Let's test your power then," Noah said, revealing a smile as he stretched his arm forward. The draconic shape vanished into a cloud of dark matter that flowed back inside the demonic sword sphere. The blade then flew in Noah's grasp and conveyed what it had learnt about its new status. "I have a fixed shape now," the demonic sword said. "I can't shrink nor stretch anymore, but I can use the dark matter to transform." Noah nodded. He didn't care that the demonic sword had traded its ductility for the black hole. That organ could give countless advantages. The whole human domain would kill to obtain that center of power. Noah flew high in the sky and raised the demonic sword above his head. The sphere began to rotate faster while releasing dark matter. Lumps of higher energy came out of the blade and created a tall black line in the middle of that whiteness. Power flowed inside Noah's arm. He could feel his existence harmonizing with the demonic sword and forcing him to express more strength. The event reminded him of the effects of his ambition, but it seemed less forceful. Noah's arm descended, and the dark matter accumulated in the sky shot forward. A dense slash flew together with the higher energy and radiated an intense sharpness when it fell on the ground. No earthquakes followed the impact. The attack pierced the ground and continued to dig toward its depths, meeting almost no hindrances in the process. The slash was so sharp that the world barely noticed it. The slash covered the same area as Knight's attack, but it reached far deeper spots. Its piercing capabilities were incredible, and its overall power surpassed what the pterodactyl could achieve. That superior might didn't only come from the demonic sword. The blade could now force Noah to express more power during his attacks. It could replicate a weaker version of the effects of his ambition. "How many shapes can you take?" Noah asked through the mental connection. "I shouldn't have any limit in that field," the demonic sword replied. "But I prefer the dragon form." Noah nodded before storing the demonic sword. A sense of satisfaction and relief filled his mind as he stared at the damages caused by his improved companions. His companions had evolved. Noah had also completed a project that had been in his mind since his exploration of the evolution pit. He could finally focus on improving his cultivation level and techniques during the journey through the magical beasts domain. "My priority is to gain rank 8 battle prowess," Noah thought as he crossed his legs while floating in the sky. "I should be close after these experiments, but I won't be sure unless I test the full power of the companions." Noah needed battles, and he knew a place that often featured fights. The tall tree would give birth to valuable fruits every now and then. The plant marked the perfect place where to test his power. Noah sorted his training methods before starting his new plan. His body and Danteon didn't need anything new, but his mind could endure more pressure. The white sky toughened Noah's mind and slowly improved its power, so he didn't hesitate to add more dark matter to his spherical rune. Still, he didn't feel satisfied with that pressure, so he let the upper-tier mole join his training. The creature was virtually useless as a blood companion, but Noah performed the body inscription spell anyway. He lacked a better option, so he would use the mole as part of his training until a suitable replacement appeared. Killing the mole turned out to be tricky, but Noah eventually managed to force it to spill blood. He destroyed the creature until the breeding ground couldn't function anymore. The beast obtained proper flesh and blood that he could use in the spell at that point. "What do I even need to do with you?" Noah thought while inspecting the plant growing inside his chest. Noah shared a mental connection with the demonic form, but it never spoke. Its noises didn't even carry any meaning. The plant was an embodiment of destruction, and it only cared about absorbing energy to grow. Controlling it wasn't an issue for Noah, especially after the improvements of his companions. Snore could easily keep it in check, but that was the best he could do at the moment. The cursed sword was another asset that needed some attention. The blade fed on bloodlust, and defeating powerful enemies with it was the fastest method to improve it. The blade was still at some distance from the 8th rank, so it couldn't produce attacks at that level yet. Still, Noah planned to use the weapon more often to force it to grow. Noah tested a few things and trained for a while before deciding to exit the cave. After summoning Fergie, the duo flew toward the tall tree and created habitations near its base to wait for the appearance of the next fruit. It was hard to give up on such a valuable resource. Both Noah and Fergie had already benefited from the fruit, so they knew that the magical beast's domain would rarely manage to offer them something better. The best resources were in the hands of packs that featured multiple rank 8 specimens. Some of them even had creatures in the middle and upper tier. Noah didn't even consider facing existences at that level yet. The rank 8 monkey and wolf were perfect training dummies. They could allow Noah to test and improve his battle prowess. The periods between the appearance of each fruit also gave him the time to train, so he had no reason to leave the area. Noah even believed that the foolery would eventually leave their region and choose to migrate. Those creatures would need Noah at that point since he could act as a bridge between their pack and the Legion. It was impossible to predict when the tall tree would produce another fruit, but Noah guessed that it wouldn't take long since he had seen packs fighting under the plant 2 times already. A battle was unfolding under the 3 when the foolery attacked him. A second fruit had happened soon after. Noah guessed that the tree would trigger another fight soon, so he kept his senses ready to pick up that peculiar scent. His guess turned out to be correct. Noah and Fergie only had to wait a few years to see the tree give birth to a fruit again and attracting all the magical beasts in the area. "It's time," Noah said through his consciousness, awakening Fergie in the nearby cave. Fergie quickly flew out of his cave and met with Noah midair. The duo moved toward the tree, where they saw that 2 familiar packs had already started to fight. "Seize the fruit again," Noah ordered. "I will handle the 2 leaders." Fergie didn't even try to argue. Changing Noah's mind was impossible, even if his plan saw Fergie taking care of 2 entire packs that featured multiple creatures in the upper tier. "I'm only a liquid stage existence," Fergie whispered before lifting his arm. A small flame came out of his palm and expanded until it took the shape of a raging sun that filled the area with red light. Some of the magical beasts on the ground noticed him, but they continued to fight, ignoring the energy accumulating in the sky. Noah glanced at Fergie's spell before giving voice to a roar that carried his pride. Both packs suddenly stopped fighting, but the 2 leaders promptly launched cries that forced them to resume their battles. The 2 leaders then fixed their eyes on Noah. His pride had attracted their attention, and they still recalled him from the previous battle. However, they didn't feel that he was worthy of joining their fights. Noah could understand their thoughts without even needing to check their facial expressions. He didn't believe to be at their level either, but he wasn't there to win. Snore, Night, and the demonic sword came out of the separate space, and a root pierced his right palm to grow in the outside world. Noah tore the root and threw it toward the 2 leaders, who voiced another series of annoyed cries. "You still don't want to come at me," Noah thought before drawing the white blade and covering it in the corrosive properties released by the demonic form. Noah then dived toward the 2 leaders and raised his blades above his head. A trail of dark matter came out of the demonic sword, and the higher energy followed the attack once Noah performed a slash. A cross-shaped slash fell toward the ground. It wasn't invisible anymore. A dark halo now covered the attack, but its properties had remained the same. The singularity crashed on the 2 leaders, who didn't dare to dodge the attack since their opponent could exploit that opportunity. Noah's slash slammed on their bodies but didn't manage to pierce their tough skin. Yet, the attack destroyed their fur and left a visible mark on their bodies. Noah didn't manage to inflict any real damage, but that outcome alone spoke for his improvements. Noah had attacked rank 8 creatures with his cursed blade during the previous fight, but he didn't manage to do much back then. Instead, he had obtained better effects without relying on that troublesome weapon now. "My foundation is slowly reaching their level," Noah thought as excitement filled his mind. The 2 leaders couldn't ignore Noah anymore, but they couldn't reach him either. Only the monkey had ranged attacks, and the creature would never show its back to its main opponent. Cooperating was impossible in that situation. Noah exploited that hesitation by launching another cross-shaped slash. He was holding his strongest attacks back for fear of damaging the tree, but he had already put into action a plan that would solve that issue. Noah gave voice to a roar as the unstable substance flowed through his black veins. The magical beasts on the ground stopped fighting again. But their leaders didn't give them new orders, because they were busy following the human figure in the sky with their eyes. Fergie threw his son on the ground during that moment of distraction. Countless magical beasts died during the impact, and his spell continued to float above the surface to launch fireballs toward any creature that dared to move. Noah landed in the middle of the fiery ground. The wolf and monkey immediately shot toward him, but a mark suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Night soon reappeared next to Noah and helped him, replying to the angry gazes of his opponents. Noah didn't go all out even after he landed on the ground, and the two rank 8 leaders did the same. The 3 of them were unaware whether the mole's pack would show up again, and they didn't want to be in a position where those creatures could surprise them. The 2 leaders attacked Noah. The monkey's chest inflated to launch a dense sound wave. The wolf shot toward him, but it didn't use its incredible speed due to the innate ability of the other creature. Noah had landed on the ground only to attract the leader's attention, but he had no intention of fighting fairly. Magical beasts would almost always focus on any being with a human shape, and Noah didn't want to end up in the middle of 2 rank 8 creatures. His body transformed into a black blade that shot backward. Night fused with the environment before the sound wave could reach it, and an explosion happened on that spot. The shock waves released after the detonation of the monkey's attack forced Noah out of his movement technique and made him spat blood. The wolf didn't hesitate to reach him at that point, and Noah could soon see the creature's tall figure jumping on him from his side. Noah could barely face 1 rank 8 magical beast, let alone 2. However, he had his improved companions by his side, but he didn't want to unleash their power while he was near the tree. Snore quickly materialized to intercept the wolf's attack. The snake's massive figure created a natural barrier that stopped the creature's leap and forced it to focus on its new opponent. The wolf easily pieced Snore's body, but a wave of violent dark matter engulfed it before it could launch another attack. The blood companion was pure destruction now. Even its insides featured the same substance that made its dark beam. The violent dark matter didn't manage to injure the leader, but pieces of its fur vanished when that wave of energy engulfed it. The wolf's anger surged before it leapt again and pierced Snore's body. Yet, it didn't find Noah when it reached the other side. A sound wave threatened to crash on Snore, but the snake transformed into a cloud that vanished once the attack exploded. A crack appeared on Blood Companion's ethereal figure, but the wolf ended up enduring most of the blow. Snore was still a Blood Companion, so its body would disperse once Noah went too far away. The attack of the rank 8 monkey would normally inflict severe injuries to its ethereal figure, but the snake didn't stay in the area long enough to endure the entirety of the blow. The wolf gave voice to an angry howl before turning toward the monkey. The creature seemed about to jump toward its previous opponent, but a cross-shaped slash suddenly crashed on its body and forced it to turn again. Noah had stopped only to launch the slash. He had immediately resumed his retreat when the wolf turned again. The creature couldn't contain its anger and chased him at full speed, but Snore appeared on its path when it was about to reach him. The monkey launched another sound wave while the wolf was busy fighting Snore, but the snake disappeared before the attack reached the area at that time. The sound wave ended up crashing directly on the wolf's body. Blood flowed out of the creature's mouth. It seemed that the attack had damaged its internal organs. Noah slashed toward the wolf before it could turn toward the monkey. The creature was livid at that point. It had no idea who to attack, but it eventually charged toward Noah. Almost there, Noah thought once he reached the edges of the region. The tall tree was far away from that spot. Fergie would have a decent chance to let the fruit grow and seize it once it was fully ripe now. Noah only had to keep the 2 leaders busy for as long as possible. The wolf reached Noah in an instant, but Snore didn't appear. He turned toward the creature, slashing with both his blades while a wave of dark matter surrounded his figure. The blades and the wolf clashed, releasing a shockwave that shattered the ground. Noah's arms released screeching noises, and the swords threatened to break, but the dark matter and the unstable substance kept them intact. Still, the impact flung Noah away and made him dig a long hole through the azure ground. His body felt sore once the empowerment given by the demonic sword vanished. The skin on his elbows, wrists, and shoulders had also shattered. That was dumb, Noah thought before wearing a broad smile. Facing a rank 8 creature with his bare body had been a stupid idea, but Noah was willing to lose his arms to understand how far he was from the 8th rank. Noah couldn't remain deep in his thoughts since the wolf immediately leapt toward him. The creature wouldn't let him go now that it had managed to put him on the ground. An invisible force flung the wolf upward and created a long mark on its chest. The pterodactyl became visible for less than an instant before fusing with the world again and resuming its offensive. Night attacked the creature again while it was mid-air, and Snore quickly formed to wrap its immense body around the wolf. The snake restrained its limbs and bit on its neck as violent dark matter flowed out of its mouth. Noah straightened his position and pulled his blades back. His knees bent as the demonic sword's black hole released dark matter that covered both weapons. His ambition also activated. His cultivation level increased and reached the limits of the 7th rank. Noah was ready to launch his strongest attack, but the monkey's offensive forced him to retreat. Snore quickly transformed into a cloud that dispersed before the dense sound wave exploded. The wolf endured the entirety of the blow again, but no slash crashed on its body at that time. Noah flew around the wolf and neared the monkey. He came out of his movement technique to resume his previous position and gather his power. The monkey's chest inflated at that sight, but the wolf jumped on the creature before it could launch its attack. Noah could take his time to amass as much dark matter as possible before launching his double lunge. 2 beams shot out of Noah's figure. One of them was pitch black while the other was almost invisible. A wave of dark matter covered both and enhanced their destructive capabilities. The 2 attacks fused mid-air. They transformed into an unstable, piercing force before crashing on the monkey's belly. The attack destroyed its fur, and Noah could even see a drop of blood flowing out of the landing spot. "I did it!" Noah shouted in his mind when he saw that minute drop of dark red blood. Noah had to use his ambition, the full power of his demonic sword, the unstable substance, an upper-tier weapon, and dark matter, but he had finally managed to pierce the skin of a rank 8 creature. The actual amount of damage inflicted in the clash didn't matter. Noah could barely contain his excitement. He had finally approached a rank 8 battle prowess. The wolf bit on the monkey's shoulder and tore a piece of its skin. Blood spurted out of the creature and tainted its fur, but the injury didn't stop it from inflating its chest again. The monkey turned its head toward the wolf and launched a sound wave. The attack exploded right in its face, separating the 2 magical beasts and injuring both of them. Noah couldn't escape the shockwaves released in the attack. His organs shook, and blood accumulated in his mouth, but he remained on his feet. He would rather suffer more internal injuries than lose that favorable position. Once Noah felt able to move his arms again, he raised his blades and bathed in the incredible feeling of having his power enhanced by an external force. He was already near the peak of the 7th rank, but the demonic sword's ability pushed his might slightly past that. Dark matter covered both blades and created 2 black rivers that flowed upward. They shot high in the sky as Noah placed the weapons on his forehead and focused his consciousness on the 2 rank 8 magical beasts. The 2 creatures ignored Noah. The wolf charged at the monkey again, and the latter didn't hesitate to inflate its chest to launch another threatening sound wave. Noah intervened before the monkey could launch its attack. He wanted the creatures to keep hurting each other, but the wolf had already suffered a severe injury while following Noah. The monkey would win in that situation, and Noah couldn't allow it. He needed both of them to keep them busy. The 2 blades slid across Noah's forehead and filled the environment with sharp noises. The dark matter around and above the weapons disappeared to create 2 massive black pillars that fell on the leaders 1 instant before the monkey launched its attack. That broad attack couldn't injure the leaders. It didn't matter how much power Noah had accumulated inside it. He was still in the solid stage, so only blows featuring piercing properties could hope to tear the creature's tough skin. Still, the might carried by the attack managed to hinder the leader's offensive. The monkey had to delay its shockwave by an instant. The wolf managed to close the distance from its opponent during that time. The wolf bit on the monkey's injured shoulder again before a sound wave exploded on its face. The attack flung away both leaders and made them crash on the ground. Their bodies had become a mess of internal injuries and shattered skin. During the previous battles, the wolf and the monkey had never managed to land such clean blows on their opponent. They would always be wary of each other and exploit their innate abilities to preserve their condition. However, Noah had rigged their fair battle. His influence prevented them from gaining the upper hand over their opponent and forced them to exchange self-harming blows. Of course, Noah didn't forget about the magical beast's insane resilience. Those creatures were existences in the 8th rank. He guessed that they could stand even with their internal organs reduced to a pulp. The possibility of defeating those creatures never crossed his mind. Noah knew his power better than anyone else. He was aware that it was impossible to kill them unless his battle prowess improved. Still, that was the very reason behind that battle. The fruit was only an excuse to throw himself into fights that he couldn't win. Snore. Night, Noah said through the mental connection. Go all out. I will also unleash the demonic form. A torrent of dark matter flowed out of his figure before condensing to create Snore. A mark also appeared on the leader's forehead before a huge pterodactyl became visible among the whiteness of the sky. Snore's arrival attracted the leader's attention, but Night gave the snake enough time to launch its attack. The blood companion unfolded its wings, and a barrage of metallic feathers crashed on the 2 rank 8 creatures. It's time to see what you can do, Noah thought before storing the white blade and raising his palm. A dark halo covered that part of the region as roots spread from his hand. They consumed the dark matter and primary energy still lingering mid-air, and they didn't ignore the azure ground under Noah's feet. The feathers landed on the leaders at that point. The ground began to shake, and 2 large black clouds expanded after the attack detonated. Those waves of energy engulfed Noah, but the roots sensed the threat and decided to protect their host. When the waves of dark matter dispersed, Noah noticed that the roots had wrapped themselves around his entire body. They had covered his arms, legs, torso, and face, giving him a peculiar appearance. Noah found out that he could move freely, but the corrosive properties of the roots threatened to pierce his skin. His body resisted those effects due to the dark matter released by the black hole, but his robe wasn't as lucky. The dark matter quickly created the fiendish armor, creating a defensive layer between the skin and the roots. Noah was temporarily safe from that corrosive power in that form, and he could even use the plant's power as a protective measure. You can also do this then, Noah thought when he inspected his body. The leaders had endured the full might of Snore's feathers. That attack expressed Noah's peak destruction. Not even the demonic sword could unleash such power in a single blow. Snore had lost most of its feathers to perform that attack, but the black hole was already rebuilding them. It would take the organ only a few minutes to restore the snake's wings. The 2 rank 8 creatures found themselves covered in new injuries. Their bodies already had many wounds, but the snake's attack had enlarged them and had exploited their condition to spread more destruction. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, the leaders considered the possibility that Noah could defeat them. The creatures sealed a silent agreement at that point. They would take care of Noah before resuming their battle. I knew this would happen, Noah thought when he saw the 2 magical beasts turning toward him. The leaders were overreacting. Snore had managed to inflict those damages only because the beasts were already in poor condition. The destruction that it radiated had allowed it to fill their insides with its destructive force. Still, the rank 8 beasts didn't care that Noah would need to spend hours repeating that attack to bring them closer to their death. That opponent had annoyed them for the last time. They had to take care of him before the battle became too dangerous. Time for the last attack then, Noah thought when the wolf disappeared from his sight, and the monkey inflated its chest. His bloodlust surged as the cursed sword appeared in the open. The blade landed on his right palm, and the roots entangled themselves around its figure. A thick layer of dark matter covered both blades before the roots stretched over the demonic sword. Noah was in his most deadly form right now, but he didn't waste time inspecting his power. His arms moved before Noah could even muster enough power. A horizontal slash shot out of his blades and sent forward all the energy accumulated around his figure. The roots shattered during the attack, but the corrosive force that they contained fused with the slash and transformed it into a threatening blow. The monkey felt the need to launch its sound wave before completing the preparations for the attack. The wolf also stopped its offensive in a desperate attempt to dodge the slash. The sound wave crashed on the slash, and the wolf leapt above it. The monkey ended up blocking the attack, but the other leader saw two large cuts appearing on its rear legs. After the attack dispersed, the two leaders turned toward Noah, and cries came out of their mouths when they noticed that he had disappeared. "How was the loot this time?" Noah asked once, reuniting with Fergie in a region near the tall tree. "I managed to wait longer," Fergie said before taking out the yellowish fruit from his space ring. "I'm getting better at my spell. We might be able to seize rank 8 resources at some point." Noah nodded before taking out his white sword and dividing the fruit. He took 3/4 of the resource for himself and left the rest to Fergie. Fergie didn't dare to complain. Noah had kept 2 rank 8 magical beasts busy, while he had merely handled a bunch of rank 7 creatures. The difference between their tasks was immense. "My powers are on point," Noah thought as he left Fergie's cave to return to his habitation near the tall tree. "My foundation is the reason why I still can't fight rank 8 magical beasts. I need to improve my base level." Snore, Knight, the demonic sword, and the demonic form were perfect. The first 2 could launch attacks capable of slowing down rank 8 magical beasts, while the other could enhance Noah's power enough to injure creatures at that level. It wasn't a matter of assets anymore. Noah needed to make his centers of power grow to bring his battle prowess to the 8th rank. Nothing else could close the distance from that level. Noah needed to recover. He had suffered severe injuries due to the leaders and the cursed sword. His ambition had also stressed his centers of power. His flames took care of most of his injuries, and a short period of rest allowed his centers of power to disperse the accumulated stress. Noah could soon resume his training, and his level slowly rose. The fruit provided more nutrients at that time, but Noah's body barely noticed them. His center of power was a bottomless pit that absorbed any form of energy without giving him actual benefits. Instead, his dantian improved steadily. His existence brimmed with potential after the fight against the 2 leaders. Noah almost struggled to contain his ambition during his training. Forcing his mind to endure so much pressure turned out to be a good decision. The white sky honed its sturdiness and allowed Noah to fill its insides with an immense amount of dark matter. The mole's ethereal figure also helped in enlarging its walls. Noah didn't stop there when it came to his mind. The constant fight against the pressure of the sky made its walls sturdy enough for his mental wave's innate ability. His mind could devour wills, but Noah rarely relied on that ability to improve because it thinned his mental walls. However, the sky compensated for that drawback and allowed Noah to abuse that feature. Finding suitable magical beasts in those lands was extremely easy. Noah even felt confident in surviving against rank 8 magical beasts that couldn't fly. He could seize upper-tier specimens from any pack and escape without suffering injuries. That approach forced Noah's mind to improve far faster than the other centers of power. Only his dantian barely managed to keep up with that organ. Instead, his body fell behind, but Noah couldn't do anything about that. Noah's physical strength allowed him to remain in one piece after a clash with a rank 8 creature. No other rank 7 existence could do the same. It was only normal for his body to have insane requirements. "It seems that I need a rank 8 prowess to improve my body," Noah thought after completing a training session. "The fruits are spectacular, but they can't give me what I need. My cells crave for rank 8 materials." Any other existence in the world would remain dumbfounded at that idea. Thinking that they would need rank 8 materials to reach the 8th rank would make most of them give up on the cultivation journey. Yet Noah was different. He had already filled the gaps that separated him from the superior ranks many times. He only had to do it again. Fergie and Noah continued their seclusion near the tall tree until a new fruit appeared. The event made them leave their caves and join the battle for that valuable resource. Multiple battles happened over the years, and the duo never changed their approach. Noah took care of keeping the leaders busy, while Fergie focused on seizing the fruits. Most battles only featured the two familiar packs, but foreign forces would appear from time to time. Migrating rank 8 specimens and large armies of magical beasts would join the battlefield and force the duo to reconsider their tactics. At times, Noah had to retreat before even attracting the two leaders. The appearance of a rank 8 creature with power in the middle tier or above forced him to abandon his tactics and return to his cave. Both Noah and Fergie's battle prowess improved during that period. Fergie had a lot to create to adapt his methods to his new existence, and Noah never lost sight of his goal. Fergie improved faster. He soon learnt how to handle upper-tier magical beasts on his own, and he often managed to seize fruits with power near the 8th rank. Noah's situation turned out to be tricky. He had hit a wall after the evolution of his companions. His centers of power improved slowly, so he couldn't force his battle prowess to grow as fast as he wished. Still, he didn't let that pace bringing him down. Noah had just reached the solid stage in the end. Obtaining a rank 8 battle prowess took time. The main issue in his situation was that his real target wasn't a rank 8 magical beast. Cultivators were generally stronger than those creatures, and the Crystal City had more than one of them in the 8th rank. Madame Canson must be in the gaseous stage, Noah thought during one of his rare breaks. The secret organization shouldn't help the Crystal City again, so I need to bet that no other rank 8 asset will be in the area. Noah even guessed that he would have to face multiple experts with the same battle prowess as Miss 9. With Madame Canson's, many rank 7 assets in the Crystal City could reach a level of power capable of making Noah worried. Defeating rank 8 beasts isn't enough, Noah concluded. I need more, far more to take down a rank 8 cultivator. But what can I even do? Noah didn't know what else to invent. He had improved his companions, and he had also turned one of his strongest spells into something that could fuse with his arts. He had other spells, but they were relics of the lower plane. The dark matter and his slashes could give birth to similar and stronger effects. Those abilities couldn't even fuse with his martial arts due to their uniqueness. I guess this is my core, Noah concluded before standing up. The other spells are situational. I should focus on enhancing abilities that already work for me. Only the Shadow Copy spell is useful since it can multiply my base level for a short time. The now familiar scent of the fruit had reached his cave. It was time to fight again. Fergie had also left his cave and was flying toward that area. Maybe I can create a few more blueprints for the workshop, Noah thought while leaving the cave. I might also rework the warp spell. I can't perform proper teleports since my existence is too heavy, but I might be able to fuse it with my movement technique. I need to improve it anyway. While Noah and Fergie were busy training and exploring the magical beast's domain, Divine Demon and the rest of the army that had attacked the Crystal City were traveling through the Outer Lands. Their assault on the Crystal City had turned out to be a massive success. The Legion had destroyed the entire structure and killed many fanatics in the attack. Only a few members of that force and the 2 rank 8 experts had managed to escape. The fight had not been fair. Divine Demon and Wilfred were powerful, but their opponents weren't weak either. Yet, Luke wasn't a member of the Crystal City, so he had eventually stopped caring about the battle and focused on retreating. Madame Canson could only order a full retreat at that point. Miss Canson, Miss 9, Shondal, Lord Ethan, God's right hand, and other core members of the Crystal City managed to escape, but they had to sacrifice all the other experts in the area. The Legion won, but its army ended up stranded in those foreign regions. Only King Elbaz had a vague idea of their position, but the journey back to the Outer Lands turned out to be quite chaotic. Luke and Madame Canson had warned their allied forces about the assault. The territorial advantage allowed those organizations to ambush the Legion multiple times during their journey back to neutral zones. Divine Demon and the others were deep in the realm of the Crystal City, and they were also on the other end of the human domain. Their enemies had the chance to attack them countless times, but they didn't manage to balance the losses inflicted during the assault. Their journey became safer once they reached the Outer Lands. Wilfred and the other hybrids had never lived in those regions, but they knew them better than their enemies. Once the Crystal City and its allies lost their advantage, the Legion managed to fend off the ambushes without suffering any loss. Still, it never managed to make its enemies lose its tracks. The forces of the human domain rarely chased enemies in the outer lands, but the Crystal City and the Sailbird family were livid. The losses suffered during the assault didn't matter too much, but letting Noah escape was a spot to their reputation. The Crystal City and the Sailbird family had to make the Legion pay, but their assaults lost their success rate once that force reached the outer lands. The pursuit became a matter of endurance, but the hybrids were unbeatable in that field. "Why don't you create something that teleports us home?" Divine Demon said in an annoyed tone. "I have an inheritance waiting for me. Why don't you ask Wilfred to build it?" King Elbaz replied. "He destroyed our transport so carelessly. He must have had a plan." The army had built an encampment near a mountain to recover from the recent attacks. Everyone had gathered around a large fire to relax and celebrate their victory over the fanatics. Wilfred pretended not to hear that discussion. He knew that Divine Demon was only blowing off steam. The expert seemed to like poking King Elbaz with his sharp words. "Well," Divine Demon said while standing up, "Jordan, I need the usual. Make sure to treat my disciples with care." Jordan arched her eyebrows at that request. Divine Demon had asked that favor many times already, and she was growing bored of satisfying his eccentric needs. However, he was a rank 8 asset that could benefit the Legion, so she didn't dare to reject him. A chill ran down Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon's spine at those words. They were on the other side of the fire, near their companions from the lower plane, but their master didn't want to let them rest. "My treasured heir is missing because you had to get yourself captured," Divine Demon said after snorting. "You can't be my disciples and be this weak at the same time." "I told you many times already," June said before taking a sip from her cup. "He isn't missing. He is probably using his time in the magical beast's domain to cultivate. You might be his woman, but I am his master," Divine Demon said while waving his hand. "Our bond knows no barriers." "What's your idea then?" June asked. "He is definitely cultivating," Divine Demon replied. "What probably? My heir doesn't know probably." June massaged her temples. Talking with Divine Demon was tiring. She could never argue with him, and he also reminded her of her previous master. "Feel lucky that he doesn't make you wear large hats," June said toward the two demons while Faith patted her shoulder. "I will also join the training," Daniel exclaimed before standing up and walking toward the two demons. Faith held his hand, but the duo exchanged an intense gaze before separating. June ignored the whole interaction, but she soon felt Faith's eyes on her. "What?" June asked. "He will reappear," Faith said before a hint of doubt appeared on her face. "Sooner or later." "You know him," June replied. "He is alone among countless magical beasts. I bet he has already forgotten that the Crystal City had trapped us." "I don't know how you put up with that," Faith said. "Because I'm the same as him," June replied. "The Crystal City has trapped us for centuries. We didn't get the chance to improve properly during those years. I wouldn't spend much time with him even if he were here." "Your man has already prepared everything for you," Faith said. "You have enemies everywhere. You don't even need to do anything. Battles will come for you anyway." "I still need to improve first," June said. "This isn't like the clash with Great Elder Diana. We had lost Noah back then, but our force was still superior to hers. Here, even Noah was about to die. We should have amassed enough experience to reach the liquid stage," Faith replied in a cheerful tone. "Power comes from pain, and we suffered a lot. We might even reach Noah before he comes back from the magical beast's domain." "You can't even imagine to surpass him," June teased Faith. "You heard Divine Demon," Faith replied. "Noah has already proven himself as a monster here. Elbaz has become his subordinate, and he has also survived the shockwaves radiated by rank 8 existences. I don't see us catching up." "I'm not his subordinate," King Elbaz shouted from the other side of the fire, but Faith and June ignored him. "What's the point of discussing this?" June asked. "I can't stop anyway. I will always search for another battle, and he can provide an endless struggle to be the best. I would follow him even if I weren't his lover." Luckily, I'm on the other side in my relationship, Faith said before heaving a helpless sigh. Vanity is pointless, Daniel said when he heard Faith's comment. But you still bother to reply, Faith added, winking toward Daniel when he turned. They are finally here, Divine Demon said when he noticed a few figures in the distance. Jordan flew in front of a pack of red dragons that she had found in the outer lands. Her innate ability allowed her to easily find members of those species, and Divine Demon didn't hesitate to use that feature to punish his disciples. Most of those dragons were in the lower tier, but some were in the middle tier. Jordan had chosen a pack that the demons and the others could face at their current level. How many of you this time? Divine Demon asked. June promptly stood up. She had never missed one of those training sessions. Divine Demon was brutal, but his methods worked. She could sense her potential brimming after that long journey and the many battles. Flying Demon gave voice to a loud laugh before shooting in the sky. Daniel, Dreaming Demon, and June followed him as their auras expanded in the area. The other hybrids had become used to that scene, so they took those battles as entertainment. They turned toward the dragon and observed Noah's friends working hard to become relevant in the higher plane. They have become used to my battle style, Noah thought while the rank 8 monkey and wolf kept their angry gazes on him. Fergie and Noah had never stopped fighting under the tree during those years. Their success rate in seizing the fruits was relatively high, so their opponents eventually learnt that they had to get rid of that nuisance. The many underlings couldn't do much against Fergie. The expert could fly, and his techniques had continued to improve throughout the years spent fighting. He could handle the 2 packs even if they decided to focus on him. Instead, the situation for Noah became far worse. He had always managed to manipulate his opponents during the previous fights, but those creatures had slowly adapted to his techniques. Most divine magical beasts were intelligent, and that feature improved in the higher ranks. Noah's opponents were 2 rank 8 existences, so they eventually understood why they kept losing the fruits. The monkey and the wolf didn't attack each other at that time. They immediately followed Noah and waited for him to make his move. They didn't even try to attack each other during the chase. I might have to retreat early today, Noah thought before bloodlust flowed out of his figure. Noah drew the demonic sword and the cursed sword without showing any hesitation. He couldn't fight 2 rank 8 magical beasts simultaneously, but he still wanted to keep the creatures busy. How much do you need to reach the 8th rank? Noah asked through his mental connection. These half-fights aren't enough for me, the cursed sword replied. Magical beasts don't even give me much. You might need to kill a few of them in the 8th rank to make me advance. Noah cursed in his mind before focusing on his opponents again. The monkey and the wolf didn't move. Their fierce eyes waited for him to launch one of his slashes. Maybe it's time to leave this region, Noah thought, but a loud squeal suddenly echoed through the area. Multiple squeals followed it, and a 3rd rank 8 aura fell on the region. The monkey and wolf couldn't bother with Noah anymore at that point. Even he turned to look in the direction of the tree. The foolery flew through the sky and chanted war cries before shooting toward the tree. Fergie had filled the region with flames, so only the strongest in the pack managed to reach the surface. The leader of the foolery was also there. It charged ahead of its pack and slammed its head on the tree without bothering to mind its opponents. Those rank 7 creatures couldn't stop it anyway. The monkey and the wolf shot toward the tree, but Noah promptly launched a slash. The latter managed to dodge the attack, but the other leader found a massive wave of sharp energy landing on its body and forcing it to stop its sprint. Noah spat flames while his chest exploded. His fire instantly healed him, but it didn't manage to do anything to the monkey in the distance. The leader glanced at the tree before turning toward Noah. Anger filled its expression. The creature had grown tired of those interruptions. The monkey walked through the flames while its chest inflated. Noah could sense its determination to take him down. Nothing would stop it from making him pay for all the troubles that he had caused since his arrival in the area. It's a 1 versus 1 now, Noah thought as resolve surged in his mind. This is a good moment to test how strong I have become. The dark world spread around him, and a blueprint lit up in his mind. Waves of dark matter solidified around his body and gave him a draconic form. Noah raised his draconic head at the sky and gave voice to a roar. The dark matter around him dispersed and revealed his new form to his opponent. Still, Noah had yet to complete his preparations. The unstable substance flowed inside his black vessels and brought his physical strength to its limits. His ambition also surged and forced his centers of power to reach the peak of the 7th rank. A second wave of dark matter covered Noah. The rune representing the shadow copy spell activated and multiplied his arms. His darkness almost vanished during the procedure, but Noah didn't dare to stop it. Once the transformation ended, black roots pierced his palm and covered his draconic figure. The demonic form consumed the dark matter in the area, so the monkey could lay its eyes on Noah's monstrous shape. The monkey hesitated for an instant. The soundwave was ready, but it didn't want to attack just yet. The beast had never seen something like that in its long life. Even its instincts didn't know how dangerous that opponent was. Noah had the shape of an 8-legged dragon. 6 of those limbs held long black blades that radiated a threatening aura. He had a pair of large wings and 2 long horns that pointed toward the monkey. Roots also covered his entire draconic body. That part of the area darkened due to the many influences that seeped into the world. I almost emptied my dantian to copy the cursed sword, Noah thought before launching a roar and shooting toward his opponent. The monkey quickly released its soundwave. The attack crashed on Noah's chest, destroying many roots and ripping apart that armor of dark matter. The shockwaves released during the attack also reached Noah's real body. He spat blood and almost lost consciousness due to the sheer power contained in the blow, but his ambition forced him to stay awake. "I can fight rank 8 magical beasts," Noah shouted in his mind while black flames shot out of his mouth. His black hole sent the dark matter to fix the damages in his draconic armor, and the parasite absorbed nutrients from Noah's body to spread more roots. Meanwhile, Noah reached the monkey and slashed with his 6 arms. The creature wasn't as fast as him, but it managed to prepare a second soundwave that it didn't hesitate to release. Noah's blades touched the monkey before the soundwave exploded on his face. The detonation flung Noah and the leader away, but they both stabbed their legs on the ground to stop their momentum. A spiderweb of cracks ran through Noah's body. His skin shattered, and a rive of blood came out of his injuries. Multiplying the cursed sword had increased the severity of its drawbacks. The soundwave had destroyed Noah's draconic head. His real face was in the open now, and blood flowed out of his mouth. A series of cracks had also spread there, but his black hole was doing its best to preserve his most essential organs. Noah instinctively launched flames that spread through the environment and burned everything in his range to restore his body. The wave of energy that followed his attack closed his injuries, but it didn't manage to fix all of them. The black hole quickly restored the upper part of the draconic armor, and a wave of excitement filled Noah's mind when his eyes landed on his opponent. The monkey had suffered some injuries due to the soundwave, but 6 large cuts had also appeared on its arms, right in the spots where Noah's blades had landed. Noah couldn't stop suffering injuries during the battle. He was against a rank 8 magical beast, and he wielded 3 cursed swords. Each clash brought his body to its limits, yet his flames allowed him to recover instantly. Noah would be fine as long as the environment had nutrients to burn and the monkey didn't manage to kill him in one blow. On the other hand, the monkey had the resilience of a rank 8 magical beast. It was almost immortal in the eyes of rank 7 beings. It didn't matter how many injuries it suffered. The creature always straightened its position and launched its threatening sound waves. Noah never stopped leaping toward the monkey. His slashes would deal more damage if his blades touched the creature's skin, so he couldn't deploy safer tactics. Moreover, the sound waves damaged the monkey whenever they exploded next to it. Noah slowly gained the upper hand in the battle after forcing many attacks to detonate in front of his opponent. "I'm running out of things to burn," Noah thought before flying high in the sky and launching a series of slashes. A rain of curved black attacks fell on the monkey. Noah's body almost crumbled, but he promptly covered some of the trees under him with flames that fixed his condition. The monkey gibbered as it chased after Noah. It performed a long leap that almost reached him, but he dodged the attack and dived toward the falling beast to exploit that opportunity. The leader couldn't dodge the attack during its fall. Noah joined his blades to touch the center of the creature's chest. The dark matter then came out of his back to increase his speed and build momentum. Once the beast touched the ground, Noah released his attack, forcing all the dark matter to fall on the spot touched by the blades. His physical strength also helped, and his swords eventually pierced that thick skin. Noah spread his arms to enlarge the injury. The monkey's skin was tough and fought against that force, but a small hole eventually appeared on the creature's chest. "Snore!" Noah shouted in his mind, and the massive body of the blood companion soon wrapped itself around the monkey. Snore then bit on the creature's head and spat a wave of violent dark matter. The attack engulfed both Noah and the monkey, but he didn't care that his armor was slowly falling apart. Night shot out of Noah's chest and flew through the hole created by his blades. The pterodactyl began to ravage the monkey's insides, and Snore closed its wings around the creature. Noah jumped off of the monkey and covered the ground with flames. His innate ability destroyed the terrain and filled him with its nutrients. His body had been on the verge of collapsing, but it had found new stability now. Snore launched its feathers, destroying its body in the process. A wave of dark matter engulfed Noah and spread through the whole region. Even in his draconic form, Noah didn't manage to oppose that dense shockwave. The explosion flung Noah backward, but he soon spread his wings to fly in the sky. Snore reformed next to him, and Night pierced the black cloud around the monkey to rejoin him. Noah and the two companions didn't move their eyes from the cloud. They didn't know how effective their offensive had been. Only the monkey could solve their doubts. An angry cry eventually filled the area and dispersed the dark matter accumulated on the ground. Noah and the companions could finally see the monkey again, but their expression turned cold at that sight. Blood flowed out of the hole on the creature's chest. Its arms featured multiple wounds, and a few green spots had also appeared on its waist. However, the monkey acted as if those injuries didn't exist. Noah had landed more than 10 blows on the monkey, and the last attack had consumed Snore's feathers. Night had also inflicted some damage on the inside, but the monkey didn't grow any weaker. "I'll try one last thing," Noah thought before letting go of the swords wielded by his left arms. 2 of the blades transformed into dark matter, but the other regained its original appearance. The demonic sword flew next to the companions before dark matter covered its body and transformed it into a black dragon. Noah drew the white sword at that point and activated the shadow copy spell to multiply it. The dark matter then covered those blades as he wielded them with his free arms. The demonic form soon covered the new swords and restored Noah's monstrous shape. He was now using all his assets to fight that beast. If even that didn't work, Noah would have to retreat and focus on improving his foundation. The monkey revealed a taunting smile when it saw the second dragon appearing in the sky. The creature could sense Noah's struggles, but they only made it laugh. "I can't kill it," Noah concluded after a thorough inspection with his mental waves. "But I can see something." Noah dived toward the monkey, and the latter launched a sound wave. The attack exploded on his draconic face, and a large chunk of his armor crumbled. However, he continued to descend toward his opponent. The monkey tried to prepare a second attack, but a white mark suddenly appeared on its chest and interrupted it. Night then shot inside the hole and assaulted its lungs to prevent them from creating another sound wave. Snore restrained the monkey with its body and bit on its shoulder. The creature shattered the snake's tissues whenever it moved, but the blood companion held its position. The demonic sword slammed its reptilian head on the same shoulder targeted by Snore. The blood companion opened to let that other attack land on the leader, but its teeth continued their desperate attempt to dig that tough skin. Noah joined his blades and pointed at the same spot targeted by his companions. His swords pierced the demonic sword's draconic body and Snore's head to stab the leader's shoulder and create a deep cut. Snore bit on the creature again, focusing on the opening created by Noah. The demonic sword did the same, and Noah also continued to lift and stab his blades to enlarge that wound. Black flames filled the area. Noah's body ended on the verge of crumbling every time his blades fell, but the fire always managed to stabilize it. Still, his innate ability eventually found itself unable to burn anything else, which left Noah no choice but to stop using his swords. The draconic armor dispersed, and the blades returned inside his separate space. Noah jumped through the waves of dark matter released by the demonic sword and snore to land on the monkey's shoulder and stab his hands in its injury. Black roots came out of his palm and spread corrosive energy inside the injury. Noah saw the wound enlarging under the efforts of his entire arsenal, and he eventually grabbed the creature's arm to pull with as much strength as he could muster. The monkey cried in anger and pain, but Snore kept it in a prison of destructive energy and black scales. Night also prevented it from launching its threatening innate ability. Noah, the demonic sword, and the parasite could focus on the arm without worrying about their surroundings. The monkey suddenly moved its arm, and Noah spat blood when that limb hit his chest. Yet he didn't stop pulling. Blood spurted in his face as the wound enlarged, and a dark red river fell on him once he managed to sever the entire limb. An angry cry echoed through the area, but Night managed to contain its power by attacking the monkey's lungs. Noah stored the arm and used the dark world to gather all the blood falling on him. He wouldn't let any of that rank 8 material go to waste. The monkey was livid. That rank 7 existence had managed to sever one of its limbs. Its anger knew no limit. Even its safety didn't matter anymore at that point. The leader forced its lungs to expand even if Night kept damaging them. The pterodactyl managed to pierce their tissues during that forced inflation, but the wave of dense air that came out of them pushed the creature outside of the monkey's chest. The creature required more time to prepare its attack since Night had pierced its lungs, but that didn't make any difference for Noah. He couldn't inflict more damage in such a short window. Noah grabbed the demonic sword through the waves of dark matter and called Snore back before kicking the monkey to shoot backward. He even relied on his movement technique to escape faster, but a shockwave hit him before he could get far away. The sound wave had grown unstable since the monkey's lungs couldn't perform as usual. The attack didn't manage to reach Noah, but it exploded a few hundred meters behind him. A series of dense shockwaves engulfed Noah and flung him higher in the sky. The lower part of his robe shattered, and his legs released shrieking noises under that pressure. Noah heard his bones breaking and his skin shattering, but no pain managed to reach his mind. He had suffered so many injuries during that fight that he barely felt anything anymore. When Noah managed to stabilize his position, he discovered that his legs were limp. They had turned gray due to the many injuries accumulated under his cracked skin. He couldn't even move them anymore. His internal organs had also suffered in the attack. Noah was in no condition to fight, and he had already burned every spot in the area that contained some nutrients. "I need to move near the tree or in other regions to recover," Noah concluded before moving his eyes toward his opponent. The monkey was still on its feet. It didn't dare to jump toward Noah, but it didn't want to move its gaze away from its opponent either. Its missing arm had already stopped bleeding, and the hole on its chest was almost about to close. It wouldn't take long until the creature fixed its lungs and became able to fight again. The creature's arrogance had vanished after the last clash. It didn't smile anymore. Instead, its eyes carried the silent determination to fight until death. The monkey didn't do anything, but Noah understood that something had changed. He could see a trace of respect on the creature's expression. The leader had acknowledged him as a being able to stand among rank 8 existences. Maybe another day, Noah thought before leaving the battlefield. His instincts asked him to answer the monkey's acknowledgement, but Noah had no intention to keep fighting. He had already gone all out, and the arm was his prize. Noah quickly found a suitable spot where to spread his flames before burning the entire area. The monkey didn't follow him, so he could take his time to heal his body. Once every injury vanished, Noah moved his focus on the tall tree. He had ignored that spot since the wolf left to face the foolery. When his mental waves spread through the region, he sensed that the area was featuring a battle between 2 rank 8 magical beasts. The leader of the pigs should be able to win, Noah thought as he flew toward the tree. We might be able to seize rank 8 fruits now that the foolery have joined the battle. I knew that those creatures could become Yusef-dashed. Noah's thoughts went silent when he saw that the tall tree began to fall. A creaking noise spread through the region as that massive plant leaned to a side before crashing on the ground. Noah's mind froze at that sight. He didn't know what to think. The magical plant that could periodically produce incredible resources was no more. "I tried to stop them," Fergie said when he saw Noah flying toward him. Noah remained silent while he inspected the area. The pigs were chanting happy squeals as they fed on the tough trunk of the plant. They ate everything, leaves included. Even the fruit had long since fallen prey to their hunger. The rank 8 foolery floated above its pack. It kept its eyes closed and its head raised toward the sky in an attempt to appear noble and heroic. Still, even its underlings didn't bother to look at their leader while they ate the tree. "What exactly happened?" Noah eventually asked. "The leader defeated the wolf and took down the tree," Fergie shortly explained. "It said that its underlings needed to eat. Did it choose the tree instead of the countless corpses amassed on the ground?" Noah asked. "No," Fergie replied. "It said that they would eat them later." Noah glanced at Fergie, but the expert was as confused as him. He then decided to talk with the leader of the foolery, but the pig didn't break its proud expression even after he reached it. "Why did you have to take down the tree?" Noah asked once he understood that the pig wouldn't notice him unless he talked. The rank 8 pig lowered its head before lifting it again. A prod squeal came out of its mouth, and some of its underlings decided to echo it. Still, most of them continued to eat, uncaring that their leader wanted to express its pride. "I have defeated the leader of the wolf's pack," the pig said. "This land shall become food for my underlings. They will regain their forces and turn into the best magical beasts in the entire immortal lands." "Do you realize that the tree could give birth to rank 8 resources every few years?" Noah asked. The pig's expression froze. It continued to keep its head lifted toward the sky, but a drop of sweat ran down its cheek. The creature then began to wait for Noah to stop staring, but he had no intention to move his eyes. "I have defeated the leader of the wolf's pack dash." The pig tried to repeat the same line as before, but Noah promptly interrupted it. "I don't buy it," Noah said. "You have ruined the best resource in this entire zone. Ask for my opinion the next time." The pig slowly lowered its head at that point. Its eyes moved between Noah and its underlings on the ground. A tinge of regret appeared on its expression, but it soon faded at the sight of so much food. The leader began to drool, but its desire to join its underlings faded whenever it glanced back at Noah. His stern gaze made it recall what it had done. "Just go," Noah said after heaving a helpless sigh. The rank 8 pig shot downward and joined the other creatures in their feast. The pack ate the entire tree, all the corpses amassed in the area, and even the tiny plants that grew near the region's edges. In a matter of hours, the pigs ate all the nutrients in the region. They ignored only the ground since they began to release excrements as soon as their banquet ended. "Do they really have to come with us?" Fergie asked when the smell of the excrements reached his nostrils. "Won't you feel better if they did this on the debris of the Crystal City?" Noah asked while wearing a cold smile. "I hope the smell doesn't kill me first," Fergie said, eventually breaking into a broad smile that matched his leader's. Eating a rank 8 material was an arduous task for a rank 7 existence. Noah had to bathe the monkey's arm inside the dark world, while his technique enhanced his destruction to absorb its nutrients slowly. His tissues cheered whenever that energy flowed inside their cells and enhanced their power. The arm forced his body to advance significantly, but that growth didn't match Noah's expectations. His body didn't reach the halfway mark of the upper tier even after Noah ate the whole arm. The improvement was substantial, but he could barely sense it. "My body requires many rank 8 materials to reach the 8th rank," Noah concluded after inspecting his condition. That conclusion left Noah disappointed, but part of him knew that such harsh requirements would be a good thing in the end. The hardest his path toward the superior ranks was, the stronger his centers of power would become once he advanced. His realization didn't change his current situation. Noah was still unable to defeat rank 8 creatures on his own. He had managed to seize the arm after going all out against an opponent that didn't expect such a burst of power, but his actual battle prowess barely bade him step in the quasi-rank 8 layer. The path toward the higher ranks appeared more troublesome than Noah had predicted, but he didn't lose his determination. He had ideas on how to improve, and the magical beast's domain could still offer him many resources. Where to? Fergie asked once Noah came out of his cave. The foolery had settled in the area previously inhabited by the tall tree while they waited for Noah and Fergie to complete their training sessions. They had turned the region into a plain filled with blue bushes in that period. Some of them had even started to invade the nearby lands. "Let's reach the edges of this domain," Noah said before looking in the distance. "We are too weak to return to the human domain anyway. It's better if we focus on improving for the time being. Shall we keep fighting until we force our way into the 8th rank?" Fergie asked. "That's the plan," Noah replied. "I also have a few other projects in mind, but their success doesn't depend on me." Fergie shot a curious glance toward Noah, but the latter ignored that gesture. His plans conflicted with his idea of constant growth, but they represented his best shot at returning safely into the human domain. Noah had already disclosed that he wanted to build his organization, but he had no use for rank 7 creatures. He could accept only creatures with functional innate abilities like the foolery. Still, submitting rank 8 magical beasts was almost impossible at his current level, and Noah didn't know how beneficial it was to spare some of them. They could always work as nutrients for his body, so Noah was quite conflicted about that approach. "I guess I should only follow my instincts," Noah decided in his mind as he flew toward the rank 8 pig. "It's time to move," Noah said, and all the pigs in the region raised their heads to turn toward him. Those magical beasts showed regretful expressions while looking at Noah. It seemed that they didn't want to leave the region after transforming it into their ideal lair. Noah immediately understood what was going through their minds. He had learnt how the foolery thought in those years, and he had already developed countermeasures to their laziness. "Did you like the tree?" Noah asked, and all the pigs nodded. "The magical beast's domain is full of those delicacies," Noah continued. "You will be able to eat anything you want during our journey, and you will also obtain a land once we join my friends." Most of the foolery fell for his words, but the leader and a few upper-tier specimens remained hesitant. "How can we be sure that you won't put chains on our necks once we meet your allies?" the rank 8 pig asked. Noah gazed at every specimen in the pack. He could sense their worry and pain. He didn't know what to reply to that question, so he decided to tell the truth. "You can't," Noah replied. "I will obtain the power to enslave your kind, so you will always fear my true intentions. I can only make promises for now." "What promises?" the leader asked. "I can promise that you will never become mounts again," Noah said, and his pride naturally seeped out of his figure at those words. Noah had no control over that event. His ambition fueled his pride, and those feelings were part of his existence. His words would carry them whenever Noah stopped suppressing his influence, which happened during the conversation. The leader's eyes widened. Noah had spoken words that had hit the creature deep in its core. He had mentioned its greatest fear. "What about the humans?" the leader asked while trying to suppress its emotions. "I need to kill many of them already," Noah replied. "Most large organizations even consider me as an enemy. I don't see how I could ever sell you to them." Noah and the pig stared at each other for a long time, but tears eventually fell from the creature's eyes. Sniffs also echoed through the region as the other beasts began to cry. It seemed that Noah's words had triggered their feelings. We will eat you if we find out that you are a liar," the leader said among its sniffs before giving voice to a squeal that summoned the entire pack. Noah rolled his eyes before shooting in the distance. Fergie quickly followed him, and the foolery didn't hesitate to imitate them. That moment marked the beginning of a long series of battles. The foolery were always hungry, and Noah could be more daring now that he had a rank 8 creature by his side. The group flew through every region containing packs that featured specimens at their level. Noah could throw himself in reckless battles now that he had powerful allies, and his battle prowess slowly improved under that constant pressure. Noah always tried to face the rank 8 magical beasts by himself, but he rarely inflicts more than severe injuries. He managed to seize limbs and patches of skin from time to time, but he never killed one of those creatures. The leader of the foolery respected his desire to improve and let Noah fight alone until his situation reached a critical state. The pig always intervened at that point and exploited the damages inflicted by its companion. The foolery improved during that journey. That process didn't only concern their level. Eating different types of food restored their intelligence to its real peaks and soon removed the annoying disadvantages connected to their memory. The pig remained an eccentric bunch, but they stopped forgetting things. That growth allowed Noah to create complex plans without fearing that his companions would ruin them. The group required his plans when they met packs that featured multiple rank 8 beings. Only the leader of the foolery could defeat beasts at that level, so Noah had to devise tricky strategies that allowed them to seize benefits from those dangerous situations. Noah spat blood after a giant flying elephant slammed its trunk on his torso. The attack shattered the draconic armor on his chest and destroyed his additional limbs. It even broke his right arm in the process. I failed again, Noah thought after straightening his position and covering the area with black flames. The attack had flung Noah on the ground so he could burn a large part of the vegetation in the region. His body instantly healed, and his black hole also restored his draconic armor, even if it didn't manage to replicate the copies of the swords destroyed during the exchange. The foolery and Fergie were in the sky, fighting the other flying elephants. Those creatures were as tall as small mountains and had 2 pairs of large feathered wings on their back. 2 sharp tusks also grew from the sides of their trunk. The pack of elephants featured only 1 rank 8 specimen, and Noah had attracted its attention by slaughtering tens of its underlings. The leader of the foolery had also remained on the sidelines to grant Noah a 1 versus 1 battle. This technique is so unstable, Noah cursed in his mind as he fixed his eyes on the charging rank 8 elephant. It needs far more polishing. Noah didn't move while the massive elephant dived toward his position, but his figure turned into a shadow before the creature could crush him. An earthquake spread through the area, and an angry trumpet echoed when the elephant noticed that its attack didn't hit anyone. Noah reappeared at a few hundred meters high in the sky, but he lost his chance to attack since his back was facing the ground. Almost. Noah cursed again in his mind before shooting higher in the sky. It's so hard to control the technique in this form. Noah had used the vast battle experience accumulated throughout his countless fights to improve his movement technique. However, the project turned out to be a partial failure since he didn't manage to fuse his sprints with the warp spell. Instead, his tests led to a completely different movement technique. Noah had fused the warp spell with the merging spell to create a different version of his usual sprints. The new technique allowed Noah to perform instant teleports, but their range wasn't great. His usual sprints were better when it came to long distances, but they lacked the immediateness of his new ability. Both movement techniques were powerful, but their effectiveness depended on the type of opponent in front of Noah. He liked having that variety of abilities, but he had yet to perfect his teleports in his current state. The main issue in the technique was Noah's power. His existence contained so much energy that the teleports always grew unstable midway, leading him to reappear in odd positions. His draconic form aggravated those difficulties, but Noah didn't stop training in his new ability even when his opponents injured him. His mind worked faster during a battle, and he wanted to exploit that mental state to master the movement technique hastily. "I can come whenever you want," the rank 8 pig shouted from the other side of the battlefield. "Not yet," Noah replied before disappearing again once the rank 8 elephant was about to reach him in the sky. His figure reappeared in another spot of the sky, but upside down. Noah had failed to control his teleport again, and one of the rank 7 specimens charged toward him once it noticed his odd condition. Noah waved his 2 remaining blades toward the creature and severed it into 2 parts. Still, his attack gave the rank 8 elephant enough time to reach him. The massive trunk slammed on Noah's back and destroyed his wings, along with a large chunk of the draconic armor. Blood came out of his mouth and eyes after the impact, and his lower body went limp as he shot through the sky. Noah spat flames whenever he saw plants and soft terrain. His body quickly healed, but the elephant was already on him by the time he fixed his condition. His figure disappeared again, and the elephant ended up cracking its trunk in the air. The beast grew tired of those teleports, but it ignored that Noah had finally succeeded in performing his new technique correctly. Noah reappeared above the elephant. The cursed sword quickly replaced the white blade before he swung downward. A large cut opened on the elephant's back, but that injury appeared insignificant compared to its massive body. A vertical cut opened on Noah's chest and almost divided his torso into two parts. Those drawbacks reflected the power released by the cursed sword and forced Noah to accept that he had no chance to win that battle. Another rank 8 creature that I can't kill, Noah thought before teleporting to dodge the massive trunk converging toward his position. The teleport went well again. Noah reappeared higher in the sky and activated the shadow copy spell to replicate the cursed sword. The fact that Noah couldn't win that battle didn't stop him. He had sealed a deal with the rank 8 foolery. The pig would share part of its loot as long as Noah inflicted consistent injuries. That alone made Noah willing to go all out every time he met a rank 8 magical beast. His body required rank 8 materials to grow significantly, and he couldn't give up on the chance of obtaining them. Noah dived toward the elephant once his copied swords formed. The creature's pale blue skin darkened, and the trunk cracked once again toward him. Noah teleported under the creature. The technique allowed him to maintain his momentum, but he found himself turned in the wrong direction. His 6 blades stabbed the ground and created a spiderweb of cracks that spread through that part of the region. Noah also suffered drawbacks for that attack, and his flames filled the area to heal him. Dealing with the laws of space with my true meaning is tricky, Noah thought before teleporting away. The elephant crashed on the ground and shattered the cracks opened by its opponent. A piercing attack fell toward the creature at that point, and one of its ears separated from its body once that dark flash disappeared. Noah stored the severed ear and activated the shadow domain. Roots grew inside the elephant, and instabilities filled its organs before a loud explosion resounded in the area. The elephant kneeled on the ground after the blow, and rivers of blood flowed out of its mouth, trunk, ear, and eyes. Yet, it soon raised its head again and fixed its gaze on its elusive opponent. Noah decided to retreat at that sight. His body turned into a blade that cut through the battlefield. He stopped when he reached the rank 8 pig, and the creature understood that it was time to handle the other leader. I will master the teleports as long as I continue to fight, Noah thought as he dispersed his draconic form and stored the cursed sword. Still, I lack the sheer power required to kill rank 8 magical beasts. I can't hope to pierce spells launched by rank 8 cultivators at my current level. A couple of upper-tier specimens flew toward Noah, but his demonic sword flashed before dividing those creatures in half. Noah soon burned them to heal his body, and his mind wandered as waves of power flowed through his tissues. I need a finishing blow, Noah concluded. The shockwaves released from the battle between the two leaders swept the battlefield, but Noah remained still. Even if most of the pack had decided to converge toward him, he didn't deign them of his attention. His mind could only wander through his many techniques and vast experience to find something that could lead to a powerful finishing blow, something that could even surpass the shadow domain. Noah experienced nothing but losses throughout that long journey across the magical beast's domain. His superior awareness allowed his group to avoid dangerous packs, but his situation didn't change even after centuries passed. The foolery helped in misleading some of the threatening opponents during their travel. Those creatures turned the conquered regions into wastelands before transforming them into blue paradises. Other packs would fight for the ownership of those lands every time the group left. The journey benefited Fergie and the foolery the most. The experts' battle prowess went through multiple evolutions, and the magical beasts began to reproduce as their bodies absorbed valuable nutrients. Noah witnessed the birth of rank for specimens, and he also saw them shooting through the heroic ranks due to the many resources offered by the higher plane. The pack of foolery enlarged and grew after every victory. Their morale had never been so high. Some sense of loyalty toward Noah also appeared among those creatures. I don't understand why you struggle so much, the rank 8 pig questioned Noah at some point during the journey. You can already hurt rank 8 magical beasts. Your prowess is unmatched among rank 7 existences. Maybe it's time to accept that you can't force your power to reach the superior rank without facing breakthroughs. I have to agree, Fergie added. Your flames allow you to restore your body, but you end up on the verge of falling apart many times during every battle. You might not carry lasting injuries, but this approach can't be healthy for your mind. Their concern had reached the peak after Noah's aura had started to grow unstable. He was still in complete control of his power, but the bloodlust radiated by his mind had intensified after fighting non-stop for centuries. Noah's approach to those battles was also atypical. He always jumped into fights that he couldn't win, hoping that the danger could force his mind to give birth to a new technique. That approach had allowed Noah to master his teleports in a few decades, but it had yet to lead to a proper finishing blow. However, he had found a promising path, and his unstable bloodlust wasn't enough to make him stop. Anyone can face rank 8 beings after reaching the 8th rank, Noah replied. This isn't an excuse to turn yourself into a bloodthirsty beast, Fergie replied before glancing at the pig. No offense. I wouldn't be me if I took a safe path, Noah replied. I even have the faint sensation that my ambition wouldn't make me advance if I fail. My centers of power can be annoying to satisfy at times. Isn't your body near the breakthrough? Fergie asked. How many rank 8 materials did you already eat? You should be close, right? Fergie's belief wouldn't have been wrong in a normal situation. Even the strongest hybrid would approach the breakthrough after eating so many rank 8 materials. However, Noah's body required an insane number of nutrients. It had grown so strong that Fergie couldn't evaluate its power anymore, but it had yet to approach the peak of the 7th rank. Truth be told, Noah had crossed the halfway mark only a few decades ago. His growth would have been faster if he had managed to eat entire rank 8 creatures, but he had to settle for what the rank 8 foolery left. The loot from his battles even consisted of limbs or small patches of skin. There was a limit to how quickly Noah could improve with those meals. You should focus on your centers of power, Noah said before turning toward the pig. And you should take care of your pack. Let me handle my existence. This isn't the worst I've experienced during my training sessions. Fergie and the leader of the foolery could only heave a helpless sigh in front of Noah's stubbornness. His battle prowess already amazed them, but he constantly desired more. The journey led the group in many valuable areas. Noah had the chance to bathe in white rivers, seize countless precious materials, and eat many valuable resources during those adventures. His law broadened, his mind enlarged, and his body improved. Everything was going smoothly, but his thoughts were slowly obtaining chaotic properties. Noah had noticed those changes in his mind before his companions. He could sense how his thoughts were slowly losing their original diversity to transform into bloodthirsty ideas. The process could become permanent if Noah didn't spend a few decades dispersing the bloodlust accumulated throughout those battles. But he couldn't stop just yet. His finishing blow was about to come to life. His existence prevented him from delaying that process. An attack without the cursed sword but in dragon form can cut a few fingers, Noah thought while inspecting his opponent. Not enough. Even an entire arm wouldn't be enough. His opponent was a short crocodile. The creature was long, but its height prevented it from moving fast. Its defense was high due to the 3 layers of green scales covering its body, but its overall power was below average. This is one of the weakest rank 8 magical beasts in the world, Noah thought before activating his workshop to create the draconic armor. I must be able to kill it. Noah drew the cursed sword and multiplied his arms and weapons. He even summoned the demonic form, and he soon obtained a monstrous shape. The battle started as soon as Snore and Night came out in the open. The foolery and Fergie kept the rest of the pack busy, so Noah could focus on his opponent. The area featured multiple white rivers that the crocodiles used as their home, but Noah ignored those resources. Everything vanished from his vision. Only his opponent remained in his eyes. Noah immediately launched one of his strongest attacks. His monstrous body transformed into a blade that pierced the sky and disappeared before reaching the crocodile. He had devised a method to build momentum through his movement techniques. The teleports allowed Noah to maintain his speed, so he had learnt how to alternate the abilities and gather power through his sprints. The black blade reappeared above the crocodile and began to dive in its direction, but Noah teleported again. He reformed at the creature's side and repeated the process. Snore and Night assaulted the crocodile, but their attacks only managed to slow down its actions. They didn't pierce its skin, but their relentless offensive eventually broke some scales. Once Noah built enough momentum, he performed a feint to bait the crocodile's bite and teleport above its head. His blade converged to create a drill-like structure that pierced the 3 layers of scales and touched the creature's skull. Noah's blades stopped when they reached the skull. They couldn't descend anymore. His attack couldn't pierce that material. The crocodile swung its tail before Noah could try anything else, but he quickly teleported to reappear high in the sky. His cold gaze then landed on the creature, and a wave of bloodlust surged out of his figure. What else did I miss? Noah thought without launching his flames. His mind worked faster while his body fell apart. That near-death situation gave Noah more ideas on possible finishing blows, so he held back his flames to delay his healing. I used both my movement techniques, my ambition, the unstable substance, and 3 cursed blades. Noah thought, this is all I have. What else can I even do to kill it? Is my ambition tricking me again? Noah considered those options, but his reasoning stopped when an idea formed. Scenes from his training with Sword Saint resurfaced in his mind and uncovered the reason behind his failures. I will never step into the next level of power if I keep my abilities separated, Noah thought. I need to fuse them into a single blow, an attack that can act as a pure expression of my ambition. Noah's true meaning could force his centers of power to grow. It could accumulate the potential to trigger transformations. It could even evolve the matter touched by its influence. However, Noah had never used his entire ambition in his attacks. His slashes and spells carried the many features in his existence, but they didn't fuse them into a harmonious array. I need to use my ambition to attack, Noah concluded as flames came out of his mouth to heal his body. Snore and Night fought against the crocodile. The snake nigh immortality could keep it busy even if cracks opened on its ethereal figure, and the pterodactyl was almost untouchable. The rank 8 magical beast struggled to escape their offensive and couldn't find the chance to attack its previous opponent. Noah remained in the sky. His mind slowed down after the flames fixed his condition, but he didn't require the full potential of his thoughts anymore. He had to create something meant to destroy. The demonic deduction technique was the ideal tool for that task. I have fused my destruction and creation in single attacks already, Noah thought while looking at his swords, but they had never become pure expressions of my ambition. They were nothing more than features fueled by my law. Bloodthirsty thoughts filled his mind as the scarlet halo radiated by the demonic deduction technique illuminated his dark mental sea. The answer to his problem was already there. Noah had simply failed to notice it until now. I couldn't have found it sooner, Noah concluded in his mind. I had to taste countless defeats and hone my arts to their limits to obtain this solution. Novelwell.com. His draconic form vanished. A layer of dark matter created a fiendish armor to protect his skin from the demonic form's corrosive properties. Noah closed his eyes as his consciousness expanded and focused on the crocodile. He had to pierce its skull, but his attacks lacked power. So, he decided to concentrate the power of his ambition in his next slash. His cultivation level fell as his ambition withdrew from his centers of power and gathered on his blades. Their might remained the same, but the area around them darkened. Strange energy enveloped Noah's weapons. It was subtle and didn't radiate its influence in the area. However, both Fergie, the foolery, and the weaker crocodiles stopped fighting to turn in his direction. Something was attracting those existences. Their very instincts told them that Noah owned an incredible ability. Part of them even wanted to bathe in that aura. I finally found the answer, Noah thought while reopening his eyes. I have been wrong since the beginning. There is no destruction or creation. There is only power and the ability to gather more of it. Noah began to walk toward the rank 8 crocodile. His feet landed on dark spots in the air as he neared his opponent. The beast understood that something had changed in its opponent, but it didn't dare to reject that frontal challenge. Even Snore and Night retreated when they sensed Noah's intentions. I don't need complexity, Noah thought. I don't need to amass numerous techniques to fill the gaps with the higher ranks. My ambition already has the power to do that. I only had to find this ability inside me. The crocodile jumped once Noah entered its range. It performed a long leap and opened its huge mouth to bit on its opponent. Yet, Noah disappeared before it could stab its teeth in his skin. Noah reappeared on the ground behind the creature. The crocodile had already seen his teleports, so it didn't let that event surprise it. As soon as the beast touched the terrain, it turned to jump toward him again. The crocodile interrupted its charge midway. The creature had suddenly noticed that something was off. The lower part of its mouth wasn't on its body anymore. The beast had left it in its landing spot. A wave of surprise filled the crocodile. Noah's attack didn't radiate any threatening aura, but it had managed to sever part of its body. His cultivation level had also fallen, so he didn't rely on any boost to achieve that. The rank 8 beast wouldn't ask Noah for explanations. It soon charged toward him again, paying extra attention to his blades. The crocodile couldn't believe that a rank 7 existence could hurt it again if it were careful. Noah casually swung his blades, but the crocodile dodged them. It ducked under that horizontal slash and twisted its mouth to point its teeth on his waist. This attack hit you, Noah said. Or rather, it didn't, but my ambition can evolve a miss into a clean hit. While his words reached the crocodile, the upper part of the creature's mouth fell. The beast ended up hitting Noah's waist with its maimed head, and the attack managed to fling him away anyway. Blood accumulated in Noah's mouth, but he didn't even bother to spit it. He was in a peculiar mindset, and he didn't dare to interrupt it to mind his condition. The answer is always so simple. Noah sighed in his mind while the crocodile launched a mad charge toward him. The rank 8 creature was livid, and its survival instincts had also kicked in. It wouldn't bother about its injuries anymore. It only wanted to kill its opponent. Noah raised his blades above his head. His body was a mess due to the drawbacks of the cursed sword, but he let it shatter. He had to complete one last attack before focusing on his condition. The crocodile jumped once it entered Noah's range. It lowered its head in an attempt to headbutt Noah's chest, but its assault lost power midair. The creature revealed a surprised expression. Once again, it found itself unable to understand what was happening. Still, a small cut suddenly appeared on its maimed mouth. The cut expanded and enlarged until it crossed its entire head. That phenomenon didn't only involve its scaled skin. Its skull and brain also suffered the same damages. The crocodile found its head severed into 2 parts before crashing on the ground. His body slid on the terrain and reached Noah's feet. Noah didn't attack. He limited himself to fix his cold eyes on his opponent. His mental waves seeped inside its body and observed as its resilience slowly gave in to its injuries. The beast struggled. It continued to crawl closer to Noah's feet even after he had divided its brain into 2 parts. Its resilience was astonishing, but it slowly vanished, leaving the crocodile alive for only a few short moments. While its vision went dark, the crocodile raised its eyes to stare at Noah. It wanted to surrender, but it couldn't give voice to any sound in that condition. The crocodile died in front of the attentive eyes of everyone in Noah's group. Their threatening companion had finally succeeded. He had killed a rank 8 creature with his own hands. It's time, the cursed sword said before creating a pulling force that absorbed the bloodlust gathered on Noah's mental walls. Wait! Noah suddenly shouted while looking at the sword held by his right hand. Didn't you tell me that magical beasts made you improve slowly? They do, the cursed sword replied. But your achievements are only the trigger for my advancement at this time. The bloodlust that you have accumulated for centuries is more than enough for me. Noah felt lightheaded as the bloodlust accumulated in the past centuries flowed inside the cursed sword. That dense mass of energy fused with the weapon and transformed its fabric. The cursed sword stretched, and scarlet lines appeared on its sharp edge. A strange red symbol also formed at the base of its blade. When Noah inspected it, he sensed a vague resemblance with the demon head from the chasing demon sect. Why did this appear? Noah said before a sense of weakness filled his body and interrupted his question. Noah fell on his knees. His body was still falling apart, and that sense of weakness almost made him faint. Still, he quickly spat flames to fix part of his condition. "I'm attuning with you," the cursed blade replied. "This mark only expresses your influence." The corpse of the rank 8 crocodile entered his separate space, and the demonic sword left his grasp as Noah placed both hands on the terrain to support himself. Noah had already sensed a similar weakness. That feeling matched the drawbacks of his ambition. He was paying the price for the battle prowess showed earlier. Lumps of blood fell out of Noah's mouth. He coughed and spat during that event. His body was rejecting the very liquids that allowed it to function. The black hole did its best to keep Noah in one piece, but there was a limit to what it could do in that situation. Noah had gone overboard during the fight, and the evolution of the cursed sword didn't help his condition. Fergie quickly flew toward Noah, but the latter expanded the dark world and kept his underling outside of his technique. Noah could feel that his centers of power had grown unstable, so he didn't want anyone near him until his condition stabilized. Night flew through the dark world and seized the 2 pieces of the crocodile's mouth from the ground. Once the pterodactyl returned near Noah, the dark world started to destroy those materials to absorb its nutrients. A wave of energy eventually flowed through Noah's tissues and began to fight against those drawbacks. The stress accumulated by his centers of power also dispersed as the best nutrients that his cultivation level allowed him to seize fed his tissues. Noah slowly recovered, and the cursed sword completed its evolution during the process. A wave of bloodlust flowed inside his mind at that point and made him lose strength in his arms. His head slammed on the ground as bloodthirsty thoughts filled his mind and altered his usual mindset. Noah ignored his condition to focus his full attention on his mental sphere. He had to suppress those emotions before his instincts forced him to jump into another battle. The process was pure torture. The drawbacks of Noah's ambition and the bloodlust worked together to tear him apart, but he did everything in his power to balance their effects. Eventually, Noah suppressed the bloodlust and stabilized his condition. He still felt frail, but that was only normal when he considered what he had done. Maybe dispersing the dragon form wasn't a good idea, Noah thought as a happy smirk appeared on his face. Noah could immediately understand why the drawbacks of his ambition had been so intense. His previous empowerment of the centers of power didn't matter since it had been in place for less than 10 minutes. The reason behind that weakness came from his foundation. When Noah had killed the crocodile, he had focused his ambition on his attacks, making them able to hurt rank 8 creatures. Yet, Noah's cultivation level had been far away from the peak of the 7th rank at that time. He didn't even rely on special techniques or transformations, so his ambition had to work extra hard to fill the gap from the 8th rank. The more ambition Noah used, the harsher the drawbacks would be. The density of his true meaning had also affected them, leading to an intense weakness. Noah could barely find the strength to stand up. He only wanted to sleep and rest after that successful battle. "I still have something to do," Noah thought, and snore quickly materialized under him. The dark world dispersed while Noah stored what remained of the crocodile's mouth and the cursed sword. His figure laid on Snore's head, and the duo rose in the sky to near their companions. The pack of crocodiles had begun to disperse after those underlings sensed the death of their leader. They had no reason to fight against a group that featured a rank 8 magical beast. Noah gave voice to a roar once he reached the other battlefield. The foolery shot surprised glances toward him, but they didn't dare to contest his decisions. Most of the weaker crocodiles ignored Noah's call and left, but a few interrupted their escape and turned toward him. Their instincts also told him to bow in front of that almost collapsed existence. Noah roared again, and the crocodiles drew closer. The foolery didn't attack them since they had understood Noah's intentions, and Fergie also remained silent to let his leader work freely. "You, cough, will follow me from now on," Noah said once all the crocodiles that had listened to his roar gathered around him. Those beasts were nothing more than rank 7 creatures. Only a few of them were in the upper tier, and their overall prowess was relatively poor. Still, Noah wanted them for purposes that didn't only involve battles. "I thought you would aim directly for the rank 8 magical beasts," Fergie whispered after nearing Noah. "My ambition has just evolved again," Noah replied. "I don't know how it affects the environment and the living beings around me, but these creatures can help me understand it." "Are they portable guinea pigs?" Fergie asked. Cough. "Not really," Noah replied before clearing his throat. "They are portable cannon fodder that I can study from time to time to understand how powerful my influence is." Noah's decision had come after he became able to kill rank 8 creatures on his own. Instead of letting those magical beasts free, he preferred to keep them in his pack to increase the overall power of his organization. "Some of them might even reach the 8th rank," Noah added. "I wonder if they can develop new abilities as long as they remain with me." The foolery felt a bit disappointed that part of their targets was no more, but they soon dived toward the ground to inspect the whole area. They began to eat any form of vegetation, ignoring that their new companions might also need nutrients. "I will dig a cave a bit farther away," Noah said before Snore began to move toward a different region. "It's time to start working toward our goal. I need to build an army, and this is the first step." Noah didn't consider the foolery as part of his pack, not yet at least. Their leader was still stronger than him, so he could only see them as companions. The crocodiles were different. They answered only to Noah. He was their leader and they were mere underlings. That role made them instantly see Fergie as their superior. Some of them even tried to become his mount, but the expert refused those beasts. It was better if they focused on protecting Noah for the time being. The crocodiles, Night, Snore, and the demonic sword protected Noah while he focused on dispersing the drawbacks of his ambition. The process required a few years, but his companions didn't mind waiting for him to recover. His seclusion led to important revelations. Noah slowly understood his new power better and also devised methods to avoid those annoying drawbacks. The trick was to reach a power level close to his goal. Noah had to avoid using his ambition without deploying other techniques because it would force his law to express more might. Of course, Noah would have to adapt that new power to his battle style and become used to its actual efficiency. Yet, the magical beast's domain still hid many challenges, so he didn't worry about that part. The situation was different when it came to the cursed sword. The weapon had evolved into a rank 8 inscribed item in the lower tier. It had finally become able to cross the limits of the 7th rank, but that only caused problems for the time being. Noah couldn't risk his life to use the cursed sword. The drawbacks of the weapon would be far greater since it could launch attacks with power in the 8th rank now. His body already risked shattering before. It definitely wouldn't be able to endure the injuries caused by that weapon now. Noah didn't worry too much about that issue for now. It was clear that his foundation still required a lot of work, and he didn't mind avoiding relying on the cursed sword to focus on other aspects of his power. NiceNovel.com. The potential of his new ability was limitless, in theory. Noah also wanted to learn how to maintain the empowerment of his centers of power and enhance his attacks. Once Noah recovered and left his cave, his group resumed exploring the magical beast's domain. The foolery didn't know much about those areas. They had already crossed the regions explored during their escape. Instead, the new creatures submitted by Noah revealed their value in that field. With the knowledge carried by the crocodiles, the exploration became smoother. Noah and the others could learn about the nature of their opponents before invading specific regions. His strategies also became more effective. Noah could now kill rank 8 magical beasts, so his approach became even more reckless. He couldn't use the cursed sword, but he had too much to test. Most of the initial fights ended up in defeats due to his focus on techniques rather than actual victories. Victories began to appear once Noah gained enough experience with his new techniques. Each battle with a rank 8 magical beast always led to harsh struggles, but he didn't mind suffering severe injuries as long as he obtained what he desired. The rank 8 foolery still had to help Noah from time to time. Noah's attacks rarely managed to inflict deadly injuries in a few exchanges without the cursed sword, which led to long battles that didn't benefit him. Still, as his expertise increased, Noah needed the rank 8 pig less and less, eventually leading to a point when he could feel confident in facing most rank 8 creatures. The species and innate abilities of those magical beasts influenced that confidence. Rank 8 creatures could have different power levels, and Noah was still on the lower end of that battle prowess. Noah's army enlarged as the group continued their conquest. They went from region to defeat packs and seize resources. It was only normal for him to submit a few creatures to add to his organization. This mountain is strange, Noah thought while looking at a tall black mountain in the distance. It's rare to see something that the sky can't illuminate. The group had the appearance of a proper platoon, while they studied the environment from a plane that the foolery had transformed into a land of blue bushes. Noah had submitted wolves, bears, eagles, and elephants during the journey. His army was atypical for the magical beast's world, but that didn't matter once a battle started. His influence on those creatures had led to marvelous results. Those magical beasts would naturally strive to improve after bathing in his ambition for years. Their minds had broadened, and natural mutations had also appeared from time to time. Neither of those creatures had reached the 8th rank. Yet, many of them had advanced to the upper tier during those years. The constant battle had also eliminated the specimens that couldn't keep Noah's pace. His army had become a fearsome force, even if it counted less than 300 specimens. And we are definitely exploring it, am I right? Fergie said in his usual sarcastic tone. How could we even fear what's hidden there? The rank 8 foolery said before snorting and lifting its head to the sky. This phenomenon must have some connection with the darkness element, Noah replied. I can't ignore it. Moreover, the elephants have confirmed that the mountain doesn't contain leaders in the middle tier or above. I am weaker than you, Fergie said, but I'm struggling to keep pace with your growth. I'm lucky that your centers of power have insane requirements, or you would have reached the 8th rank before my breakthroughs. You better start to work harder, Noah said in a sly tone. I don't mind placing you with the crocodiles if you turn out to be a disappointment. And here I thought that you wanted me for my loyalty, Fergie replied while shaking his head. On a serious note, my breakthroughs are close. Do you think heaven and earth will react to the event? Noah turned toward Fergie and inspected his centers of power. The expert had spoken the truth. His Danteon was only a few decades away from the solid stage. Instead, his body would still require a few centuries to reach the upper tier. It shouldn't, Noah replied. But you never know with heaven and earth. They might even attack you to get to me. It's better if you warn me before the breakthrough in case something goes wrong. Let me try even if something goes wrong, Fergie said while dropping his sarcastic tone. The expert liked to joke around, but his desire to reach the higher ranks was pure. He also wanted to make the Crystal City and the secret organization pay for what he had suffered during his imprisonment. Fergie had never withdrawn from a fight for that exact reason. He imitated Noah's training and adapted it to his existence to create something that worked only for him. Noah couldn't find any flaw in his underling. Shall we? The rank 8 pig asked. Drool had already started to fall from its mouth due to its impatience. Noah and the others moved toward the mountain and soon understood the reason behind its blackness. The magical plants that filled the area had large black leaves that fed on the white light of the sky. Some of those plants ended up in Noah's separate space. Their innate feature was interesting, so he didn't hesitate to add them to his pile of materials and corpses. Once the group reached the summit, it found traces of battles on the rocky terrain. Only Noah could obtain a vague idea of the type of magical beast behind those tracks, and his eyes lit up at that realization. Dragons, Noah said before glancing toward the rank 8 foolery. The beast was behaving oddly. It didn't prepare for a battle right away. There seemed to be something in its mind. Food is calling me, the leader of the pigs said before shooting toward a corner of the mountain's peak. Noah and Fergie exchanged a glance before flying after the creature. The other magical beasts also followed them, but they inevitably remained behind. When Noah and Fergie reached the rank 8 pig, they found it staring at the narrow entrance of a cavity that dug deep into the mountain. That structure didn't have anything peculiar, except for the soul stones that made the edges of its entrance. The sight of the soul stones told Noah and the others that the cavity wasn't a simple structure. Those materials only existed in the human domain and inside mines scattered through the whole immortal lands. I see no signs of battles, Noah thought while inspecting the area. It was rare to find mines of soul stones in places that didn't feature battles. But it was possible. A high concentration of energy or a series of valuable resources could nourish the ground enough to give birth to those materials. We need to explore the insides of the cavity, Noah said, interrupting the silence that had fallen among the trio. The other magical beasts in his group soon reached that area. The foolery and the other creatures stooped behind Noah, Fergie, and the rank 8 leader to wait for their instructions. Can't we start eating them? The rank 8 foolery asked, but Noah shook his head. This is a lair, Noah said. I suggest we enter it only after defeating the pack that occupies this mountain. What if they hide inside the cavity? Fergie asked. Noah stepped forward. His consciousness expanded, and his mental waves seeped inside the cavity, looking for any trace of life. His senses didn't manage to find anything, but that outcome didn't disperse Noah's worries. This will lure out any creature hiding inside the mountain, Noah thought before opening his palm above the cavity. Dark matter covered his hand, and a series of spiked spheres fell inside the cavity. Noah was using the instabilities created during his journey. His stash of disposable weapons in the upper tier had reached an incredible number after accumulating materials for centuries. Don't destroy the food, the rank 8 foolery shouted, but Noah ignored it. Some of the soul stones would shatter in the process, but their raw laws would flow in the outside world. The foolery and the other magical beasts could easily absorb them. Even Fergie would have the chance to seize that precious energy. Hundreds of instabilities filled the cavity and rolled down its walls. Noah paid attention to every sound that reached his ears, and his mind slowly learnt that the structure didn't contain only rocks. Noah became almost sure that something was hiding inside the mountain, so he didn't hesitate to throw more instabilities. He stopped only when the noises with an unclear source didn't echo anymore. You might want to retreat, Noah said when he rejoined his companions. To those who can fly, I suggest you prepare for the incoming wave of energy. The foolery, Fergie, and the eagles in the army shot in the sky and floated above the mountain. Noah joined them after giving a series of orders to the creatures on the ground, and he snapped his fingers once he completed his preparations. A series of explosions immediately resounded from inside the mountain. A wave of fuming spikes, smoke, and debris shot out of the cavity and filled the sky. A dense wave of energy followed that event. The raw laws contained in the soul stones destroyed by the instabilities shot upward and filled the area where Noah and the others were floating. The magical beasts absorbed that energy, and Noah did the same. Only Fergie had to resort to a few techniques to seize and store those raw laws. Noah's dantian began to enlarge. The raw laws replicated his darkness and filled his organ, improving his cultivation level far faster than any training session. Noah didn't use soul stones for a long time, so he ignored the possible drawbacks that his abuse could cause. His existence already wanted to improve. Those raw laws only gave him the chance to do it faster. Still, that massive wave of energy vanished in a matter of seconds. The magical beasts and Fergie reopened their eyes to wear disappointed expressions. They expected far more after those explosions. Only Noah felt that something was off. He knew how powerful his instabilities were, and he had even used hundreds of them. In theory, the mountain couldn't endure their might. Yet, the mountain had stopped trembling rather quickly, and the energy that had reached the sky didn't match his expectations. Noah slowly became confident that something had hindered his attack. Can we go in now? The rank 8 foolery asked, but the mountain suddenly began to tremble and attracted its attention. Noah's expression grew cold, and 2 swords promptly appeared in his hands. The others in the sky focused on the broken cavity when they noticed his actions. It was clear that a battle was about to happen. A spiderweb of cracks suddenly spread throughout the summit. The earthquake continued to rage as boulders began to fall from the mountain sides. Then, the entire summit crumbled, and a series of figures became visible among the falling boulders. They were huge dragons that Noah had never seen before, but the aura that they released triggered his excitement. Those dragons had black scales and a pair of large wings. They had 4 legs and a tail, but their head carried their most peculiar features. Those creatures' head was as big as half their body. Their eyes and nose had a normal size, but their mouth was immense. Its lower part resembled a sack capable of containing entire magical beasts. The dragons were 30 meters long and 10 meters tall. The lower part of their mouth could reach their legs, and a pulling force also spread from their throat. Whenever the dragons opened their mouth, boulders and energy would converge toward them. The laws of space also twisted in their insides. They carried properties that Noah had only seen in space rings. Moreover, those creatures radiated a type of energy that Noah couldn't fail to recognize. They were magical beasts with a darkness aptitude. The pack of dragons featured 2 rank 8 leaders in the lower tier. Their hungry eyes soon converged toward the rank 8 foolery, and a series of deep roars came out of their enormous mouths. Noah snorted before giving voice to a roar. The 2 leaders had ordered their pack to isolate the rank 8 pig, but Noah promptly stated that he would fight one of them. War cries resounded in the sky. The foolery and the other magical beasts chanted their desire to fight, but neither of them dared to move before their leaders. Noah glanced at the shattered mountain. He could see numerous soul stones hidden among the debris. It seemed that he had really found a mine. "I don't think I can fight 2 of them simultaneously," the rank 8 foolery said, and Noah understood the meaning behind its words. Dragons usually stood at the peak of the food chain. They were among the strongest beasts in any environment. The rank 8 foolery was also powerful, but its innate abilities couldn't help Noah in that situation. "I will defeat one of them," Noah replied. "Try not to die. They seem strong." The rank 8 foolery snorted before diving toward the enemy pack. Its underlings followed it, and Noah didn't hesitate to imitate it. He even ordered the other beasts to charge ahead. The 2 rank 8 dragons didn't immediately believe that Noah would fight them, but they had to change their minds when they saw him turning into a black sword and reaching their position in an instant. Noah wasn't faster than the rank 8 foolery. His movement technique was excellent, but it didn't have the power to make him surpass magical beasts in the 8th rank. However, Noah had learnt how to make his ambition focus on specific abilities. His speed could surpass what rank 8 creatures in the lower tier could achieve when his law enhanced his movement technique. The dragons felt surprised when they saw his figure appearing right above their face. They immediately tried to attack, but Noah exploited their surprise to slash at one of the leaders. Dark matter flowed out of his figure and demonic soared while his blades descended. A fiendish armor formed above his skin while his cultivation level rose. The dragon barely had the time to open its mouth before a deep cut opened on its forehead. The attack didn't manage to fling it back, but it had the power to pierce its thick scales. Noah wore a confused expression at that sight. He had tested the power of his ambition long enough to know that the wound didn't reflect the full might of his attack. Dragons were usually stronger than other beasts, but he had already faced creatures with high defensive capabilities. His slash should have done twice as much damage, but it didn't even manage to reach his opponent's skull. Noah's eyes fell on the dragon's mouth, but his figure suddenly disappeared when a tail cracked on his position. He reappeared under the dragons, and a second attack flew out of his blades. NovelsToday.com. A large cut opened on the base of his opponent's tail. The attack had almost severed that limb from its body. A roar then followed that event, but the cries of the other beasts suppressed it. The foolery and the other beasts in his army crashed on the pack of dragons. The battlefield became chaotic in a matter of instants, but the 2 rank 8 leaders didn't let that mess distracting them from their actual opponents. One of the rank 8 dragons remained still and met with the rank 8 foolery head-on. Instead, the other slowly turned toward Noah while wearing an expression that conveyed pure anger. Noah's face slightly relaxed at that sight. His second attack had met his expectations and had allowed him to gain some insight into the dragon's innate ability. "They must be able to absorb the energy contained in my attacks," Noah concluded in his mind before shooting in the distance. The injured dragon followed Noah outside of the mountain's range. The creature kept its mouth open and darkened the areas that it crossed. Even the white light of the sky lost against its pulling force. The cuts on its forehead and tail soon stopped bleeding. Noah felt sure about his hypothesis at that point. He could link the previous odd event to those creatures' innate ability. I wonder how it works, Noah thought before teleporting above the dragon. The creature quickly stopped its charge, but Noah managed to make his blades descend before the dragon could turn its mouth toward him. An invisible attack fell from his figure, and a large cut opened on the beast's back. Noah tried to teleport away, but his technique grew unstable and eventually failed, leaving him in the same spot. Confusion appeared in Noah's eyes. He had mastered the teleports after countless battles. He couldn't commit mistakes after amassing so much experience. How could this happen? Noah thought, but the appearance of a dangerous sensation forced him to focus on the outside world. Noah flew upward to dodge the incoming tail, but he found himself unable to accelerate properly. Something was draining the energy that seeped out of his figure. Even the dark matter released during his sprints vanished as soon as it came out in the open. The tail slammed on Noah and flung him away. When he managed to stop, he noticed that the attack had broken his right arm and most of his ribs. His body had managed to withstand the blow only due to the unstable substance that flowed through his black veins. Noah didn't blame himself. He had been surprised after the failed teleport, but he had understood what was happening now. The dragon shot after Noah. The creature kept its mouth open as it flew through the sky and absorbed any form of energy on its path. Noah studied the pulling force coming out of the creature's mouth. Its power wasn't great, but it seemed able to seep inside the very matter of the world. The dragon can absorb energy even when my abilities have yet to appear, Noah concluded in his mind. I didn't make a mistake during the teleport. I didn't have enough power at my disposal when I activated the technique. Noah's interest increased once he understood how that innate ability worked. The dragon had incredible defensive skills. It could negate techniques as long as it pointed its mouth toward its opponents. Will my ambition be enough to kill it? Noah wondered before covering the area with his flames. Part of the energy gathered by burning the environment flowed toward the dragon and ended in its mouth. The creature could even weaken Noah's innate ability. There didn't seem to be a limit to what it could absorb. Noah couldn't wait until the flames healed his body. He seized as much energy as possible before expanding the dark world. Trails of dark matter began to fly toward the dragon, but Noah sacrificed them to activate his teleport. The dragon crashed inside the dark world. All the dark matter in the technique flowed inside its mouth, but it failed to satisfy the creature. Noah reappeared above the dragon and transformed. He soon entered his draconic shape, and the demonic form didn't hesitate to cover his figure. Dark matter also gathered on his torso and gave birth to 4 additional arms. Noah had entered his strongest form. His ambition had even pushed his cultivation level to the peak of the 7th rank. The dragon turned its head while Noah deployed his techniques. The dark matter in the draconic armor began to flow toward the creature's mouth. Even some roots broke to fly toward the beast. Noah teleported again and reappeared above the creature's tail. His blade descended, and a second large cut appeared at the base of that limb. The dragon tried to turn toward Noah, but he disappeared before it could point its mouth at him. He teleported right under its large mouth and launched a piercing attack that stabbed his blades through its scales. Noah spread the blades, but the creature promptly slammed its head on the ground. Noah couldn't fight against that incredible physical strength, so he teleported to reappear above the tail. A trace of blackness shot out of his blades and severed every connection between the dragon and the tail. That limb flew in the air, and Noah promptly stored it inside the separate space. The dragon gave voice to an angry roar, and the pulling force radiated by its mouth intensified. Noah failed to teleport away, and one of the creature's rear legs slammed on his torso. Noah spat blood while flying through the sky. 2 large cuts had appeared on his waist, and a large gray spot had formed on his chest. His internal organs had also suffered some damage, but his flames soon burnt the environment to fix his condition. The dragon could destroy the draconic armor and damage Noah's body with simple attacks. Instead, Noah had to be careful of his every move to inflict even the slightest injury. Now that the pulling force had intensified, the whole area around the dragon's head affected Noah's techniques. Even his draconic form began to melt whenever he approached those spots. I wish I had the time to cut it into pieces. Noah cursed in his mind before teleporting on the dragon's side. His blades shot forward, and a deep cut opened through the dragon's scales. The creature turned toward him, and he failed to activate the teleport again. The dragon slammed its leg on Noah's draconic chest. The immense physical strength carried by the blow flung him away and forced him to activate his flames again. I can't keep fighting like this, Noah thought once he straightened his position. The dragon often moved, so Noah always had the chance to burn something. The creature was suffering more injuries than him, but that was only a temporary advantage. Noah had to use his ambition to fight the dragon. His law had to flow inside his techniques every time he attacked or sprinted, and it also had to remain active to keep his centers of power at the peak of the 7th rank. Noah couldn't keep that empowerment for too long. He depleted massive amounts of darkness every time he pushed his techniques past the limits of the 7th rank. I will run out of darkness before this creature starts to feel tired, Noah concluded in his mind. The rank 8 foolery had always come in his aid during battles that featured annoying opponents. Noah often had to let the pig finish his fights because his ambition ran out at some point. However, the foolery was busy fighting the other rank 8 dragon. Noah had to handle that battle on his own, but his situation appeared quite grim. Snore, Night. It's time to test that technique, Noah said through his mental connection. Can you handle it? Night asked. We'll find out soon enough, Noah replied before closing his eyes to focus on his law. Snore and Night appeared by his side and let his aura flow through them. Their fabric condensed under that power, and their level increased due to the marvelous effects of his law. Noah had learnt how to make his ambition focus on his techniques, but he could apply that ability to all his assets. His battle prowess could reach the 8th rank, and he could do the same when it came to his companions. The draconic form dispersed, and part of its energy returned inside his dantian. Noah required darkness to make use of that insane amount of ambition, so he had to reduce the number of techniques deployed at the same time to endure those expenses. The drawbacks will be harsh, Noah thought. We must kill it. Snore hissed at the sky as its fabric condensed. Night also roared before disappearing inside the structure of the world. The dragon was charging toward Noah with its giant mouth spread open. The sky darkened as whiteness flowed inside its mouth. It wouldn't take much before its pulling force reached Noah. Snore unfolded its wings and launched its sharp feathers. Some of them exploded before reaching the dragon since the pulling force made them unstable. Yet, most of them managed to explode on its body. Most of those feathers exploded inside the dragon's mouth. The violent energy released during the detonation tried to destroy that organ, but it ended up condensing and flowing through the creature's throat. The feathers that managed to explode on the dragon's skin shattered its scales and destroyed large patches of its skin. The might released in their detonation even forced the creature to interrupt its charge. One of its legs suddenly separated from its body. Night briefly reappeared high in the sky before disappearing again when it dived toward the dragon. Noah shot forward and Snore followed him. The duo flew around the dragon to avoid its pulling force and shot toward the unprotected parts of its body. The dragon tried to turn its head toward Noah, but another leg separated from its body. The creature looked at a seemingly empty spot in the sky at that point, and Night quickly materialized due to the effects of the pulling force. The pterodactyl flew outside the range of that ability and merged with the world again. Snore used that moment of distraction to stab its teeth on the dragon's torso and cover its body with violent dark matter. Noah also reached his opponent and slashed at its back. Snore's teeth dug deeper into the dragon's scales as its violent energy destroyed its skin and seeped inside its injuries. The creature eventually turned toward the blood companion, and trails of dark matter flowed out of the snake's body to converge in its opponent's mouth. Night severed another leg at that point, and Noah promptly launched a slash toward one of the bleeding injuries. Snore then bit on those wounds and ripped a large chunk of the dragon's skin apart. The dragon didn't know where to look. Attacks would land on its body whenever it turned. This pulling force wasn't helping in that situation. Noah and the others could coordinate perfectly and exploit the blind spots in its defense. The pulling force was stronger in front of the creature's mouth and weaker behind its back. That allowed Noah and the others to focus on any other part of its body and cover it in injuries. Yet that still wasn't enough to kill the dragon. Noah needed to inflict deadly injuries to defeat that creature. He couldn't continue destroying its skin in the hope that it would succumb to its wounds. The head is off limits, Noah said through the mental connection. Let's aim for its heart. Noah, Knight, and Snore alternated their offensive to force the dragon into a deadlock. The snake endured most of the pulling force and kept the creature still while Noah and the pterodactyl focused on creating a bloody path toward its heart. Can you reach it? Noah asked through the mental connection after creating a large hole through the dragon's ribcage. I can't, Knight replied. There are too many tissues along the way. Snore, Noah shouted, and the snake promptly stabbed its teeth on that injury. Snore's teeth naturally released violent dark matter. The blood companion could also spit clouds made of that destructive energy. Once Snore bit on the injury, a wave of violent dark matter spread inside the dragon and ravaged its organs. The creature roared in pain and decided to close its mouth on a piece of the snake's body. This pulling force even intensified after that gesture. Snore immediately shrunk. The dark matter inside its fabric flowed out of its body and entered the dragon's mouth. Noah didn't have enough energy to compensate for that process. Noah teleported above the dragon. His blades pointed at its back and stabbed deep into its body after a reckless dive. The demonic sword even spread dark matter to transform into its draconic form and enlarge the injury to create a passage for Knight. The pterodactyl remained hidden until Noah managed to create a tunnel through the dragon's chest. Knight then shot inside the creature and severed every vital organ that it found. Once Knight reached its heart, it cut away every vessel linked to that organ before piercing it. The dragon could only let go of Snore when it felt that its life was about to abandon its body. Noah couldn't let the dragon turn for fear that its influence could affect Knight. He jumped in front of the creature and performed a violent descending slash while dark matter covered his blades. The attack didn't manage to pierce the creature's scales, but it was powerful enough to make its head slam on the ground. During that window, Knight finished destroying the heart. The dragon struggled to stand. It had lost most of its legs, and Knight had also severed its heart from its body. However, its resilience allowed it to remain alive. The creature raised its head and spread its mouth. Everything in Noah's vision went dark when the dragon launched a last desperate attack against its opponent. The pulling force tried to drag Noah inside its mouth, but Snore slammed on him to push him away from that ability. The dark matter inside the blood companion started to flow inside the beast again, but Noah promptly recalled it. Knight launched a relentless offensive inside the dragon's body, and its functions eventually stopped. The creature crashed on the ground, closing its mouth and ending its threatening innate ability. Noah quickly stored the corpse and its legs before kneeling on the ground. His white sword also returned inside the separate space, but Knight, Snore, and the demonic sword gathered around him. An intense weakness fell on Noah's mind. He had used the full power of his ambition in that fight. His law had enhanced his centers of power, his abilities, and his companions. He was about to face the harshest drawbacks of his life. Knight, Snore, and the demonic sword would gladly share part of those drawbacks. But Noah's ambition didn't work like that. He was the only one who could pay the price of that empowerment. Noah began to convulse before crashing on the ground. His body trembled, and blood flowed out of his mouth. His consciousness also lost any connection with the outside world as a series of nightmares replaced his thoughts. Novlwell.com. Snore and the demonic sword didn't know what to do, but Knight showed its experience in that situation. It flew inside the separate space and came out carrying a series of rank 8 materials. Noah didn't eat all of them. He had stored a few rank 8 materials because they worked better than any pill and potion for him. Knight knew that, so it didn't hesitate to take them out after inspecting Noah's condition. Snore covered Noah with its massive body, and the demonic sword did its best to cut those materials into small pieces. Noah was in no condition to deploy the dark world, so his companions had to replace that technique. The snake's violent dark matter fell on the materials and helped the demonic sword in its task. Night also did its best to support the blade, and the trio eventually succeeded in severing those tough nutrients. Night then carried them inside Noah's black hole. The pterodactyl was aware that the fourth center of power knew what to do with that energy. Some of the rank 7 dragons in the distance left the battlefield and shot toward Noah. They had sensed the death of their leader, and they wanted to seize eventual leftovers. Still, those creatures couldn't go past Snore. The blood companion filled the whole area with a cloud of violent dark matter that could shatter the ground. No rank 7 magical beast could reach Noah in that situation. Noah dreamt about his battles. He saw all his killings, but from the point of view of his opponents. His mind was punishing him for harnessing the power of his ambition. Even his drawbacks had evolved after his expertise improved. The waves of energy released by the black hole slowly brought Noah back into the real world. His consciousness regained some clarity, and his body stopped shaking. His slight improvement didn't change his situation. Noah still felt unable to move, and his mind was too weak to think about anything. Yet, his companions changed their approach after he woke up. They started feeding rank 7 materials to the black hole to preserve Noah's stash of valuable materials. That approach slowed down Noah's recovery, but he felt grateful toward his companions. They had understood that the worst part was over, and they had focused their efforts on saving the results of his long journey. The battle continued to rage above the broken mountain. The dragon's resilience was incredible. Their bodies were also on par with the foolery. However, they lacked their speed, which eventually made the pigs gain the upper hand in the fight. The foolery even had Noah's troops and Fergie by their side. They could handle the weaker underlings easily and overwhelm them with their numbers. Only the rank 8 pig had to fight the other leader on its own, which led to a long and bloody battle. Noah became able to sit after spending an entire week laid on the ground. The companions had long since stopped feeding materials to the black hole. He could handle his recovery on his own now. The battle was still raging. The fight among the underlings was over, but the leaders were in a deadlock. Neither of them could gain the upper hand over their opponent. They were equally matched, even if the dragon was slowly learning how the pig fought. "Night, help the pig," Noah said through the mental connection before activating his ambition again. His centers of power were a mess, and it would take Noah years to recover. He wouldn't be able to stand even if he used his ambition on himself. However, Night didn't suffer drawbacks. Could benefit from Noah's power and fight without restrictions on its position. "I will end it quickly," Night replied before merging with the world. Night didn't want to fight while Noah was in that condition, but he had already reactivated his ambition. Complaining now would only prolong his suffering. Noah supported his head with his hands. The intense drawbacks were already returning. He could sense his consciousness losing its grip on the world, and spasms had also reappeared in certain spots of his body. His Danteon was begging him to stop using the darkness in its insides, but Noah didn't let any of that interrupt his plan. The sooner the rank 8 foolery won its fight, the earlier he could focus on resting. Scenes of Night's battle entered Noah's mind, but he was in no condition to inspect them. His whole attention was on keeping his centers of power together. He felt about to crumble, but his willpower and materials allowed him to continue empowering the pterodactyl. Then, Night sent a mental message and Noah quickly withdrew his ambition. His consciousness lost its connection with the outside world again, and his companion felt forced to repeat the previous process. When Noah woke up, he found that the number of his guardians had increased. Night, Snore, and the demonic sword were the last line of protection of that defensive formation, and the rest of his army occupied the spots around them. Fergie floated above the army with the foolery. They were all making sure that nothing harmful could reach Noah. After all, the pack and the army had gained access to the soul stones thanks to his efforts. "Snore, make me a cave," Noah said through the mental connection, and the blood companion quickly executed his orders. Fergie, Noah eventually said in a weak voice. Make sure that I obtain the largest share of soul stones. I will disappear for a few years now. I have already taken care of it, Fergie replied. I have also counted the soul stones in each share to reassure you. Noah couldn't help but nod before entering his cave. His army dispersed at that point, and everyone in the area began to absorb the resources obtained in the battle. Noah took a while to recover. He had pushed his battle prowess too much in the last battle, so his centers of power required years to disperse the drawbacks and the stress. Still, once the process was over, Noah found that his cultivation level had improved. Part of the empowerment had become permanent. His achievement had turned a slight amount of his fake power into his actual foundation. Needless to say, Noah had no idea why that happened. His ambition seemed to have its own will. He could only guess that his opponents might had triggered the same ability showed against Lady Lena. I wonder if I have to do something similar to reach the 8th rank, Noah thought in the silence of his cave. Noah quickly suppressed those thoughts to focus on more important things. He had to spend some time training to avoid stagnating, and he also had to plan a mental battle. The rank 8 dragon killed during the battle was powerful. It had a useful innate ability, and its defensive capabilities were among the best in the entire magical beasts field. The rank 8 foolery had to struggle to defeat one of the leaders. Knight even had to help it in the battle to secure the win. That alone proved how powerful that species of dragons was. Noah wanted to turn the dragon into a blood companion. He had finally found a suitable specimen, but the corpse belonged to a creature in the 8th rank. NiceNovel.com. The corpse was inside the separate space, so Noah could start the procedure at any time. Yet, he had to consider the dangers of having a mental battle against a rank 8 magical beast who could even defeat most creatures at that level. Noah could have avoided those dangers. He could have seized a rank 7 dragon in the upper tier and performed the procedure without any struggle. However, he would have obtained a weaker blood companion, and Noah couldn't accept that when he had the chance to create something stronger. My ambition is definitely trying to kill me, Noah cursed in his mind after completing long training sessions. It was time to start the procedure, but Noah had to complete multiple steps before feeling ready. The protections inside his mind were only the last part of that process. Noah's attention went inside the separate space. The maimed body of the dragon floated among the blackness, ready to go through a complete study. Noah wouldn't keep the dragon in its original form. He could make a list of the many flaws that afflicted that species, and he couldn't let his blood companions have so many weaknesses. I must enhance its innate ability and its defense, Noah thought while inspecting the corpse. I would also like to improve its offense and speed, but I don't know how much this body can handle. Noah didn't want to create another snore. He intended to modify the dragon's body without affecting its innate ability. The process had to be similar to what Noah had done with Knight. Still, the pterodactyl wasn't an actual blood companion, but Noah had to use the body inscription spell since the dragon was dead. Improving before binding. Noah thought before unfolding the dark world and taking out the dragon's corpse. Noah would use one of the modified versions of the body inscription spell invented during his experiments with 37. The technique usually used only blood, but he intended to use the creature's whole body for the procedure. That was necessary to make the blood companion carry the modifications applied to its corpse. Noah could avoid having a flawed asset once the procedure was over, which was better than forcing a rank 8 will to endure countless experiments. Let's see what I can do with you, Noah thought while filling the corpse with dark matter. The higher energy entered every organ and blood vessel to inspect the condition of the corpse. The various injuries suffered during the fight appeared in Noah's mind in the shape of a blueprint that he had to fix. The dark world soon began to replicate certain body parts. It first seeped in every cell and enhanced their structure, but it eventually started a systematic replacement of some tissues. Most of Noah's focus was on the dragon's innate ability. The creature relied on its throat and mouth to create the pulling force, but its stomach also seemed to perform an important role. His dark matter slowly improved those organs. Noah was dealing with rank 8 materials, so he had to use his ambition whenever his higher energy found itself unable to complete its tasks. That use of his law brought another series of drawbacks, but Noah didn't mind them now that he was safe. He could endure that periodic weakness as long as he completed his project. The dragon had changed by the time Noah completed the modifications. The lower part of its mouth had shrunk, but the muscles that ran through it had improved. The dark matter had also added a second layer of scales after enhancing the first. The proportions of its body had also changed. It had longer legs now, and its wings had also broadened. Noah had also added a second pair of smaller wings to improve its overall agility in the sky. Noah wanted to add more to that corpse, but his knowledge of the magical beast's field warned him against that. The corpse couldn't contain anything else. That was the limit of its tissues. The tricky part now, Noah thought before taking out one of the red crystals obtained in the evolution pit. His ambition empowered the mineral enough to make it able to affect the dragon's corpse. Noah then used his greed as the meaning for the elemental forging method. The corpse went through a second transformation after the crystal fused with its fabric. The lower part of its mouth shrunk again, and the same went for its overall size. It gained a shape that resembled an average dragon, with the only difference that its lips spread over its neck. The corpse is ready, Noah thought before taking out the improved heart from the dragon and bathing the rest of the body in a dense wave of dark matter that carried intense destruction. His ambition had to activate again to complete that procedure. Noah had to turn the whole body into ink for the body inscription spell. He needed his blood companion to carry the improvements painstakingly built through the years. The corpse slowly melted to create a dense black liquid. It resembled mud, but Noah didn't bother to check its actual texture. He only cared that the material carried his greed and had an innate connection with his mind. I have the materials, Noah thought before closing his eyes to focus on the insides of his mental sphere. I need to prepare the battlefield now. The ethereal figure of the mole crumbled to make room for the new blood companion. Waves of dark matter also seeped inside Noah's mind to create protective layers that would reinforce his mental walls. Mental weapons of various kinds slowly appeared among that dark matter. The scarlet mental energy also played a role in those preparations. It fused with certain structures and enhanced their destructiveness. With the demonic deduction technique by his side, Noah could create countless mental weapons in a short time. The mental battlefield slowly reached the level of perfection that Noah required. It was almost ready to fight a rank 8 will. Noah didn't hesitate to start the procedure once he completed his preparations. He imbued the demonic sword inside the dense black liquid, focused his ambition on the blade, and drew a picture of the dragon on his chest. The modified heart ended in his mouth after the destruction carried by the dark world weakened its structure. Noah could eat that organ easily and trigger the body inscription spell. A large ethereal figure appeared inside Noah's mind. The environment there was dark due to the black mental energy and the dark matter that hid the scarlet halo radiated by his mental walls. An immense pressure fell on Noah's mind when the will spread its aura. His mental walls would have crumbled if it weren't for the long training with the white light of the sky. The dragon raged and slammed its ethereal body on the defensive layers of dark matter. However, Noah was using his ambition to empower all the assets inside his mind. His higher energy managed to contain the creature's will, which eventually calmed down. I would rather avoid a battle, Noah said through his ethereal figure. The dragon immediately turned toward Noah, but its eyes soon fell on its legs. It noticed the various modifications that happened after its death, and pure anger filled its expression. I have improved your base form, Noah continued. I'm offering you the chance to follow me to the peak of the cultivation world. We can do this without turning this place into a mess. What have you done to me? The dragon asked in a human voice, but roars accompanied its words. I have defeated you, Noah said before waving his hand. A lump of mental energy flew toward Noah and played the memories featuring his battle against the dragon. The creature slowly recalled what had happened, and another wave of anger filled its expression. You won due to those annoying creatures, the dragon shouted. You can't defeat me on your own. Those creatures are part of me, Noah replied. You will also become like them. The only unclear part is how. I will never be a slave. The dragon roared before shooting toward Noah. Noah raised his hand, and a blade flew out of the defensive layers. Its edge was black, but red lines ran through its surface and radiated an intense bloodlust. A slash came out of Noah's sword and clashed with the dragon. The attack managed to stop its charge, but it couldn't inflict any damage. The creature had also opened its mouth and dispersed part of the power contained in Noah's blow. This attack would have split your head into 2 parts if you were in your previous form, Noah explained as the blade in his hand crumbled and fell into the mental sea. The dragon hesitated for an instant. The creature didn't know anything about mental battles, but it could understand that Noah had spoken the truth. Its new form was far better than its previous one. This is only a taste of what I can offer, Noah explained. I plan to pierce the white sky and reach levels of power above heaven and earth. Those who follow me must be equally strong. I am already better than you, the dragon shouted before charging ahead again. Noah rolled his eyes before retreating inside the layers of dark matter. The dragon slammed its head on the higher energy but found itself unable to pierce it. Noah reappeared on another side of the mental sphere. The dragon quickly turned toward him, but its expression froze when it saw countless blades coming out of the dark matter. Let me be clear, Noah said while roars accompanied his human words. I have already defeated you in the outside world, but we are inside my head now. You have no chance to win. The dragon stared at the blades before wearing a determined expression. A roar came out of its mouth while it charged toward Noah, ignoring the countless swords that pointed at it from the edges of the defensive layers. Noah snapped his fingers, and the blades shot toward the creature. They pierced its ethereal body and opened many wounds, but the dragon didn't stop. Still, its condition was poor when it reached Noah. He only needed to punch the dragon to send it inside the mental sea. Noah snapped his fingers again, and trails of dark matter flew out of the defensive layers to restrain the dragon. The creature couldn't fly out of the mental sea in that condition, and a wave of mental energy soon flowed inside it. I will show you part of my memories, Noah said. You can tell me if you see slaves after watching them. Noah preferred the dragon to give up willingly. Blood companions were stronger when their will wanted to defend their master. They could use their instincts to act on their own and protect common interests. Submitting a creature with such a strong will would only lead to more troubles. Noah wouldn't wholly trust the dragon if it didn't give up and decided to help him. Divine wills were hard to deal with, but Noah was sure that they also had wild ambitions. Night was the proof to that feature. Noah aimed to tempt the dragon while showing his superior power to break its determination. A series of memories flowed inside the dragon. The creature saw the many battles faced by Noah and his companions, and surprise appeared in its expression. The creature wasn't only surprised about the relationship between Noah and his companions. It felt astonished to witness the many feats performed by that group. The last set of images represented Noah's last battle. The dragon could see how a rank 7 existence had managed to defeat a magical beast in the 8th rank. That sight was majestic. The dragon could also sense the emotions felt by Noah during the battle. The creature could basically see how grateful and attached he was to his companions. The memories had shown the dragon how Noah had improved his companions. They had demonstrated that Noah's offer was valid and didn't even seem bad. The dragon seemed about to give in, but a trace of anger eventually resurfaced in its expression. Its instincts didn't allow it to submit without fighting, so it began to struggle and destroy everything in its range. Noah unfolded his pride at that time. His ambition was fueling his power and the many abilities inside his mental sphere. That was his world, and he had filled it with weapons. More blades came out of the black layers. They shot toward the dragon and almost destroyed its entire body. Only its head remained above the mental sea, but mental energy soon surged to fix its condition. This isn't a negotiation, Noah said while descending toward the dragon. I already own you. The sooner you accept it, the less you'll suffer. The dragon became angrier once it heard those words, but it couldn't do anything to fend off Noah's offensive. He had too much experience in those fights. Even rank 8 wills had to succumb to his desires in that domain. The creature eventually shattered into a rain of black drops that fused with the mental sea. A figure then came out of those waters and flew next to Snore. Noah glanced at the dragon before dispersing the various defenses accumulated in his mind. The creature opened its eyes to stare at him, but it soon turned to look away. Snore inspected the new blood companion, and intense bickering soon resounded in Noah's mind. He could only ignore those discussions and leave his mental sphere at that point. The tattoo of the dragon solidified on his skin before its ink flowed inside the black hole. The organ would handle that new blood companion and bind it to the dark matter. It would lose a bit of power now, but it would gain far more once Noah faced the breakthroughs. The black hole modified the dragon's tattoo. The creature had already gone through 2 transformations, but the 4th center of power applied a 3rd one to polish the blood companion further. The process took a while. Noah didn't want to use his ambition again to quicken it since his centers of power were begging him to rest. He had boosted his might multiple times to modify that rank 8 material, so his organs were almost at their limit. Noah used that time to cultivate. His mind could benefit from the pressure radiated by the dragon, and his dantian had a lot of potential to exploit. Only his body struggled to advance. His tissues required too many nutrients to grow. That center of power remained above his dantian due to the countless resources accumulated during the past centuries, but the latter would soon surpass it. Noah summoned the dragon once the black hole completed the modifications. Dark matter flowed out of his body and created the blood companion in front of him. The dragon gave voice to a pissed roar. It didn't like its time inside the black hole, but it soon grew interested in its new features. Its skin had multiple layers of thick scales that seemed far better than its previous skin. The creature also felt lighter, and even the activation of its innate ability had become smoother. "Go ahead," Noah said while wearing a smirk. "Try it on that wall." Novels today, the dragon didn't hesitate to turn and open its mouth. Its huge neck split open to enlarge the overall width of its mouth and create a pulling force that directly shattered entire chunks of the wall. The boulders that separated from the wall turned into dust before flowing inside the dragon. The energy that they contained nourished the creature and its tissues. The cave instantly enlarged during that short use of its innate ability. Noah made his darkness flow inside the dragon at that point. His energy empowered the innate ability, making it reduce most of the cave into dust. The dragon grew excited at that sight, but Noah quickly ordered it to stop destroying his cave. The creature then gave voice to a helpless cry before lowering its head toward its new master. "Don't bow," Noah said before massaging his temples. "You can't fight the sky if you keep your head lowered." A sudden sensation of weakness had reached Noah. The dragon had maintained its rank 8 status, but its power had fallen at the bottom of the lower tier. Yet, it was still strong enough to deplete massive amounts of his darkness. The dragon couldn't help but feel surprised. It didn't expect Noah to be such a lenient master. He didn't care about the creature's behavior, and he didn't even mind the many thoughts that reached his mind through the mental connection. The blood companion was considering the possibility of rebelling. It sensed the restraints applied on its existence, but it was still stronger than Noah. Noah would have to use his ambition to suppress the dragon if it tried to escape his control. A constant struggle could exhaust him, eventually forcing him to let go of his new asset. However, Noah didn't mention those thoughts. He didn't even bother to suppress them. The dragon was virtually free to do as it wished. "I need to give you a name," Noah eventually said. "I plan to keep you, so I can't just call you Dragon. Names are for humans," the dragon replied while roars mixed with its human words. "I can also call you Large Mouth if you don't stop complaining," Noah replied. The dragon's expression froze. It had met Snore, so it knew that Noah wasn't joking. The creature would hate to spend the rest of its life under a terrible name, so it did its best to come up with something decent. "World Eater," the dragon shouted. "No way," Noah replied. "It's too cool for you." "Super Dragon," the creature shouted. "That's not even a name," Noah said, rejecting that idea. "Ultra Dragon," the dragon said. "That's even worse than before," Noah replied before heaving a helpless sigh and thinking about the matter properly. Duanlong should be decent enough. It also reminds me of my old draconic blood companion. The dragon let that name seep into its mind and even repeated it a few times before accepting it. Duanlong was far better than Snore anyway. What happened to the other dragon? Duanlong asked. Noah thought about Heilung before suppressing those memories. The body inscription spell had harsh limits in the past, so he had often abandoned many valuable blood companions. I had to learn how to maintain your ability to grow, Noah shortly explained. I don't need to replace my blood companions anymore since I can simply improve or feed them. Duanlong was a blood companion created after amassing millennia of experience. The dark matter in its structure made it far stronger than its peers and connected it to the level of the black hole. However, the creature was like Snore. It had the chance to improve on its own as long as it found nutrients. It could even send the energy absorbed through its innate ability to Noah since the two shared a tight connection. The only difference with Snore was that Duanlong couldn't turn its body into gas. That made the creature slightly less resilient than the snake. But Noah couldn't avoid that flaw since he had to preserve its innate ability. As a blood companion, Duanlong was a perfect example of a polished asset obtained after long studies. Noah had managed to create something so perfect only after experimenting on other beasts for countless years. This should seal my position in the 8th rank when it comes to battle prowess, Noah thought while his other companions came out in the open to instruct Duanlong about Noah's habits. The new use of the ambition had allowed Noah to breach through the 8th rank in terms of battle prowess. He had even added a rank 8 companion now. His foundation had never been so solid, but a grave doubt remained in his mind. Can I face rank 8 cultivators now? Noah wondered while his eyes inspected his companions. Cultivators were generally stronger than magical beasts, especially when it came to experts who had lived and fought for millennia. Noah's targets were also rich and influential, so he was sure that they had access to countless inscribed weapons and resources. I don't even know how the situation in the human domain is, Noah thought. I can't imagine Divine Demon losing, and Wilfred was also there. They must have won. That conclusion raised another problem. Noah wanted a large battle to welcome him upon returning to the human domain, but he wasn't sure whether he could find the Crystal City. Madame Canson and the others must have changed location in these years, Noah thought. There is only one organization that might know where their new home is. Fergie's face appeared in his vision when his reasoning reached that point. Noah didn't know much about the secret organization, but he was aware that one of its cells had worked with the Crystal City. That gave Noah a strange idea. There could be a cell that desired to damage the Crystal City since one of them wanted to help it. Yet, only Fergie could know more about that topic. Noah couldn't help but start planning his return to the human domain now that he had stabilized his battle prowess in the 8th rank. He wanted to see his friends, and the constant fights against those simple magical beasts had started to bore him. The magical beasts domain was perfect for gathering resources. Those regions had also benefited Noah's ambition since he had fought countless creatures stronger than him. However, that domain had limits, especially for existences that needed to enhance their laws. Noah could seize countless valuable resources and find excellent training areas, but the inheritances could give him far more. It would have been different if Noah were a magical beast or a hybrid that didn't have steep requirements to improve. Yet, he needed to interact with other cultivators to strengthen an essential part of his existence. Noah had to return to the human domain. He could still improve fighting magical beasts, but that approach would soon reach its limits. When should I try to return? Noah wondered while continuing to cultivate. He didn't have a correct answer to that question. It would be perfect if Noah could confirm that his battle prowess allowed him to handle rank 8 cultivators before returning. But that was impossible inside the magical beast's domain. Noah could only guess how powerful those existences were for the time being. His few interactions with cultivators at that level didn't let him grasp the entirety of their abilities. Fergie gave Noah a mountain of soul stones when the latter exited his cave. The group had seized the entirety of the mine. His new finances amounted to more than 1,000,000 soul stones after that meeting. Even guilds couldn't obtain that sum, but Noah had gathered it after a single battle. He was filthy rich now, and that without considering the countless resources stored inside his separate space. I could buy entire regions in the human domain with this sum, Noah thought before focusing on Fergie. How much did you learn about the secret organization before the events with the Crystal City? Noah asked. That sudden question surprised Fergie. The expert had felt happy that Noah was finally ready to move again, but he didn't expect that his leader had already begun to plan the return to the human domain. Fergie had been free of Noah's control for entire centuries, but he had remained loyal to him during that time. The secret organizations had eventually discovered him, but he had remained one of its pawns for a while. The expert had also reached the liquid stage during that period, which had granted him a better position inside the secret organization. Fergie had to know more compared to when he was under Noah's control. Not much, Fergie replied. Secrecy is a must in the secret organization, so only the rank 8 experts have a general idea of how large it is. Still, most of them don't even know how many cells their force has. Do you know if one of them wants to damage the Crystal City? Noah asked. That's for sure, Fergie replied before explaining better. I don't know who they are, but I am aware of their existence. Any large force has allies and enemies among the secret organization. That information didn't help Noah. He wanted to know if Fergie could find leads about the new location of the Crystal City. He didn't care about the political environment of the human domain. We shouldn't give our enemies the time to prepare for our arrival, Noah said. I would rather attack the Crystal City before even stepping inside the human domain. I only don't know how to find it. Fergie fell deep into his thoughts. His position inside the secret organization had been too low to grant him information about the other cells, but an idea formed in his mind anyway. We might not need to rely on the secret organization, Fergie eventually said. We already know that the Crystal City has allies among the magical beasts domain. We can ask them if they know where it is. Noah's eyes widened. That solution was far better than his initial idea. He even knew who they had to find to learn about that information. The leader of the rats might know it, Noah considered inside his mind. Those creatures must have had a tight relationship with the Crystal City to prepare that ambush. The attack of the Legion shouldn't have changed their situation. Are we going back to the human domain? Fergie asked, but Noah promptly shook his head. Not yet, Noah replied. This army is too weak, and the same goes for us. Let's turn once we reach the end of the magical beasts domain. Fergie nodded, and Noah gave voice to a roar to notify his troops. The various magical beasts that had filled the region converged toward his position, and the foolery also left their lairs to fly toward him. The pigs had turned that region into a blue paradise, so the various beasts in Noah's army didn't need to hunt in that period. Some of them had even given birth to weaker specimens during those years, and their overall power had increased. Are we ready to move again? The rank 8 pig asked, and Noah limited himself to nod. The group moved toward the next region and resumed their long journey. Both Noah and the rank 8 foolery had silently agreed that they would turn once they reached the end of the domain, but they didn't rush that exploration. The army went from region to region, fighting all the packs that featured opponents at their level. Noah's underlings constantly increased, and the overall power of the group grew as they faced countless battles. Noah and the others never stopped. They didn't even need to take long periods of rest anymore since most of their battles ended up in overwhelming victories. The group now had the rank 8 foolery, Noah, and Duanlong. Their battle prowess surpassed what packs featuring creatures in the lower tier of the 8th rank could achieve. Noah's stash of materials increased, and his expertise did the same. His foundation also improved as those fights honed his techniques and battle style. The long journey continued until the group reached a sea filled with white water. The wind also blew in those regions. It was clear that the group had stepped in the areas before the outer lands. The sea radiated a dangerous sensation. Powerful creatures inhabited its waters, and Noah had no intention to venture through them at his level. He couldn't even see the end of that area. Noah and his group would die if they found themselves surrounded by a series of rank 8 creatures that they couldn't defeat. The sea covered all the regions in Noah's view. He couldn't see any safe passage. He couldn't even find regions untouched by its waters. It didn't take Noah much to accept that his long journey was over. He had reached areas that cultivators completely ignored, and he had also built a powerful force along the way. Yet, the journey had come to an end. The magical beast's domain still had countless unexplored lands, but most of them featured creatures that Noah couldn't face. Even if he could beat them, Noah would probably avoid them now that he had reached the edges of that wild area. It's time to go back, Noah thought before turning in the opposite direction of the sea. The others in his group noticed his action and the determination that it radiated. They immediately understood what that gesture meant, and his cold expression also warned them about his seriousness. It was time to stop playing around and begin the hardest part of their journey. The group had to survive the re-entry into the human domain. The group didn't immediately leave the sea. The white waters contained chaotic laws, which made them one of the best resources in the entire higher plane. Noah and the others remained on the shores for a while. They even fought the many packs that arrived to challenge them for the ownership of those regions. Those attacks eventually featured a rank 8 magical beast in the middle tier, which forced them to run away before that force reached those lands. The group took a different route to return to the human domain. They still wanted to fight and improve, so they decided to avoid the regions already conquered in the first part of their journey. Most of them now had new packs since the foolery made every region that they inhabited irresistible. Still, Noah wanted to find more troops and valuable resources, so their return led them into unexplored areas. Noah and the others couldn't go wherever they wanted. Many packs along their way featured magical beasts that they couldn't approach. They were a powerful force, but that domain contained proper overlords. The group always had to approach their advance carefully. Noah had to inspect every region before deciding their route. He and Fergie also needed breaks from the white sky every once in a while. Their return wasn't any faster than the first part of their journey. Many of the various magical beasts in the group faced breakthroughs during the journey. They also reproduced often, and that process happened more frequently once their numbers surpassed 1,000. It was rare for packs led by existences at the bottom of the 8th rank to have so many underlings, but Noah's influence had no limit over the number of followers that he could gather. That feature of his existence improved quickly. Noah's law had always given him a predisposition to lead, but he had started to use it properly only recently. Noah quickly gathered experience in that ability, but his improvements didn't involve his leadership skills. They mainly concerned his capability to submit stronger underlings and the nourishing properties of his influence. The magical beasts in his group grew far faster than normal creatures, and the same applied to Fergie. Even the foolery benefited from that influence. Noah's law could express its true potential now that he had accepted his position as a leader. That unleashed his ability to taint his underlings with his ambition, which led to faster growth. The process involved far more than the simple power level. Most of the magical beasts experienced spontaneous mutations and sudden improvements in their intelligence. Their innate abilities grew stronger. Their skin thickened, and their organs began to work faster. Their minds also improved to the point when it was hard to distinguish them from hybrids. Noah had no control over those improvements. His ambition only gave his underlings the potential to evolve, but they had to make that leap on their own. Still, most of them managed to accumulate enough energy for that growth due to the countless battles that they had to face. The pack went through a few transformations. The many battles thinned the number of underlings, but Noah kept submitting more creatures. Their fertility diminished after their growth, but the size of his army continued to increase. A few specimens also managed to reach Fergie's position in terms of power over the troops. They remained under the expert, but they gained the ability to control large platoons and handle different sides of every battle. Noah eventually granted them names to mark their arrival in a state that surpassed ordinary magical beasts. Those creatures were still in the upper tier, but they had already shown that their potential could lead them toward the higher ranks. We should be nearby now, Noah thought at some point during the journey. It was hard to keep track of his position inside that wilderness, so Noah used the growth of his companions to quantify how long had passed since the departure from the sea. His eyes inevitably fell on Fergie. The expert had obtained a rank 7 body in the upper tier recently, and his Danteon was also nearing the breakthrough. I must have spent a few millennia here already, Noah concluded in his mind. The three captains of the army flew under Fergie. A tall white eagle with its beak and claws made of a transparent crystal handled the bird-like beast. A giant winged elephant managed the vanguard, and a flying wolf took care of the troops that couldn't soar through the sky. The elephant and the wolf had gained their wings after mutations. The same went for the crystal beak and claws of the eagle. Those three magical beasts also had great intelligence, which led Noah to appoint them as captains. White, greeny, gray, silence the others, Fergie shouted to the three captains. The boss needs to explore the next region safely. Noah had named the three leaders after the color of their skin, fur, and feathers for lack of a better choice. The eagle was white, the elephant greeny, and the wolf gray. The next area only features magical plants, Noah said after shooting a glance at the region ahead. I can't sense anything dangerous. Even my instincts are strangely silent. Are we about to reach the human domain? Fergie asked with a tinge of excitement. It appears so, Noah replied. But I have never seen these areas. They aren't even close to the outer lands. The magical beast's domain was immense, so it made sense that Noah didn't find anything familiar in those regions. Yet, he was waiting for something that he could recognize to appear in front of him. There was a chance that the group could enter the human domain unprepared otherwise. Let's try to reorganize after conquering this region, Noah said before shooting ahead. Greeny trumpeted as soon as it saw Noah move. Gray ordered the troops on the ground to charge ahead, and White didn't fall behind the two captains. The foolery charged ahead with Noah's army. Their squeals filled the sky and warned every creature in the area of their arrival. Noah flew above the region filled with dark green trees. Those plants had sharp leaves that they didn't hesitate to launch when they sensed that danger approaching. The region featured 3 rank 8 magical plants in the lower tier and countless rank 7 beings. Their storm of leaves filled the sky and killed many invaders, but they didn't manage to do anything to the leaders. Noah sat cross-legged on the air while he waited for the storm to end. Duanlong was under him, and it kept its massive mouth open to shred and absorbed all the leaves flying in his direction. Greedy dragon, Noah said through the mental connection when a faint wave of energy flowed inside his body. Duanlong was sending part of the absorbed energy to Noah, but it kept most of it for itself. Still, Noah couldn't blame his blood companion since he had used his greed as the meaning for the elemental forging method with that creature. The dragon gave voice to a proud roar while continuing to absorb those leaves. It felt no shame in seizing most of that energy, and Noah didn't even try to complain since he had learnt how that creature thought. Then, a dangerous sensation suddenly reached his mind. Noah wasn't the only one who felt that threat. Fergie and the rank 8 foolery also stopped fighting and turned toward one corner of the region. Their pupils shrunk when they focused on the figures that had appeared in the distance. A series of massive snakes were slithering on the ground while spatting a silver liquid that froze everything it touched. Noah couldn't fail to recognize those creatures. He had lived in a world where they were the overlords. The magical beasts that had appeared in the distance were eternal snakes. The eternal snakes were still far away. Noah and the others could avoid meeting them if they were in a normal situation. Yet, the storm of leaves limited their movements. Noah sensed 2 pairs of gazes landing on his figure. The rank 8 foolery and Fergie had turned toward him to see if he had any strategy at hand. The landing zone of my lower plane might be nearby since the snakes are here, Noah thought while inspecting the pack. Noah didn't know how the connections between the higher plane and the various mortal lands worked. Even most rank 8 experts ignored how those dimensional tunnels functioned. He had a series of valid hypotheses, but they could only give him a vague idea of how things worked. Noah didn't know if Shandal had fallen into the mortal lands because he was near the correct landing zone or if heaven and earth had thrown him back home. They appear to be migrating, Noah evaluated while keeping his gaze on the distant pack. The eternal snakes weren't targeting Noah and his group. They were traveling, and Noah ignored the real purpose behind their actions. They could be either hunting or searching for a region that had better resources. Noah's instincts sensed danger, so the pack featured magical beasts that could hurt him. His experience in the mortal lands also told him that some of the eternal snakes could keep the connection between the planes open. There was a high chance that the group featured multiple rank 8 beings. If only I were stronger, Noah thought before spreading his consciousness and ordering a full retreat. The eternal snakes opened an exciting opportunity, but Noah didn't feel safe approaching them at his current level. He didn't want to play with existences that he couldn't control. Darkness flowed inside Duanlong and enhanced its innate ability. The pulling force intensified and affected a large area of the sky. Most of the storm of leaves converged toward its mouth and gave a chance to the other creatures to retreat. Noah joined that retreat, moving Duanlong only when most of his underlings managed to escape the dangerous areas. He didn't care about the slower ones. That battle was only another skimming process when it came to his pack. However, Noah's instincts rang again, and the same went for the rank 8 Foolery and Fergie. The trio turned and saw that a second pack of eternal snakes was slithering on the opposite side. The trio didn't have the time to think since a third pack appeared on another corner of their vision. Noah could finally understand what the eternal snakes were doing at that point. They were regrouping. They must have separated to increase their efficiency. Noah shouted in his mind while remaining still mid-air. The eternal snakes had blocked 3 possible paths, and the last one seemed to match the destination of those packs. Noah had no idea what to do in that situation. Danger lurked in every direction. "Remain here," Noah shouted while roars mixed with his human words. "Keep fighting the trees. We must hope that they ignore us." Noah was already planning how to use his underlings as meat shields while speaking those words. The situation was tragic. Even his expertise couldn't make him predict that danger. The eternal snakes continued their march. They kept covering the lands that they crossed with silver ice, but they seemed ignorant about the battle happening in the distance. "At least one of these groups will notice us," Noah thought while his gaze went on the third pack. The third pack would cross areas near the battlefield. Those specimens couldn't miss Noah and the others. Noah slowly began to rise higher in the sky. He would have the chance to escape if the snakes noticed only his underlings. Yet, his hopes soon shattered when he sensed a series of reptilian eyes landing on his figure. His movement had attracted the snakes' attention. Those magical beasts didn't hesitate to launch hisses that filled their regions and even spread past their borders. The hisses eventually reached the other 2 packs, and their specimens turned toward Noah and the others once they noticed the battle happening in the distance. Noah's guess had been on point. The entire pack of eternal snakes was too big for a single region, so their leaders had split it into 3 groups and had led their underlings into 3 different hunts. Those creatures couldn't decide to ignore food. Noah and the others were nothing more than tasty meals ended up in a trap by chance. Noah's expression grew cold as he retracted his darkness from Duanlong. His demonic deduction technique activated, and a series of bloodthirsty plans filled his mind. Noah had a trump card that he had never dared to use. The cursed sword was in the 8th rank now, so it could help him fight stronger beings. However, the drawbacks would be immense. Noah preferred to rely only on his ambition until his body improved. He didn't want his trump card to kill him. "The cursed sword is my last resort," Noah thought before giving voice to a roar carrying meanings that even Fergie understood. The foolery, the various magical beasts, and Noah turned toward the third pack and shot forward. Their only chance to survive was to pierce through that force and reach areas that the eternal snakes didn't dare to invade. They didn't even need to worry about the possible dangers lurking on that path since the eternal snakes had just cleared it. The only problem was that they had to surpass those creatures. Noah and the others tried to avoid the third pack, but those snakes turned to follow their movements every time. The other groups did the same, but they were still too far away to be a threat. No leaders in the middle tier, Noah concluded in his mind after his consciousness completed a thorough analysis of the third pack. For rank 8 specimens in the lower tier, Noah roared again to explain what he had learnt about the pack. A few cries that carried all the details concerning the eternal snakes and a battle plan followed. There was no easy way out of that situation. Noah's group had to crash on the eternal snakes and kill as many of them as possible to create an opening through their ice. Noah's ambition seeped out of his figure and forced his centers of power to grow. His aura wasn't targeting his underlings, but they still benefited from that power. Their vigor intensified, and their morale also improved. The Eternal Snakes eventually arrived in front of Noah's group. The clash was imminent, so those creatures began to fill the sky with ice to create a massive wall. Noah had fought enough Eternal Snakes throughout his life to know what was about to come. He was also aware that he couldn't let those creatures complete that technique. "I will do everything in my power to escape if this plan fails," Noah said in a mental message forwarded toward Fergie. "Try not to die." Noah's figure disappeared as soon as that message reached Fergie. A wall of dark green scales filled his vision after the teleport ended. Noah had reappeared in the middle of the third pack. Most of the Eternal Snakes failed to notice Noah's arrival, but his presence didn't escape the sharp eyes of the 4 rank 8 leaders. Loud hisses resounded in the area as the 4 leaders gave new orders to their underlings. But Noah didn't give them the time to deploy any tactic. Duanlong appeared above Noah. Snore covered his figure with its huge body. The demonic sword and the white blade appeared in his grasp, and night flew out of the separate space. Noah had instantly deployed his assets and had enhanced their power with his ambition. Snore was now bigger than the Eternal Snakes. Its size even surpassed the rank 8 specimens. When the Blood Companion opened its mouth, a sea of violent dark matter filled the area and began to crush the weaker creatures. Duanlong opened its monstrous mouth to activate its innate ability. Its suction force could affect the ice that had gathered in the sky. That silver substance shattered and flew toward the Blood Companion. Night flew undisturbed through the pack. It avoided the leaders, and a series of large reptilian heads started to fall on the ground. Tens of rank 7 magical beasts had died in an instant. Noah raised his blades above his head while his figure morphed. Dark matter covered his body and created a draconic armor that featured 6 arms and 6 swords. Black flames also flew out of his mouth and joined the violent dark matter released by Snore. The dark world expanded, and the workshop activated. A series of 6-armed dragons filled the waves of dark matter and began to fight the weaker snakes. Those creations were in the upper tier and had cores fueling their structure. They were basically on par with their opponents. The 4 leaders sensed that something was off when Noah's flames filled the insides of their pack. They could feel a similarity with their ice, but their opponent didn't give them the time to study that strange event. Noah unfolded his consciousness and let the blades touch his draconic forehead. 6 black pillars appeared above the leaders and crashed on their massive heads. The attacks then detonated before spreading Noah's sharpness in the area. The 6 pillars had opened large wounds on their head, but the ice in the environment quickly flew toward them to heal those injuries. The area occupied by the third pack had instantly transformed into a battlefield. An army had also appeared together with a series of dangerous substances. The 4 leaders were far from stupid, but they had no idea how to handle that situation. They had lost the upper hand in a matter of seconds, and they couldn't even explain how that had happened. Still, they could appoint Noah as the reason behind those strange events. Anger filled the 4 leaders as they charged ahead and tried to slam their massive heads on the draconic figure flying among their pack. Noah teleported again. He reappeared above one of the rank 8 Eternal Snakes and thrust his blades on its head. The attack released a black flash, and an immense cavity opened on the creature. The hole pierced the snake's head from side to side. It even crossed its brain. Any other magical beast would consider that a deadly injury, but Noah was aware of the resilience of that species. The ice in the sky converged toward the injured leader and closed the cavity. Still, the effort depleted most of the silver substance in the area. Noah had already managed to cut their reserves short. This is not enough, Noah thought before teleporting above the pack to inspect the whole battlefield. The dark world kept Snore and Duanlong active, so they continued to perform their tasks. Most of the ice had disappeared already, and the dragon was ensuring that the snakes couldn't accumulate it anymore. Snore sensed that Noah had left the battlefield and spread its wings. Its feathers flew in every corner of the pack and exploded, releasing waves of violent dark matter that turned most rank 7 specimens into corpses. Night and the products of the workshop handled the remaining snakes. A few of them managed to hide behind the rank 8 leaders, but most of them ended up dead. The eternal snakes couldn't regenerate without their silver ice. Noah's sharpness, the violent dark matter, and Duanlong were handling that part, so the dead specimens didn't manage to come back to life. Even the creatures injured by the dark matter and sharpness floating through the battlefield couldn't fix their condition. Their ice shattered or turned into nothingness whenever they tried to amass it in the sky. The large pack of eternal snakes had turned into a small group that featured less than 20 specimens. Noah had killed most of them in a few exchanges. The anger of the 4 leaders knew no limit. They quickly found Noah in the sky, but they couldn't pursue him since the rest of their opponents finally reached their position. It's still too little, Noah thought as a helpless sigh resounded in his mind. His efforts had paved the way for the weaker creatures, but he didn't manage to solve the core issue. The 4 leaders were still alive and unharmed. I need more, Noah shouted inside his mind before diving toward one of the leaders. The ambition carried by his aura intensified and filled the battlefield. His influence enhanced the sharpness, Snor's violent dark matter, and Duanlong's innate ability. But it didn't affect their actual power. Noah's target raised its head when it sensed that threat. The eternal snake used its massive body like a spring to leap in the sky and pounce at Noah before he could complete his attack. The attack flung Noah higher in the sky. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and pain spread through his lower body, but his attention never left his opponent. The rank 8 eternal snakes were faster than Noah. They could catch him by surprise and even interrupt his attacks if he didn't manage to teleport away in time. Yet, Snor and his sharpness had taken care of the ice, and Duanlong was making sure that they couldn't accumulate that material. The rest of Noah's group and the foolery had also crashed on the rest of the pack. The leader that had leapt toward Noah couldn't use its innate ability to stop its fall. Noah dived toward the falling leader as soon as he managed to stop his momentum. His flames had yet to return to his body, but he didn't care about his condition. He had a clean shot at one of the leaders, and he didn't dare to ignore it. Noah would always decide to suffer as long as his pain led to valuable benefits. The falling eternal snake didn't see much. A flash of darkness filled its vision before a large piece of the lower part of its head vanished. The creature couldn't even find it anymore. Its body part had disappeared without leaving any trace. Noah reappeared under the maimed eternal snake. He lowered his blades while night became visible behind him and prepared for the imminent attack. The pterodactyl wanted to follow Noah's slash to improve its offensive, but the situation led to a disappointing outcome. One of the leaders still in the pack promptly ignored the rank 8 pig and slammed its head on Noah. Noah flew through the region as lumps of dark matter flowed out of his draconic armor. The black hole quickly fixed his transformation, but his expression remained grim. 2 rank 8 eternal snakes were looking at him. The only existence in Noah's group that could fight those creatures was the rank 8 foolery, but it was busy with the other 2 leaders. Noah couldn't have 1 versus 1 battles in that situation. The other 2 packs were slithering at full speed toward the battlefield. It wouldn't take them much to join their companions and surround Noah's group. Noah was at a loss of what to do. Even escaping seemed impossible in that situation. His ambition would eventually run out if the eternal snakes didn't stop targeting him. I must kill them, Noah concluded in his mind. Noah had a different tactic in mind, but that approach was a gamble. He didn't know how the eternal snakes would react. It was better to pursue his simple strategy for now since it had yet to fail. 2 at the same time, Noah thought while inspecting the battlefield. I don't know if I can handle them. Snor could theoretically help, but Noah didn't want to risk losing the advantage created with his sudden assault. The same went for Duanlong. The 2 blood companions were taking care of the ice, which was the most crucial task in that battle. The 2 eternal snakes leapt toward Noah, but he teleported away before they could reach him. He reappeared among the rest of his troops, right in the middle of the battlefield. It's your turn, Noah thought while looking at his right palm. Try not to kill me. Noah's ambition flowed inside the demonic form, and a wide array of roots pierced his palm to expand in the sky. The corrosive aura that they radiated dimmed the white light and forced most of his underlings to run away. The 2 eternal snakes didn't care about that threatening aura. Noah had already inflicted unforgivable losses to their pack. They would continue to attack him even if their bodies ended up burning in the process. Noah turned toward the two leaping leaders. The snakes were far weaker than usual without the ice, especially when it came to their movement. He could easily teleport on top of one of the creatures and place his palm on its head. A sense of weakness filled his centers of power as the roots spread and entangled themselves on the snake's head. They covered its neck and used their corrosive aura to pierce its thick scales. The snake hissed in pain when the roots spread through the insides of its body. The other leader wanted to come in its aid, but a large cut suddenly opened on its left eye and interrupted its charge. Noah didn't hesitate to point his blades at the dark green scales. His blades slowly pierced the creature. Once their tip reached the beast's muscles, they released a wave of energy that opened a large cavity inside its head. The demonic form quickly expanded in that cavity and continued its destruction, and Noah felt temporarily relieved after the plant consumed those tissues. The more it absorbed, the less it ate from his body. Another one, Noah shouted inside his mind before pointing his blades again. The swords pierced the dark green scales and prepared to launch an attack fueled by Noah's ambition, but the other leader managed to slam on his figure. Noah revealed a surprised expression after focusing on the second eternal snake. Night had severed both its eyes during that short exchange. It had managed to sense him only through its instincts. The roots had broken in the impact, but they remained materials with high corrosive properties. They continued to destroy the snake from the inside until they depleted their power. "Can't you give me more?" Noah asked through the mental connection. The plant ignored Noah, but he promptly lowered his barriers. The black hole allowed the demonic form to eat more of Noah's power and gave it the chance to grow while his ambition fueled its existence. The array of roots inside Noah's chest thickened, and the flower slowly closed to give birth to a fruit. Noah quickly seized it through the dark world, and his figure disappeared again. Noah reappeared above the snake that had suffered from his attacks. It didn't have the chance to heal without the ice, so it still featured a large cut on its head. A wave of pain invaded Noah's mind, but he ignored it. He dived toward the injury and stabbed his hand inside it. When he released his grasp, the fruit entered the snake's body and dispersed its corrosiveness through its head. Noah teleported high in the sky when he sensed the arrival of the second leader. The pain didn't stop after he got rid of the fruit. His eyes fell on the source of that sensation, where he saw that both his hand and his white blade had suffered heavy damage. "I didn't even hold it with my real hand," Noah cursed in his mind. The influence of the fruit had partially destroyed the white sword's handle, and his right hand had lost a few fingers. His two additional right arms had regrown, but the fruit had managed to destroy them before. It didn't even spare the copies of the blade. Noah thought about that issue only for an instant. His injuries proved that the fruit corrosive's power was off the chart. His eyes instinctively went on one of his targets, and he saw that the creature was slamming its head on the ground in a desperate attempt to get rid of its pain. The other eternal snake couldn't do much. It was blind, and Night had never stopped attacking it. Its body was too huge for the pterodactyl to inflict severe injuries, but the companion still covered it with wounds. Noah withdrew his ambition from the plant and restored the limitations around it. He felt a bit surprised about the actual destructiveness of the fruit, but he welcomed that discovery happily. The eternal snake convulsed on the ground. Its huge body crushed the terrain during its struggles. Yet, the creature couldn't do anything against a weapon that was already inside its mind. Its situation would be different if it had its ice, but Noah's blood companions were taking care of that. Duanlong's innate ability was so powerful that even the eternal snakes fighting against Noah couldn't accumulate that material around them. The snake never stopped struggling, but Noah and the roots had inflicted too much damage on its insides. The fruit only had vital organs left to destroy once it entered its head. The creature remained alive for an entire minute before exhaling its last breath. Did it really die? Noah wondered before a sense of weakness invaded his mind and made him lose his foothold. Noah quickly straightened his position and flew toward the massive corpse. The body of the leader entered his separate space, but Noah's expression remained grim. The demonic form had absorbed too much of his power. His ambition was also fueling his other assets. It wouldn't take much before the drawbacks arrived. Still, Noah couldn't do anything about that. He didn't even think about that topic. He had managed to kill one of his opponents, so he had to take care of the other leader to gain his chance to escape. The snakes hissed in anger when they saw one of their leaders dying and disappearing. They had been sure that Noah's group couldn't pose any threat to their pack, but the recent events had changed their mind. The battle wasn't a simple hunt anymore. Intense hatred had built in those short exchanges. The snakes wanted to make Noah pay the price for his actions. Night was keeping the blind leader in a deadlock. The snake never managed to touch the pterodactyl, and injuries continued to accumulate on its body. Night was showing its innate superiority during the battle. Noah's ambition made it able to inflict consistent damage, and the snake couldn't even keep up with its offensive. Noah shot toward the snake. He felt weak, but the other two packs were about to reach his position. He had to kill the second leader to have a chance to escape. The snake could keep track of Noah's movements even in its blindness. Its instincts could sense the danger that neared its position. Noah thrust his blades forward, and a wave of sharpness flowed out of his weapons. The attack landed on the snake's head and opened a large injury, but it didn't manage to stun the creature. The snake charged ahead, using its huge body like a spring. That action made Noah's attack more effective, but it also allowed it to slam on him in an instant. Noah spat blood while flying backward. The weakness that was filling his centers of power intensified, but his mind forced him to stay awake. Still, his awareness didn't change his condition. The ambition continued to fuel his centers of power and companions, but Noah was running out of fuel. His dantian was almost empty, and even his insane resilience showed signs of giving in to his intense struggle. Just a little more, Noah shouted in his mind, and his ambition intensified. A new wave of power filled his centers of power. Noah dispersed his momentum and charged toward the massive snake that was chasing him. Injuries continued to open on the creature's body. Night never stopped attacking, but its effort didn't manage to interrupt its opponent's charge. The snake had only one target. It wanted to kill Noah even if the effort ended up leading to its death. Sharp energy covered Noah's draconic figure. He pointed his blades forward without interrupting his charge. The snake opened its mouth when it sensed the incoming clash. Ice accumulated in its throat and reinforced its tissues, but everything crumbled once the creature clashed with Noah. Noah's figure cut through the snake's head. The sharp aura surrounding him severed its tough scales before his blades even landed on the creature. The snake's vision suddenly went black. Noah had divided its head into two pieces. However, the rest of its body still slammed on him and flung him away. A river of blood poured on Noah while the corpse pushed him away. He quickly stored the body, but it took him a while to stop. His eyes quickly studied the battlefield, and what he saw turned his expression even grimmer. The two packs had reached the battlefield. They were only a few seconds away from jumping on Noah and the rest of his group. A dense aura had also spread in the environment. Noah felt an intense danger coming from those packs. They featured specimens at a level that even his ambition couldn't make him match. Ice started to accumulate in the area. Snore and Duanlong didn't manage to suppress that innate ability anymore now that the other packs had arrived. "Run!" Noah shouted as draconic roars mixed with his human words. His companions flew back inside his separate space, and the same went for his swords. His dark armor also vanished. Noah focused his whole existence on accelerating, but a massive figure appeared on his path before he could even decide where to go. A rank 8 eternal snake in the middle tier appeared above his head and threatened to slam its massive body on his figure. Noah quickly teleported away, but a second giant figure appeared on his path again. The weaker leaders couldn't keep up with his teleports, but the same didn't apply to those in the middle tier. Those creatures had sharp senses and could follow the movement of his energy through the sky. Noah continued to teleport, but the leaders forced him to reunite with the rest of his group. The rank 8 foolery and Fergie searched for answers in his expression, but they only saw hopelessness on his face. "It has been a good run," Fergie said before closing his eyes. The snakes were lowering their bodies to prepare a joint assault from every direction. They had already surrounded Noah and the others. The group had no way out of that situation. "I know where the thief is," Noah suddenly shouted while roars resounded through his human voice. The snakes were about to launch themselves forward, but a series of hisses suddenly came out of the leaders and forced them to hold back their assault. Countless reptilian gazed fell on Noah's figure. His mind struggled to remain awake when the aura coming out of the middle-tier specimens converged on him. Fear filled his mind. Noah's instincts knew how hopeless his situation was. Nothing in his arsenal could make him overcome that challenge. One of the leaders left the group and stretched its massive head toward Noah. Its tongue made the sky tremble whenever it cracked in the air. That creature seemed to be at the very limit of the middle tier. "How could you know about the thief?" the snake asked with human words. "I killed all the snakes that you sent in the lower plane," Noah said without showing any fear. "The thief is in the Immortal lands now. I can lead you all to him." The snake gave voice to an angry hiss. Noah didn't only kill two crucial members of its pack. He had also tainted the pride of its species. However, the creature hated someone more than Noah. Shandal had managed to steal an important egg from its pack. The snake couldn't let that human live, even if it meant letting Noah go. "Tell me where the thief is," the snake said, and a cold smile appeared on Noah's face. "I won't," Noah replied while his smile broadened. The snake cracked its tongue on one of the creatures in Noah's pack. The beast directly exploded, but Noah didn't flinch. He wouldn't give up on his advantage even if the snake decided to kill his entire group. The leader sensed Noah's determination and gave voice to an angry hiss. Its underlings echoed its cry, but they didn't dare to move. "I can lead your pack to him," Noah said while blood flowed out of his ears. "But only after we set terms for our agreement. I also want a piece of the thief." "The thief belongs to us," the leader shouted, creating a shockwave that made the weaker magical beasts in the area faint. "No one can touch him without my permission." "Then you might want to lower your voice," Noah replied without hiding his excitement. "You don't want to kill the only existence in the entire higher plane willing to tell you where the thief is." The negotiations with the leader of the Eternal Snakes didn't go as Noah expected. He could force the creature to stop the assault on his group, but he didn't manage to make it seal a long-lasting alliance. The leader was too proud. Noah had killed 2 rank 8 snakes, so he had to pay for that. Knowing about Shandal's position only managed to buy him some time. The situation changed after Noah sealed that temporary alliance with the snakes. Those creatures surrounded his group and made sure that no one left that encirclement without their permission. The Eternal Snakes had become powerful wardens that escorted Noah's group, but they never dared to lower their guards. They didn't underestimate their opponents even when their entire pack was surrounding their enemies. "How do you plan on getting us out of this situation?" Fergie asked through his consciousness. "Let's follow the plan for now," Noah replied. "The snakes have to join our assault on the Crystal City anyway. A window will open once chaos falls on the battlefield." "Do we have to put our trust in our enemies?" Fergie asked. "The Crystal City had to face an overwhelming assault only a few millennia ago," Noah replied. "Those fanatics have access to countless resources, and many large organizations are willing to help them. We might end up needing the Eternal Snakes far more than our real allies." Fergie went silent after that answer. His situation was far from ideal, but he trusted Noah enough to stop questioning his methods. "It's unwise to try to contact the others now," Noah thought while his eyes darted among the various middle-tier specimens in the enemy pack. Noah's group had finally reached regions close to the human domain. His inscribed notebook could theoretically contact his allies in the outer lands, but the presence of the Eternal Snakes prevented him from sending mental messages outside of the encirclement. A thick aura covered the stronger snakes and destroyed any form of mental energy that tried to leave the encirclement. Noah could only use his consciousness to speak to his underlings and explore the environment. "This might be a good thing," Noah concluded after reviewing the issue a few times. "I count 4 rank 8 magical beasts in the middle tier here. I don't know if I want to make the others face them." Noah's army was atypical. His plan also went against the human species. He wanted to assault the first line of defense of the human domain with a platoon made of powerful magical beasts. His actions would label him as one of the worst traitors in the entire immortal lands. Of course, Noah wouldn't care about that title, but he didn't want his friends to face the consequences of his actions again. Divine Demon wasn't an issue, but June and the others were still too weak to become enemies of the entire human domain. Noah led the two packs on random routes until he found familiar regions. From there, he searched the land of the fallen, the area ruled by the pack of rats. "It's safer if I speak with them alone," Noah said once the large army stopped at the edge of the land of the fallen. "I will never let you escape my gaze, cunning creature." The leader of the snakes replied, putting an end to that conversation. The massive army barged inside the land of the fallen without making any attempt to hide their presence. The peak middle-tier snake even left a small platoon outside of the immense regions to make sure that the leader of the rats couldn't escape what was about to fall on its domain. Noah couldn't keep his eyes away from the ground. The immense prairie and the various bordering regions featured countless inheritances, but the situation didn't allow him to explore them. The leader of the snakes was already mad that Noah had partially lied about knowing Chandal's exact position. The creature had pretended not to care about it, but Noah could sense that its grudges had deepened. Truth be told, Noah had begun to respect the eternal snakes after spending years traveling with them. His pride had reached an insane level of influence, but those creatures managed to remain unaffected. Noah couldn't even force some of the weaker snakes to create openings in the encirclement. The influence of their leader was too intense. That feat didn't only depend on the power of the leader. It was clear that the peak middle-tier eternal snake was special even among its species. It was a true leader, a position that Noah had begun to understand only recently. "It is born to rule," Noah thought during the flight above the land of the fallen. The atmosphere was tense, but the environment of the land of the fallen managed to intensify that feeling. Both packs had to be wary of each other, and the presence of a third group hiding underground only worsened their mindset. The rats didn't immediately attack at that time, but both Noah and the peak middle-tier leader knew that they were hiding underground. Still, while Noah could keep his cool during the flight, the snake didn't share the same control. "Stop staring and come out already," the leader of the snakes eventually shouted as loud hisses fused with its human words. The other snakes echoed its cry, and the ice under them crumbled to let their massive bodies crash on the ground. The terrain shattered after the fall, but those creatures soon released their innate ability to freeze the whole environment. Noah promptly considered the possibility to escape, but two pairs of reptilian eyes landed on his figure before he could even start creating a plan. Two middle-tier eternal snakes had remained in the air to continue controlling Noah's group. Those creatures were far from stupid. A sea of large rats came out of the underground world once ice began to cover the terrain. Their squeaks filled the sky and announced their will to fight the invaders. Rats appeared everywhere. Noah's group was already deep inside the land of the fallen, so those creatures could surround them in an instant. Still, they were all rank 7 specimens that had no hope to win against the many rank 8 snakes on the ground. "Hey!" Noah said while turning toward the middle-tier snakes around his group. "I'm going down. These resources belong to our pack," one of the snakes hissed while speaking human words. "Then kill me," Noah replied in an uncaring tone before a roar came out of his mouth. "Attack!" His figure shot downward, and a draconic armor covered him before reaching the ground. His pack didn't hesitate to follow him, and the two middle-tier snakes couldn't help but let them join the battle. "This is the best training ground for my body," Noah coldly calculated in his mind. "I might be able to face the snakes if I manage to approach the breakthrough to the 8th rank before the assault on the Crystal City." Noah didn't fully believe in those thoughts. He had spent centuries eating rank 8 magical beasts without obtaining significant benefits. Those rank 7 creatures couldn't do much for his growth. However, Noah was already calculating Madame Canson's defeat in his plan. There was a slight chance that his potential could finally bring his centers of power into the 8th rank after that feat, which would give him the strength to fight the pack of snakes. "We need to force the leader of the rats outside of its lair anyway," Noah thought as a wave of flames escaped his mouth and covered the land. Hordes of rank 7 rats came out of the ground and assaulted the massive snakes. Those tiny creatures were little more than dots compared to the immense reptiles, but their reckless assault managed to inflict consistent damage. The eternal snakes could constantly heal thanks to the ice accumulated in the environment, and the rats had no method to stop that innate ability. Yet, there were thousands of them in the area, and the weaker specimens among the reptiles soon ended up falling apart under their relentless offensive. The rats forced their opponents to deplete the ice too quickly. Only the rank 8 snakes remained untouched during that offensive due to the absence of rank 8 specimens in the enemy army. Noah revealed his full power, showing how much he had grown throughout the past millennia. He didn't have to worry about his body since the draconic armor protected him, so his ambition could focus on his flames to inflict a catastrophic number of casualties. The rats couldn't even try to get close to Noah. They barely managed to leave the underground world. His flames constantly covered his share of the battlefield, and countless flickering bodies converged toward his figure to give him the energy accumulated in the fight. Noah felt his body advancing far faster than he had initially predicted. He had chosen an isolated spot of the battlefield on purpose, and his decision maximized his gains far beyond his expectations. It would take thousands of rank 7 magical beasts to match the energy provided by a single rank 8 creature. Still, the pack of rats had thrived during those millennia, and it had become able to sacrifice entire armies with every assault. Most of the specimens in those armies were also quite strong. They were either in the middle or upper tier, which didn't reflect what Noah had witnessed during his first attack on those lands. Even the upper-tier rats couldn't survive Noah's flames, especially when his ambition fueled the innate ability. Those attacks could hurt rank 8 specimens, so the magical beasts could only burn as soon as their heads left the underground world. The rats had never faced a similar invasion. Their alliance with the Crystal City had made their borders relatively safe, and the magical beasts nearby didn't carry enough power to attempt a serious assault on those lands. However, both the snakes and Noah's group didn't care about the Crystal City, and their overall power far surpassed what rank 7 magical beasts could stop. Their assault was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. The rank 7 underlings soon failed to reach their opponents since their rank 8 leaders and Noah took care of most of the rats. The snakes stopped dying once the rank 8 leaders managed to freeze most of the region. The rats couldn't perform sudden attacks anymore at that point. They could only assault the invaders from distant areas, leaving Noah and the others enough time to counterattack. Their fertility is incredible as always, Noah thought while hovering above the not-frozen surface. The rats never stopped attacking Noah, but he didn't mind that outcome. He even wished that the assault would last for entire years since the situation was forcing his body to grow at an incredible pace. There was a sharp difference between hunting a rank 8 magical beast and killing thousands of rank 7 specimens. The former provided far more nutrients, but it took Noah a long battle and an abuse of his ambition to achieve a clean victory. The ambition then exacted its price, forcing Noah to spend weeks dispersing the accumulated stress. The rank 8 materials obtained in the battle made Noah willing to put his centers of power through that struggle, but the approach wasn't exactly as perfect as he desired. Instead, the rats offered Noah a constant wave of nutrients at little to no cost. He was using his ambition only on his flames, which would almost lead to a complete lack of drawbacks. Fighting the rats was also far safer, and it didn't require Noah to take long breaks. Noah had already absorbed enough energy to match multiple rank 8 specimens in less than an hour since the beginning of the invasion. "I hope the leader never comes out," Noah shouted in his mind without daring to withdraw his flames. His group was searching for the leader of the area blindly. Their instincts told them that the creature was somewhere near the center of the land of the fallen, but they couldn't pinpoint its exact location. The rats also lived underground, so they could theoretically escape through paths that the snakes couldn't sense while busy fighting. Only the reptiles controlling the edges of the region could notice any departing creature. The battlefield changed at some point. Nothing peculiar had happened until then, so the sudden absence of armies coming out of the ground didn't go unnoticed. Noah still recalled the wave that had flung him directly into the ambush, But he didn't know how the rats could pull that off without an army preparing the attack on the ground. It seemed that the rats had retreated, but even that option was far away from the truth. The snakes on the borders would have warned their allies otherwise. A series of sharp gazes landed on Noah's figure, but he shrugged his shoulders before the snakes could ask anything. Even he didn't know what was about to come. Then, a series of squeaks resounded from under the layers of ice and ground under them. They all echoed the same sounds as if they were chanting the words of their leader. Those cries also carried human words meant for the two human figures among the invaders. "We are ready to throw our entire force at you," the rats echoed. "We are confident in taking you down, but the effort would cost us years of expansion. Do you have any specific reason behind this invasion? Are they trying to buy some time?" Noah wondered before expanding his consciousness, trying to find anything odd in the presences that he felt. Noah believed in the power of the eternal snakes, but the rats were too small for those immense creatures. He wouldn't be surprised if some of those beasts managed to escape the encirclement and warn the Crystal City or other allies. His consciousness and superior awareness didn't find anything unusual, but that didn't disperse his doubts. The rats were smart enough to have methods that could hide their presence from his inspection. The leader of the snakes was about to reply with an angry roar, but Noah's cold gaze promptly landed on its figure and stopped its reckless action. The creature didn't like having restrictions on its behavior, but it had experienced Noah's ability in negotiations firsthand. The creature limited itself to expand its aura and make its pride fall on the ground while remaining silent, waiting for Noah to work his magic. The rank 8 foolery did the same, and it also raised its head toward the sky. The pig knew how useless that action was after regaining its intelligence, but it liked that gesture too much to give it up. As for Noah, he also expanded his aura to let his pride seep into the ground. Yet, he didn't stop there since the impatient gazes of the snakes were telling him to handle that situation. "We are looking for the Crystal City," Noah said, mixing his human words with roars. "I know that you deal with those humans. We'll stop attacking if you tell us where they are." The rats didn't answer, and silence soon spread through the entire land. Still, a series of tremors soon filled the area and shattered the layers of ice created by the snakes. Once the silver chunks vanished, the whole surface crumbled, revealing a complex underground lair filled with countless rats that didn't hesitate to jump toward the invaders. A few rank 8 auras also spread from that immense army. The army of rats featured less rank 8 magical beasts than Noah's group, but they seemed pretty threatening according to his instincts. The main reason behind that danger was that Noah couldn't find the source of their auras among that horde of creatures. It was as if they were underground. The countless rank 7 rats around them hid their presence and allowed them to move freely among their enemies. Noah quickly resorted to his flames, and the snakes didn't hesitate to spit their silver liquid. The other magical beasts and Fergie also activated their abilities while focusing on attacks that could affect large areas. The joint offensive turned out to be quite effective since countless rats died during the wave of attacks, but the invaders soon had to change their minds. There were too many rats. Even attacks with power in the 8th rank could only kill the hundreds of magical beasts gathered in the external parts of that wave of creatures. The rats filled the sky and used their companions' bodies to move through the air. They almost seemed able to fly in that situation. The decent mid-air agility of the snakes was nothing compared to that offensive. It didn't take much before the rats engulfed all the existences in the sky. They resembled a sea that had taken control of the sky, and the leaders hidden among the rank 7 beasts could even move freely in that situation. Noah couldn't see much among the sea of magical beasts swarming around him. Those creatures even affected his consciousness, forcing him to rely on his instincts to sense when something dangerous was about to approach his position. His previous release of pride had turned him into a target. Noah soon sensed that a threat was approaching his position at high speed, and his ambition promptly began to fuel the draconic armor. A large chunk of his armor suddenly disappeared as a shadow ran past him. The creature had marched through his flames and its many companions to reach Noah and launch a piercing attack. "One of the rank 8 rats is hiding here," Noah quickly concluded in his mind before a simple plan formed in his mind. Through his many talents and intelligent use of his ambition, Noah could open a path among that furry sea and find the rank 8 specimen. The massive assault would immediately lose one of its threatening aspects at that point. However, that approach could force the rats to retreat. Those creatures were willing to sacrifice hordes of rank 7 specimens. But Noah didn't know how they would react to the loss of one of their leaders. Noah didn't want them to retreat. He liked that situation. The rats were virtually unable to hurt him, and the swarm of creatures provided him with an endless flow of nutrients. Noah could obtain an unfathomable number of benefits if he managed to stall the situation. He didn't dream of reaching the peak of the upper tier in one go, but he hoped to get close enough to the breakthrough to advance after the battle in the Crystal City. The rank 8 foolery can't defeat the stronger rats in this situation, Noah thought. The snakes will freeze the sky around them and slowly defeat the whole army, but that will take time. The situation seemed perfect for his plan. Noah had the power to inflict a significant loss, but he decided to hold back. He even withdrew his draconic armor to fake a moment of weakness. His ambition switched its focus. Noah didn't even need to empower his flames anymore. He only needed to make his law push his body beyond its actual limits, and his innate ability would naturally benefit from that effect. Noah stood naked among the army of magical beasts. Those weak specimens managed to destroy his robe in an instant, but they couldn't leave even the faintest mark on his body. The dangerous sensation appeared again, and an immense force soon landed on Noah's forehead. Still, the impact only made him turn his head, even if a small cut had appeared there. Not bad, Noah thought while inspecting the prowess of his body. I'm getting close to the raw physical strength of a rank 8 magical beast, and my body has yet to advance. There was a difference between an actual breakthrough and the empowerment obtained through his ambition. Noah knew that his law could only imitate his growth, but it couldn't express the real benefits that the process brought. Moreover, Noah wasn't using his ambition to improve his body in terms of ranks. He was only bringing its prowess to the 8th rank without modifying its actual level. That was the same use applied to his attacks and abilities. His ambition made them able to hurt stronger creatures without actually empowering their raw power. It was something similar to what Divine Demon did with his miracles, except that Noah didn't rely on the world to turn the impossible into possible. His ambition made him realize what his potential believed he would eventually achieve. That second use of his ambition led to harsher drawbacks, but it also allowed Noah to surpass what the simple growth of his centers of power could achieve. Of course, that was only true while his level remained inside the same stage and tier. The first method would lead to greater benefits once his ambition allowed Noah to step into the 8th rank. His law had yet to become able to do that, but Noah didn't know how much he desired to experience the drawbacks connected to that empowerment. Forcefully reaching the 8th rank would make him spend decades to recover. He wouldn't even be surprised if the stress would put him into seclusion for entire centuries. Noah burned everything around him. The endless flow of nutrients healed all the minor injuries that the rank 8 rat managed to inflict before sending the remaining energy toward his black hole. Those rats were among the weakest species of magical beasts. They founded their true power on their fertility, but that put their leaders at a significant disadvantage. They would need 4 to 6 rank 8 rats to match the power of an actual rank 8 magical beast, and that ended up working perfectly for Noah. He could limit the amount of ambition used during the fight to maintain his empowerment as long as he desired. The rank 8 rat that had chosen him as its opponent soon left. It understood that Noah wasn't really fighting, and its power alone didn't make it able to do much against that enemy. The creature joined its companions only to find out that their situation was almost the same. The rank 8 foolery was quite resilient, and the snakes had too many rank 8 specimens to even think about winning that battle. The rats had managed to kill many rank 7 specimens, but they became unable to touch them after they hid behind the ice. Even the magical beasts belonging to Noah's pack and Fergie had to resort to the snake's innate ability to survive in that situation. It was clear that the rats couldn't win in that situation. They were only wasting troops to defend an alliance with the humans. They soon expressed their feelings through loud squeaks, and the ground spoke again, telling them to retreat. The furry sea quickly vanished, revealing the outcome of that long battle. The rats had lost tens of thousands of rank 7 specimens, but their opponents had also suffered. Most of the rank 7 snakes had died, and Noah could see that even his army had turned into nothing more than a small platoon. Only the smartest creatures in his army had survived. White, Greeny, Gray, and Fergie were still alive together with less than 100 other specimens. The rats didn't immediately return underground. They waited on the surface, staring at their opponents with resolute expressions. They seemed willing to resume their reckless offensive as soon as one of their enemies decided to launch an attack. Even the snakes understood that it was time to talk. Noah and the others waited in the sky until a throne made of rats came out of the ground. A specimen in the middle tier sat on it and adjusted its black crown while nearing its enemies. The army of rats created a staircase with their bodies to lift the throne higher in the sky. The crown on the leader's head kept on sliding away, but the creature repeatedly adjusted it with its claws. The scene almost looked funny, but the threatening aura radiated by the middle-tier rat made the whole situation too tense for those kinds of thoughts. "I am the Rat King, you hateful invaders," the middle-tier rat announced once it reached its opponents. "I suggest you leave my domain immediately. I don't mind unleashing the full power of my pack to send you away." "You have already tried," Noah replied while spreading his arms. "We are still here." The Rat King snorted before giving voice to a faint squeak. The beasts under it echoed its cry, and multiple powerful auras surged from different spots of the region. Those auras carried a power that Noah knew far too well. They belonged to magical beasts in the 8th rank, and some of them were in the middle tier. The pack of rats had kept its true power hidden until now. Its platoons had been in different areas of the land of the fallen. Yet, they had managed to gather around the invaders during the previous battle. "They are more than us now," Noah concluded after a quick inspection of the threats that had surrounded his group. The situation was still in his favor. There were only 6 auras with power in the middle tier, and less than 20 in the lower tier. The 4 middle-tier snakes were still enough to fend those creatures off, but the battle would be far bloodier now. "Tell me," the Rat King continued, "how long will you take to refill these losses? My species doesn't need much to improve and give birth to new beasts. I bet your kind needs thousands of years to obtain a new creature in the 7th rank." The leader of the snakes wanted to hiss in anger. The creature hated Shandal because he had managed to steal a valuable egg from its pack. It had the same feelings toward Noah since he had killed 2 powerful underlings. The rats had entered that list, but the snake would only suffer significant losses if it were to attack now. Noah had long since reached the same conclusions. The eternal snakes were nigh-immortal creatures capable of insane physical might and a threatening innate ability, so they had to have heavy limits on their fertility. Their pride had even forced them to pursue Shandal, which had led them to that situation. Noah didn't know the details behind Shandal's achievement, but he could understand how mad the snakes were. Their situation kept worsening and continued to put them into spots where their superior prowess was useless. The leader of the snakes could only glance at Noah again. The creature didn't know how to handle that situation. It could only rely on its canny companion to get what it wanted. "You would have already attacked if you felt confident in defeating us," Noah said, ignoring the pressure radiated by Snake. "It's clear that you want us to cooperate on a certain level. What's your price?" The Rat King's eyes sharpened when Noah's words reached its ears. He was right. An all-out battle wouldn't benefit its pack either. It might even force those creatures to abandon the land of the fallen. Many packs sought to conquer the land of the fallen due to its strong foundation. The energy leaked by the many inheritances kept the environment rich in resources and allowed the rats to expand almost endlessly. Any other region would have already transformed into a wasteland. The Crystal City also helped the rats keeping their domain intact. Their cooperation served multiple purposes, especially when it came to preserving those areas. Still, the magical beasts were prideful beings. No number of benefits could force them into submission for longer than a few millennia. The rats had endured that cooperation to build a pack capable of running freely through the immortal lands, but they had reached the point when they wanted to separate themselves from those fanatics. An all-out battle against Noah's group would delay their plan by many millennia. The Rat King could lose the support of its underlings if it forced them to wait for so long before reclaiming complete freedom. It was a risky approach that the leader didn't want to test. "What makes you think that we know the new location of the Crystal City?" the Rat King asked. "I wasn't sure that they had changed location," Noah replied while wearing a cold smile. "Thank you for confirming that." The Rat King immediately recognized its mistake. The news of the attack on the Crystal City had spread throughout the whole human domain and many bordering regions. Any magical beast interested in an invasion knew about that. "You are a tricky one," the Rat King said. "And you have yet to name a price," Noah replied. Noah and the Rat King stared at each other in silence for a few seconds before the latter heaved a helpless sigh. A squeak escaped its mouth, and the rank 8 auras in its pack disappeared. "How can you be sure that we know their location?" the Rat King asked, even if it had already accepted to negotiate. "I know that you have spies in the nearby regions," Noah replied honestly. "I would be disappointed if you didn't send a few of them to follow your human allies." "It seems that we aren't ready to devour the human domain," the Rat King sighed. "It would be a problem if we were to meet other smart existences like you." "You can always give me that crown and make me your new leader," Noah replied. But the rat ignored his words before descending toward the surface. The army of rats opened an ample space on the terrain, and Noah nodded at the rest of his group. They descended toward that empty spot and waited for the enemy leader to name its desires. "We don't need much to thrive," the Rat King said once everyone landed. "But I have many mouths to feed. Satisfy our hunger for a while, and I'll give you what you need." Noah took out the corpses of the 2 rank 8 eternal snakes. Those creatures were so big that they could probably meet the Rat King's requests. The leader of the snakes shot a hateful glance toward Noah, but he ignored the creature. That wasn't the time to be angry about the dead. "Wonderful dash," the Rat King exclaimed before suppressing its excited voice. "This satisfies us. Go, my children. Eat, reproduce, and grow." The army of rats jumped toward the 2 corpses, but Noah promptly stored them back inside his separate space. The creatures remained dumbfounded, and countless questioning gazes landed on him. "First, you need to tell me the new location of the Crystal City," Noah said in a cold tone. "Second, I want one of your middle-tier underlings as a guide. Do you dare to question the value of my word?" The Rat King shouted, and its underlings echoed its angry cry. A series of sound waves engulfed Noah's group, but they didn't carry any harm. The rats were trying to scare their opponents, but they failed in the task. "These are my conditions," Noah said once the angry cries went silent. "Also, you might want to consider your current situation before attempting something like this again. My friend there doesn't like this behavior." The Rat King turned toward the leader of the snakes and realized how angry that creature was. It appeared on the verge of exploding. The slightest push would make it forsake those negotiations and resume a mindless assault.